He's not the closest. I'm a good talk.
No.
Huh?
No.
I can run
Just towards and
I can't imagine if there's nobody else in
yeah,
there.
that would come in. I'm going to come in and open up the meeting.
Morning. How you doing?
The mics are on. Okay.
Start up meeting here. You start up. Okay, good morning. A lot of moving parts this morning. Welcome to our March 8, 2016 Calaveras County Board of Supervisors regular meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, there's a couple of things this morning. We had a closed session, or not, a special meeting on the 25th of February. And the closed session was pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, appointment of a county librarian. On a motion by Supervisor Wright, seconded by Supervisor Ponte, the board voted unanimously to extend a conditional offer of appointment to one of the applicants who accepted the position pending background check. Upon passing background, a formal resolution will come to the board and the name of the applicant will be disclosed at that time. We also have another closed session that we have to go into just after public comments. And that will, and recognition, and we have a recognition for also, but just after the public comments and the recognition, we'll adjourn into a closed session, which will be should be a really quick closed session, and then we'll come back out and we'll begin our regular meeting at that time. So I just wanted to put that out there for you folks. Okay. All right, so now we go into public comments. Oops, I'm sorry, we're going to go into the proclamation first. So we have recognition for recognizing March 2016 as American Red Cross Month in Calaveras County. So I know that we have a few of the members here, and I would like to see them up front here, if that's okay. And there's cats. I dried them out. Did you? That's good.
I'm here.
Want to be part of this? No, Proclamation recognizing March 2016 as American Red Cross Month in Calaveras County. Whereas the American Red Cross has touched many lives in Calaveras County, as well as across the country and around the world. And whereas during American Red Cross Month, we thank those who contribute to the mission of Red Cross, whether through time, money, or blood. And we invite others to support Red Cross in helping people in need down the street, across the country, and around the world. And whereas the American Red Cross is synonymous with helping people and has been doing so for more than 130 years. Throughout the past year, the American Red Cross launched hundreds of disaster relief operations in the United States to help people affected by fires, floods, hurricanes, and tornadoes. The Bull Country region, which includes Calaveras County and the Motherlode area, responded to the sand, the bowls, and heat fires, as well as our own butte fire, to provide hundreds of residents with information assistance, and continues to do so as part of Calaveras Recovers. It also responded to Dollar Fire, correct, right? And the Red Fire. So I remember when Marty was working on that. Okay, so whereas in Calaveras County, the Red Cross worked tirelessly in 2015 through its 2 employees and over 75 volunteers to support our residents when disaster strikes and they need emergency assistance. In 2015, Calaveras volunteers opened shelters in San Andreas and Valley Springs during the Butte Fire and Angels Camp. Calaveras volunteers also gave food, clothing, and shelter to families throughout Calaveras because of single-family home fires, thus ensuring those families had a safe place to stay and basic necessities of life. The Red Cross also provides 24-hour support to all members of the military, veterans, and their families, and provides training in CPR, aquatic safety, sheltering, and first aid. And whereas for nearly 100 years, the United States presidents have called on American people to support the Red Cross and its humanitarian mission. Our communities depend on the American Red Cross, and because it is not a government agency, the Red Cross depends on support from the public to continue its humanitarian work. This is especially important in these challenging economic times, which impact the Red Cross and many people in our communities and across the nation. And so now, therefore, we resolve that Calaveras County Board of Supervisors proclaim March 2016 as American Red Cross Month in Calaveras County. We encourage all Americans to support this organization and its noble humanitarian mission. And so I need a public comment on this, please. Okay. Can I have a motion from the board?
So moved.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Calaveras.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
So it's 4-0. One absent. And thank you very much, you guys. I know your dedication and involvement to our latest disaster for sure. Works with you guys on that very closely in tough guy right there, I gotta tell you. Very tough guy. So,
I want to comment.
go ahead.
When the Butte Fire happened, 60 Calaveras Red Cross personnel. Out of that 60 Calaveras Red Cross personnel, all but 6 were evacuated. 4 lost their homes. And many of those folks came to the shelter and assisted with the shelter and with client casework, and we're still doing client casework today.
Yes. And so, I think that the whole structure of it is really excellent. And then the understanding of it sometimes is a little hard to deal with, but as long as we have local folks involved and their hearts are involved, like I know these 3 folks here have their hearts in it, and I think it would be it. And it makes it a good organization because it keeps it here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so now we have public comments. You'll have public comments are any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. So this morning we have 3 minutes, and we can begin.
The article in the paper. I understand the emergency that happened on the Butte fire in the transfer site. That never happened. This site is way too close to a grammar school. For any further development of it, it needs to go away. I live in Double Springs, and apparently nothing was done about the airflows. A little before sunrise, the air flows up. After a little while after sunset, the airflow turns down and comes back the other way. The average age of the residents of Double Springs is 60 plus. We don't need to have a land transfer site, the top of the hill, blowing down in our faces. Thank you.
I see my District 2 supervisor is not here. Maybe he's got a shovel working on the Mountain Ranch Road. Information, Mountain Ranch baseball field. I talked to some little big shot from FEMA, and he told me that the Director of Public Works was now in charge of repairing the Mountain Ranch baseball field, which was virtually destroyed during the FEMA use of it. The volunteers that I've put together so far in the last 3 months have done about half of the baseball field, but we've about run out. We have no money left. We've spent our money, and we've done our volunteers almost in the ground. So I'm making the board aware that you're going to be hearing more about this, because we're looking for some equipment and some money to do the baseball field, and we basically want to know who's responsible to repair it. Thank you.
A month ago, I sent my wife to California from Minnesota to buy a house because we wanted to get back to family here in Sacramento. We are Californians. We lived in Contra Costa County for 55 years. We took a vacation in Minnesota for 18 years, came back to visit. She bought a house. I didn't see it till we got here. I looked over the fence. There's this little bitty old creek, and then it rained. And then it was an 18-foot monster coming under my fence, in my yard, no end in sight. Within hours, it receded, and the next day it rained again, and here it come. Not only did it come up to the edge of my property, it started going into my yard, scared the cowboy crap out of me. I looked across the way, and there was riprap on the opposite side, and on my side, nothing. Nothing to prevent that water, that raging creek, from coming into my home and destroying it. 75 years old. I don't need this. Somebody must be responsible for controlling that creek. Lord is going to have it rain someday, and the snow melt is going to be combined with that, and that whole junction is going to be gone. I came here with my wife to ask for help from somebody to control that river. Thank you.
Cosgrove. So what he's talking about is Cosgrove Creek out of Valley Springs.
He doesn't have to give his name.
Good morning. My name is Bonnie Newman. I'm from Double Springs. I'd like to read to you an article, an ad that was in the paper last month. It was for Calaveras County Animal Services Officer 1, 2, or 3. Number 1 starts at $13.09 an hour to $15.90 an hour. Animal Services Officer 2, $16.10 to $19.56. Animal Services Officer 3, $18.60 to $22.59. They're needed to enforce state and local laws governing control of domestic animals. That's basically dogs and cats. I'd like to share with you another job description. Home care worker provides ongoing care and assistance to the elderly and people with disabilities, the sick, the injured, and the dying. We provide supportive personal care services, housekeeping, transportation to medical, etc. $10 an hour. I used to think of animal control officers as dog catchers or zookeepers. When we find ourselves paying dog catchers $13 an hour to care for cats and dogs, and we're paying home care workers $10 an hour to care for our aged parents or grandparents, a disabled child, a blind friend or neighbor, I think is a pretty sad situation. Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about that right now. I'm just here to remind you that there's great disparity in many of the jobs and positions in Calaveras County. Thank you.
For the record,
One time. You only get to speak one time. I'm
I
sorry.
was going to give you my name and my address.
That's fine.
Vaughn Hackbard, 43 St. Andrews Drive, Valley Springs. Thank you.
Public comments?
Mayor? My name is Peter Race from General Inn, and it's basically for benefits of especially Chris. We had a problem with public transportation in this county. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of dissatisfaction, and so on. But driving away from here, something occurred to me that was very obvious. Do you folks have any idea how many vehicles the county owns and given to the staff, let's say? Do you have any idea? Because I've seen a whole bunch of county vehicles right around the corner for different reasons, got grants and allocated. Now, I'm sure with all the great minds we have in this county, can they be taking advantage of those vehicles? I mean, I don't blame Chris Wright about giving directions and basically told to forget it. But yes, there's only a bus goes twice a day or something, whatever, and they want to cut it back. Take a look at how many county vehicles sitting in parking lots that they got through grants, and it's not being utilized. So please consider that there needs some closer look, because it's a losing proposition to start with, and we know it. But we get money and a grant and requirements to create some kind of public transportation in the county. And I don't give a crap about turf wars, the different staff organization. But when county taxpayer-paid vehicles sitting there, and we're fighting that they need more money for public transportation, that is a big waste. It's a shame. Because yes, some folks do need help. And it's those vehicles the taxpayers paid not for the convenience, for one special reasons. Make use of it, folks. It's vehicles like that and a service like that is not for the benefit of administration.
30 seconds.
It is supposed to be for the benefit of the needy. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Good morning, Bill McManus, Calaveras Project. Recently, there was an article in one of the papers where Chairman Edson was interviewed regarding some of the marijuana ordinances and all that activity that's going on. You were asked if, I think it was about prohibition ban, whatever the terminology may have been, And your answer, as reported in the paper, was that you didn't think that we could afford to prohibit, ban certain marijuana activities. Well, I kind of found that statement a little stunning after sitting through meeting after meeting and seeing code compliance come in with problems, people not following ordinances, and being held to task for it. And the county can assess whatever fees or expenses were charged against abating whatever nuisance it was, whether it's a dirty yard or illegal fence or an unpermitted carport or whatever. So there appears to be a revenue stream available to you if you want to enforce an ordinance that shouldn't be difficult to do. Instead, what I see happening is you moving towards embracing the industrial scale growing and processing of marijuana in the county, despite several department heads, including the sheriff's department and code compliance and others, say we don't have the people to do that. We can't afford right now to do that, and there's no revenue stream apparently available to front the money to have these people on board to take care of this problem. So I don't know, is it a decision of we can't afford to ban, or we can't afford to accept and enforce? I would suggest that maybe you consider the former rather than the latter, because the problem is only going to get worse. We've already experienced what happens in this county when enforcement isn't available to control some of these problems of public nuisance and crime and everything else that goes along with it. So I don't know if the rest of the board shares Supervisor Edson's opinion on this matter, but I hope that you would consider a prohibition, especially starting with outdoor growing, which seems to be the hardest to regulate and causes the most problems with odors and crime and ne'er-do-wells in neighborhoods and everything else. So I was just wondering, just wanted to comment on it. I know this issue is going to be coming before you sometime in the future, and it just seems odd that we can't afford to do one thing or the other, but we can stomp on people that have an illegal fence or something else. That revenue stream seems to be available to you. So I would ask that you consider that as far as enforcing a prohibition if you want it to go that way. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Hi, Tom Liberty. I just wanted to briefly respond to something that Bill said, and that is just that my understanding of the new system, what we commonly call the 266 package, and all of this, that the fees and taxes and money for inspections and all of the things that the people coming into compliance with cultivation will be paying, will be funding much of these things, and I'm sure the board's already aware of this. I just wanted to respond and mention that this is a industry that's in transition, and that obviously there are going to be some bumps in the road. It's not going to be perfect. There are things that but these are things that I think that can be worked out together, and that these issues are going to be funded. I would also like to briefly mention that I've been in direct contact with code compliance over the course of the last 2 or 3 years, talked to the people that are working there, and I have heard about none of these problems and have been told directly by the people in code compliance that they have had no problems worth noting from people that they have needed to go out and speak to, and that they have gotten complete cooperation, and I've heard nothing about them being overburdened. So I just thought that I should mention that. All right, thank you.
Right. Any other public comments? Okay. So seeing none, okay.
I brought up a few months ago, of course a lot's happened since then, that we're trying to compile a list of those who need to be properly and officially thanked at the board level. And I was reminded again of it this morning. If anybody listening out there in TV land or in the audience has names that they would like us to recognize that helped out during the Butte fire, they could be our local first responders, or we had numerous churches that really stepped up to the plate, local organizations, and even some individuals that went above and beyond the call to help right our county again during the Butte fire. Please, you can let any one of the supervisors know, and we'll pass it on. The CAO's office has been compiling a list. We have a lot of names, and we want to do our very best not to leave anybody out at that time, and we do thank everybody. And there are things that, or entities that did a lot that we want to recognize that aren't even in the county, such as our friends at the casino in Amador County, who really helped so many of our citizens out. It's hard to count them. So I wanted to bring that up again. We are compiling a list, and we do want to do that, have an official thank you to all of them. And if you have names that we might not catch, please let the CAO's office or one of your supervisors know, and we'll start adding them to the list if we haven't done that already. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And so right now we're going to go ahead and adjourn into closed session. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Again? Okay, let's begin, please. So first of all, I'll report out on our closed session. It was with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, and there was no action taken. So let's move on to our regular agenda. And so it's adopt a resolution as a call to action to reduce the number of people with mental illness in our county jail while encouraging all county officials, employees, and residents to participate in the Step Up program. Sheriff.
Good morning, Ed Ballard, Calaveras County Sheriff's Office. Basically, one of the worst things in managing a jail and some of the highest expenses is the mentally ill people that come into jail and commit the crimes, or commit crimes because they're not taking their medication. Over the last so many years, we've been trying to develop programs to try to reduce those people from coming back into the facility. When they're in the facility, they're constantly in and out of the safety cells until, we can get them medicated, we can start doing programs. Over the last couple of months, through the help of probation and behavioral health, we've got a couple new people on board, and one of the persons goes out and talks to them out in the field, because we were having problems where they start having issues out in the field, and then they'd end up having to come to jail. Well, this person goes out and talks to them out in the field, and it helps them get back on their medication or do those things. It's been very successful. And then we've also got another worker about 3 months ago? About 3 months ago that actually works inside the jail, which is just in those 3 months, the amount of grievances that we've had have come down in about half, and the safety cell usage has gone way down, which is big for us because if operating the jail, somebody's in the safety cell, we have to check on them every 15 minutes. We have to fight them, we have to do those issues. And it's actually, just these last couple of months, it's been quite peaceful in there. And so through this program, it'll help us do other things in order to prevent the people from coming to jail, get them out of jail a lot faster, and just keep that continuity of care, and it will help us out. So I don't know if you have anything to say.
Hi, David Sackman, Deputy Director of Behavioral Health. Just to expand upon what Captain Ballard said, the one position is that first position he mentioned is a sheriff's liaison position, which is funded through SB 82, and that staff person, her goal is to intervene early on to try and keep people out of the jail, out of the hospital, or get people connected to services and address needs that are affecting their mental health. The other position we have in the jail, funded through AB 109 funds, is a mental health clinician, and she's doing skills training groups, teaching people how to manage their mental health issues, and also working with people individually. And from her report to me yesterday, it sounds like about a quarter of the inmates are taking advantage of her services on a regular basis. And the third position is a position that's also funded through AB 109. That's a mental health clinician in the day reporting center, and she works with people who are in there to hopefully help them address the issues that underlie a lot of their behaviors that lead them to get involved with the criminal justice system. Sort of a three-pronged approach.
So this is the Step Up program?
Correct.
Okay, good. Any public comments?
Peter H. Gentleman. I'll support what these guys want to do. Okay, I have no problem with it. What I want to bring is public attention. Is the Royal Shaft, we as a constituents and the constituents getting, because of the state rules as far as they're not considering drug addiction as a criminal activity, and they're letting a bunch of people out statewide, not just this county. And it's not fair to your constituents. It's not in the general public, because that doesn't solve the problem by reducing, let's say, population in jail, because they are dangerous. That's a stage where their ability to reason and rationalize, and they have a chemical needs. And I'm not trying to defend them, but that's the way the state imposes, I believe it's 147, whatever it is, letting people out of jail. Maybe you can bring me what the particular...
Prop 47.
Prop 47 is a total cluster something, okay? And it's, whatever they've been practicing it, down in L.A., San Francisco, and so on, the crime rate went up tremendously. I'm not going to tell you I know what the solution is. I wish the cops good luck on it. But it's not fair to them, and it's not fair to the general public, the way it's being handled. When you let them out, they have no job, they lose their normal rationale, be able to be rationalized, and that is a major creation of additional crime in society. So, if that's going to help make the county safer, I'm all for it. But there's some real idiots in Sacramento and think they're going to buy additional votes by the stupid program they have, because they have no solution how they're going to take care of the problem. And they make the general public in additional danger, not solving the problem. Thank you. That's coming from the great mind in Sacramento. It doesn't make your jobs any easier. Thank you.
I'm really glad to see that there's some extra attention being paid on mental health issues in the jail. Knowing in the past I had a client suffered from mental health issues, and the sheriff's department on the outside was extremely sensitive and tolerant and gracious in handling the person and their issues, who often find themselves off medication and not able to be in a stable condition. And if there's a way that they can assist in the jail with the people with mental health issues, I'm all for it. I'm not sure where the funding's coming from. It sounds like it's a collaborative effort by 3 different departments, and I agree that mental health problems are not best handled in the jail. But sometimes that's where the attention is brought in order to address the issues for the family to finally step up. So I'm really encouraged with the assistance for mental health issues in the jail, and I thank them very much.
Good morning, Rosemary Wilson, McCullamy Hill, Arnold and Mountain Ranch. I'm also a member of the Mental Health Advisory Board, although I have to say that I'm not speaking on behalf of the entire board. I will tell you that not so long ago, there were issues in terms of people not taking their medications, being in the old jail, and not getting the amount of appropriate help that they need. The efforts of the different departments, there's been a lot of work for quite some time to bring this together, and I think it's fair to say that if the chairman of the Mental Health Advisory Board were to be present, they'd be very pleased to tell you of the progress and the board's support of what the departments have been doing. So thank you.
Rick DiBasilio, I'm a sergeant with the Sheriff's Office, and I'm on the front lines out in the field, and the Step Up program is working immensely. One of the clinicians that I work out in the field is absolutely fantastic. She's alleviated a lot of problems that we as deputies out in the field would have problems with because of the way she's able to communicate with these folks and convince them to get back on their medications and get them the help they need. So, just so you know, it is a great program.
Okay. Any other comments?
This is wonderful. I believe in asking the experts. These are the experts. They're on our staff, and they're right there, and they know what they're doing, and so kudos to them. Health, mental health, and our Sheriff's Department. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comments? Any other comments from the board?
Sure, I have a comment. I see Mr. Leach is back. Sam, could you come? I need to ask a question first.
Sam Leach, Chief Probation Officer.
Mr. Leach, this program is funded as a result of AB 109? Or is it partially funded, or what?
So I think we're confusing a few programs, so let me try to add some clarity. Okay. So the Stepping Up resolution is really more of a symbolic proclamation to say that we're going to address the prevalence of mentally ill offenders in our jail. Mm-hmm. Some of the other strategies we're taking, as far as the AB 109 clinician at the day reporting center and the clinician who's stationed full-time in the jail, those 2 positions are state funded through our AB 109. So it's part of our treatment program. There's no county general funds going toward either of those positions. And then I believe David Sackman from Behavioral Health already addressed the other clinician, which is a grant-funded position as well. The Stepping Up, though, is really passing the resolution is a critical first step in us making kind of data-driven decisions about how we address the mentally ill offenders, how we reduce the prevalence of them being in our jails, the length of stay, and then the treatment that we give them. So we funded these positions through AB 109, and we had some initial kind of starter ideas for how to do some good things with them. And as you've heard from our Sheriff's Department, some of that is already happening. And we're really excited about that. But we don't pretend to be, nationally renowned experts. Signing on with Stepping Up gives us basically free access to a lot of different materials and programs that have worked in other jurisdictions for us to partner with Council of State Governments Justice Center, which is a pretty exciting partnership for them to kind of come out and meet with us and say, what's your data look like? Here's some things that have worked elsewhere that you could try. And that helps us kind of communicate with our clinicians as well as the commander and sheriff's department to help keep making progress and not pretend that, we've got this program perfect right now, but to keep moving forward. So that's really what Stepping Up will do, and they'll kind of give us some key metrics that we can track, and we'll be able to report back. I can say on behalf of them, because I've been in communication with them, they're very excited about this project too. We're one of the first, we might be the first small rural Northern California county to step up on this and pass a resolution. So not a lot of counties our size in California have the commitment that the Sheriff's Department has made on this, frankly, as far as trying to address this issue. So I'm very appreciative that the Sheriff's Department has been willing to bring this forward. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, one more quick question, Mr. Leach. How long has this program been in effect here in Calaveras County?
It's really brand new. I would say this is really the official kickoff date now if you guys pass this. It's that we've started putting the clinicians in place a few months ago. So December is when the clinician went into the jail full time. And I would say she's just kind of getting ramped up now, where the programs are running on a daily basis and she's meeting with people individually. So it's really only been a couple of months, and we've seen an initial impact. So let's keep it going.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Sam. That's all I have.
Anybody else from the board want to comment? Okay. Then I'll read the resolution, if that's okay. So stepping up to reduce the number of people with mental illness in jails, whereas the County of Calaveras recognizes that jails have become the de facto psychiatric facilities nationwide with more than 2 million individuals with serious mental illness admitted each year. And whereas an estimated 3/4 of individuals with serious mental illnesses in jails also have substance use disorders, and whereas jails nationwide spend 2 to 3 times more on individuals with mental illnesses, yet fail to see proportionate improvement to public safety, recidivism rates, or individual recovery. And whereas keeping individuals out of jails and on the road to recovery requires a collaborative approach between all criminal justice agencies, mental health, and substance use treatment agencies. And whereas the Stepping Up initiative encourages county leaders to designate or convene a diverse team of leaders and stakeholders to carry out 6-step planning process that can yield measurable reductions in the number of adults with mental illnesses cycling through the county jail. And whereas the initiative provides sheriffs, jail authorities, crisis workers, mental health clinicians, and other team members with no cost distance learning opportunities, peer-to-peer exchanges, expert guidance, and a suite of resources to carry out these county-led plans. And whereas the initiative promotes crisis intervention team training and other specialized law enforcement responses that are supported by community-based resources. And whereas the initiative brings together not only state and local policymakers and purse string holders, but also ensures the voices of people with mental illnesses and their families are heard. And now therefore be resolved that the County of Calaveras actively supports the work of Stepping Up initiative that is led by National Association of Counties, the Council of State Governments Justice Center, and the American Psychiatric Foundation to make more effective use of strained budgets and safely reduce the number of adults with mental illnesses in the Calaveras County Jail by connecting them to community-based treatment and services when possible. And be it for further resolved that the County of Calaveras hereby passes a resolution in a moment that signifies their commitment to joining the Step It Up initiative. So now that I've read the resolution, are there any other public comments that anybody else would like to speak on this? Captain Macedo, you'd like to say anything on it?
I hadn't planned on it. I'm up for the up for the next item. But it is a great program, and just to make sure, they're two separate programs. The lady that's leaving the jail, working out in the field, is funded, as David noted, through a separate project, and she's been very helpful and very successful. Hopefully we'll be able to provide you some data as far as reducing the number of mental health related calls whereby she's kind of intervened.
All right, great, thanks. I'll make a motion to approve. All right, and have a motion by Supervisor Wright. Can I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. All right, thank you very much for bringing this forward. So item number 4 on our agenda, approve the attached 2016 fair contract with the 39th District Agriculture Association and authorize Captain Macedo to sign the contract.
Good afternoon. Jim Macedo, Sheriff's Office. Today I have before you the 2016 fair contract. This is a similar contract that's been brought before this board. I'll take any questions you may have.
Any questions?
Chair, I have a question. Captain, how are you?
Good.
I noticed going through our board packet, we had the actual contract approval packet routing form, and there's a question asked, and I take it from the administrative office of the fair. We ask every year, why only $3,375 can we bill for our actual costs incurred? Is that a set fee for every year? Or?
If I could clarify, the question appears, please correct me if I'm wrong, to be coming from not the fair administrative office, but the county, Calaveras County Administrative Office. I believe the question was from Mary Rose.
Okay, yeah.
She asked that question. It's a question that's been asked before, and Lieutenant Hewitt responded to her. We staff accordingly to the amount they've given us. In years past, the sheriff or the fair used to be a very busy event for the sheriff's office, specifically at the fairgrounds. More recently, the fair has become, I'll knock on wood, more quiet at the fairgrounds. Obviously, there's always potential there. We had the fair accident a few years ago, and we have some other, potential problems. But we are only staffing to the amount for which they can provide us funds to recoup. We're not staffing beyond that. I do want to be clear about something, though. We strive very hard to staff to that amount. And a couple of years ago, at least, we went over a little bit, and I asked some questions why, because I remember specifically telling Sheriff's Office staff, make sure you staff to that amount. And when Sheriff's deputies are driving home from an event and an emergency call comes out, per se, and they're the closest unit to that emergency call, we can't just tell them, no, you're only funded for the fair. You can't go help somebody in need. So there is, the potential for some variance there.
And we utilize our reserve deputies also?
We do.
Good. And our volunteers, I understand?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Captain.
Any other questions?
So with that being said, you staff according to this amount. What if there is something that's emergency? Is there opportunity to charge the fair back what it actual costs?
As far as if an emergency occurred at the fair and we incurred additional costs to that, that's something we'd have to sit down and negotiate with the fair. It would, specifically depend on the emergency and type of emergency.
But there's potential to track that, right?
I'm sorry?
There is a potential to track that.
To track the amount expended? Correct.
Okay.
I'd like to just clarify, the alternative is we don't receive any funds. And in those particular events where you're going to have a potential for fights or problems, you're going to end up having to staff it anyway. Yeah. So this isn't necessarily there's certain events in this county that occur that we have to staff. There's potential for problems. There's a public safety concern, and so we staff those events. I'd like to say accordingly, but with budget and staffing issues, we find ourselves in a position where we're often understaffed in certain events. This is not one of them.
Okay. Any public comments on this? All right, can I have a motion, please?
I so move.
I'll second.
So a motion by Supervisor Oliveira, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Okay, county number 5, county assessor.
Mr. Chair, honorable members of the board, Leslie Davis, County Assessor. I'm here today to ask you for authority to process disabled veterans exemptions that extend beyond the 4-year statute of limitations using the roll correction process. Many of you may know that we have a number of different types of exemptions that we administer as required by statute and in this particular case the Constitution. This exemption is for those veterans who have served and experienced a 100% service-related disability. That disability rating is provided by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. But often that disability rating takes quite some time. Many times the veterans will not get that rating in time to be processed under the current statute of limitations. So the legislature determined that in an attempt to help disabled veterans, and it is in the public interest to do so, that they could file a claim for refund for years 5 through 8. The problem with the claim for refund process is it becomes public about those types of issues that the veteran may be facing. The other part of it is this is an administrative process in my office, and the only way to go through the refund process is for them to apply before your board, for my office to be involved, for the auditor's office to be involved, and for a lot of calculations to have already been made. The easiest and most efficient way to do it is via the roll correction process. I talked to our county auditor, Rebecca Callan. She's in the audience if you have a question of her. Rebecca preferred that your board authorize us to process this via roll correction, and that's what we're asking for the authority to do. It's come to my attention in the last 7 days that 2 other counties have already gone this approach. I will also tell you that the California Assessors Association, via legislative committee, have already developed proposed legislation to put this in place. However, even if we're able to find an author and we're past the date for a bill to be submitted, it still wouldn't take effect until January of 2017. And we have about between 8 and 12 of these to process. We'd like to do this more efficiently and keep it off your plate if at all possible.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Okay.
Thank you.
Any public comments?
George Fry. I would like to thank Leslie for bringing this to the board, and I support the approval of this for veterans, for disabled veterans. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for bringing this forward, Leslie and Rebecca, because I've been hearing about this, and I'm glad that you guys came up with this solution. It's really great. So can I have a motion from the board, please?
To approve.
I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Ante. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Admin Office, provide direction regarding the preparation of a fiscal impact statement by the auditor to appear in the ballot legislature for Measure A, formation of the Calaveras County Resource Conservation District pursuant to Elections Code 9160C.
Good morning. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. This item is before you today to request direction from the Board of Supervisors as to whether you wish to have the auditor controller prepare a fiscal impact statement regarding the ballot literature for Measure A, which of course is the Resource Conservation District. Just as a quick background on this, as the board is aware, on September 22nd, you passed a resolution requesting that LAFCO take forward proceedings for the formation of an RCD. On February 9th, you passed another resolution, approved another resolution calling for an election regarding the formation of the RCD. On February 16th, as you can tell, this is quite a process, the board again adopted language for the ballot argument in favor of Major A RCD formation. So the next step really is, again, to decide whether if the board wishes to direct the auditor controller to submit to the elections official and identify the cost, potential cost of what an RCD would cost to have an RCD function once it's up and running. So the fiscal impact statement would not include an analysis of the cost that can put the measures on the ballot. It only looks at the impact to the county if the measure passes. And finally, I would just remind the board that this statement is optional for the board. You're not required one way or the other as to whether you wish to have a fiscal impact statement on the ballot measure. If that does occur and you wish the auditor to do that, it will be placed on the ballot in front of the for and any against arguments for the measure. So again, we're requesting the board to give us direction as to whether you would want the auditor to actually put a fiscal statement in the ballot measure.
Okay. Any public comments?
I would love to hear from the auditor controller. First, I highly respect the person. I'd like to have her 2 cents into this. Her perspective of pros and cons. I'm all for it. Being totally open, squeaky clean, and I consider the auditor maybe an outside party to this whole thing. I think I trust her enough to be unbiased, straight, factual. I would love to have you folks ask her to give her 2 cents on it. Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Board comments?
Does Rebecca have anything to add to it?
There she is. There she is.
So we didn't have to make her run all the way over.
Yeah, I was going to say, give her a call.
Rebecca Callan, Auditor Controller. The only thing is, we've talked about this in the past. Special districts do cost the county money. They all do. It may be nominal. It just depends on the function of that respective district. So we did talk about it. Probably the one main cost that would be an ongoing cost would be council office costs associated with RCD. Which in a lot of cases will have a district that really doesn't have much to do with my office, but and they don't have anything to do with administration. The other central service departments, they really don't deal with that much, but county council is where they seem to go because county council is free legal advice. So that's the one thing to keep in mind, and so that would probably be the one piece of cost for this RCD.
Okay.
Okay. So it's, as a voter, generally when I'm looking at ballot items, if a person who's running for office doesn't put a statement, that doesn't make me want to vote for them. And if there is a measure on the ballot that doesn't have any information on it, it doesn't really give me enough information to vote. So it's just something to consider.
Any other comments from the board?
Chair, I would recommend that we do have a financial statement as this for the RCD. I think it's very informative to the public and keeps everything, like Mr. Peter said, out in the open. Keeps things going. I would be in favor of this.
Okay. Any other comments?
I would too. I think it's important that voters have as much information on these kinds of things as possible, and I think this is one key component to it.
Okay. And I also agree. So can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Are you going to speak, Steve?
No, I was just going to read what we're moving to do. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Mike, you made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second. The motion, I am assuming, is to have the auditor controller work on a financial statement to be placed on the ballot.
That is correct.
That's the motion. I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, number 7. Mr. Moss?
Yes. This is a resolution, actually. We're requesting the board consider adopting a resolution requesting Calaveras County be placed on the high-risk counties list due to bark beetle infestation leading to catastrophic meat-free mortality. I'm not going to go through the entire staff report, certainly, but what you have before you today are a couple of items. You have the original declaration of emergency for tree mortality. And you also have a letter that's been prepared for the board's signature to be signed and to be sent to the Department of Cal Fire, if you will, Forestry and Fire Protection, Ken Pimlock, who is the director, as well as Glenn Barley, who is part of the southern region. He's very much involved in the tree kill issue across the state of California. Also to the California Office of Emergency Services, Mark Garladucci. Most of you have met him, unfortunately, because of our catastrophic event over the summer or the fall. And then finally to the governor's office, to Mr. Wade Crowfoot. Really, what we're requesting here is for a couple of things. We're talking about putting together a task force that it goes above and beyond what is already being attended by Supervisor Oliveira and Supervisor Wright, which is a statewide task force. This is more of a task force that would meet here locally. This is something I have talked to Chief White about in detail. And I think this is a model we can follow from Tuolumne County. There are 6 counties right now. The epicenter of the tree kill is Fresno County. The tree kill is moving north and south. There's 2 issues, and you've heard me say this before. The issue is we have the tree kill that, again, is moving north. Tuolumne County is the 6th county out of 6 counties that are considered high-risk counties. Unfortunately, we're next, just due to the simple migration of the insect. Okay? In addition to, you've heard me state this before, the terpenes that are given off by the burn, which attract the insect. The insect doesn't go after the burn trees, instead goes after the live trees. So what we're really requesting is that the state consider putting us on the high-risk list of counties. We would be number 7. And why is that important? Well, the whole emergency issue, and declaration of emergency issue, gives us a 75-25% share of what's called CDAA funds, California Disaster Assistance Act funds. If we are on this high-risk list, it'll allow Cal Fire to consider expending additional resources in Calaveras County. That will include everything, and I know Chief White is here to speak to this if he wishes, everything including equipment for dealing with these tree kills, to possible grants to our local fire safe council, to some of our fire departments if possible as well. So what it does is we're still looking at a 25% cost, but as a separate distinct issue is the Cal Fire grants. And if Cal Fire if we're put in as a high-risk county, which I think we are, then that just opens the door a little bit more for us. Now, one step further, you will all recall that when you have a presidential declaration, which we do not have on the tree kill, your costs are reduced to 6.25%. Okay, this is something that, as we move down the line, and as over time, I think that the counties, especially the high-risk counties, California in general, will look at. Because this is absolutely catastrophic. I understand the tree kill in Fresno County alone is going to be 80% on the softwood. So with that said, that is our proposal. Again, we drafted an initial resolution in addition to the original declaration to be sent along with a letter to the governor's office and to Cal OES and to Cal Fire.
Good.
Question? how, we have the 6 counties that are classified as high risk and looking at asking them to place Calaveras on that list. What's the criteria they use to put us on that list? What are the chances of us getting onto that list?
Well, I'm going to put Chief White on the spot here on this one, but I would say just from my knowledge is the amount of tree kill, what they're seeing and they're experiencing in Tuolumne County, which is just to the south of us.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you that I took a drive up Highway 108 towards Twainhart, I want to say in August,
Mm-hmm.
and I came back in September, October, and what was green, a good section of it was already dead.
Right.
And so this is really moving in a quick manner. We're next in line. We're unfortunately, literally next in line, and we have the fire that is only going to complicate it further.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, members of the board. Josh White, Unit Chief, Tuolumne Calaveras Unit. So there is no set criteria. So that's the good news. The bad news is there's no set criteria. But Mr. Moss addressed that they're going to be looking at the amount of tree mortality, in proximity to the critical infrastructure for the county. We're looking at county roads, highways, waterways, all of the different systems that the different water districts utilize, as well as the power lines. And so I certainly hope you seriously consider this resolution to send the message to Sacramento that we are indeed the next in line. The bug kill is moving to the north. If we look at the tree mortality that Tuolumne County is suffering, and Tuolumne County actually has a really good plan in place. And so I think that by recognizing what Tuolumne County has done and using that as a blueprint for Calaveras and bring all of the stakeholders together to work together to try to mitigate this, the sooner that we can get in there, the bug is in Calaveras County.
Mm-hmm.
The sooner that we can mitigate that and start minimizing the losses. This weather is certainly helping us. The colder temperatures at the higher elevations are helping to kill the beetle. But that's what we need for long, significant periods of time. And I don't see this, the drought isn't turning around just from a few storms. Are there any other questions that I could address?
Chief White, thank you for coming, by the way.
My pleasure.
Just to clarify, the Governor's Task Force that Supervisor Wright and I are the representatives for Calaveras County, that deals with public lands at this time. Is that correct?
Well, the statewide task force is looking at a number of different functions for the tree mortality across a broad range. And so there's different stakeholders that involve private landowners and just large-scale private, such as Sierra Pacific. So they're looking at it from a statewide perspective of the total impact and how we can mitigate. And a lot of what we do is on the public land, because private landowners are responsible for their lands. But how can we find them avenues to seek reimbursement or some kind of subsidy if they have to go in and remove large amounts of trees around their private property?
That's exactly what Supervisor Wright and I are actually pushing, if you will,
sure,
with the Governor's Task Force. I think a local task force such as Mr. Moss is going to be very beneficial in accomplishing that goal. As to Calaveras being added to the original 6, if you will, those 6 counties were determined to be at high risk on the onset of the Governor's Task Force. And it's our understanding that there will be additional counties added to that list.
Yeah, we just don't know when.
We just don't know when, and that's what we're also pushing very heavily for, to have Calaveras included in that.
As am I.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any public comments on this?
Maybe I'm kind of slow and retarded, but if you take a look at the page 29, there's a lot of maybes as far as Cal Fire goes. Is there 2 different fund sources? That's one of my questions. The other question is, how much you two who are in charge of it and on top of it, have you really been talking to the local fire districts who are a little bit more familiar with the situation on how to get what to and where at? Because there's a lot of maybes in here. And depends which way the wind's blowing in Sacramento. Sometimes they got an excess funding. Other times they flat broke. You know, they don't know if they're, you know, what from the hole in the ground in Sacramento. Putting it bluntly. I could be more blunt, but if you can get the money, even if it's you're going to miss out on a 6.25%, okay, and your share only going to be 25%. I hope you can initiate it, get the local fire group, local fire chiefs, coordinate with them, how and what should be done. They live there. They live in the neighborhood. They know the whole area. And you might not get anything from the state. Yes, you hope. I trust Governor Brown as far as I can see him. But, and you talk about maybe some federal money coming in there also. I hope you folks include the local fire chiefs, the firefighter, and all the district, especially the one getting unaffected, but countywide, because they can help each other. The job is very big. It's very important. So if you already have, I apologize for wasting your time. But think about who you're dealing with in Sacramento and who's going to be in charge. And putting it bluntly, I trust my local firefighters a hell of a lot more than anybody originated from Sacramento.
30 seconds.
So maybe I'm asking a silly question you covered, but a whole bunch of maybes. But the other fund, is that secure? The one you're going to be getting at where you have to contribute 25%. Is that secured? Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Hi, guys. Driving up and around Arnold, as I've been doing more often recently, I've been watching the dead trees, and now a lot of the dead trees have been, some of them have been felled and are around people's houses. This is private property in and around Blue Lake Springs. But we're going to need all the help we can possibly get because it only certainly arrived. It may not be as bad as down in the other areas, but I'm afraid that we're going to need a lot of help, and it's going to be very expensive. Both ecologically, not that I'm anywhere near trained on that, but just seeing the effects of it, and financially the cost of getting those trees down out of the way. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments? Board comments?
Chair, I'd like to address some of the comments made through public comment. Mr. Rouse, by the way, we are actively talking to our local fires, especially in District 3, with Evans Pass Fire District with Chief Johnson. We probably meet once every week and give each other's updates. Besides that, we have committees that we're dealing with, like EPOC, which is the Evans Pass Property Owners Committee, or we just had a presentation by Chief White, Jeff Krobitz, our Public Works Division, dealing with the problems we see in my district. Supervisor Wright has a similar problems. I think he's got some procedures that he's putting in place. We're working together on those. Number one, getting rid of our private property, down the dead trees due to the bugs, addressing the young lady's issues there. Hopefully by this time, and I've just got an email in to Jeff Probitz, our tub grinder that was purchased to the tune of X number of $1,000. We were actually using that fire, I understand, Mr. Moss, and from the information I received, it should be down either Red Hill or Rock Creek area, used now for tree stump removal, which is up to a 48-inch diameter. We do have a pine needle problem where we're working on too. thanks to the folks, both private industry we have in District 3, curtain burner being purchased by a private party, one similarly used, one in Tuolumne. Thanks to CAL FIRE's efforts, we're able to actually operate that now. That once again, Chief White was very instrumental, and CAL FIRE was to get that permit to work. So we are actively going after this problem. It's not something that we're sitting back waiting for something to happen. We're trying to go out and make things happen. Unfortunately, there is bureaucracy that we have to deal with, and of course, there's always funding. It is an emergency situation that we're addressing. You're welcome. Happy birthday, by the way.
Hey, please, I can't go into this slide. You talk about that.
Yeah, it is. Don't let them kids in.
I mean, it's one of those problems that this is not just District 2 or Calaveras County problem, or it's Sierra Nevada problem. It's actually, I was at a conference this last week, and this is happening, tree die-off is happening on a global scale, actually, which is what I didn't even know about. I knew the Western United States, but it's happening all over the world. So, this is something we're going to be tackling here in Calaveras for the next 10 years at least. So the sooner we get all of our ducks in a row, and like Mike's been doing a great job, I have a lot of really dedicated folks in my district that are working hard on this. But it's a really tough thing because we're going from, if this happened 40 years ago, we had mills in place, and people could go out, and we have loggers, and we go log the trees and take them to the mill. There should be maybe even some revenue for folks. So it's gone from an asset to really a liability. So that's one of the problems that we face. And so it's a very difficult issue. This is just the beginning of it, unfortunately. So I thank you for bringing it forward. I thank you for Chief White and for CAL FIRE and everybody who's working on it, because it's not going away.
And my comments on it are, in my travels, even day before yesterday, I was up in Avery, and it is pretty rampant up there. Even you don't see just one or two trees anymore; you see rows and rows of them. Bark beetle moves fast, and we have we are a reactionary state, that's for sure, because over the past 40 or 50 years. Reacting now to some of the things that have been in place over the past 40 or 50 years. It would be really nice to be able to start working towards comprehensive programs for maintenance that make sense and that are in place, so we can consistently manage our way without creating these problems that we have to react to. So. But we can try. So I support this resolution. And can I have a motion from the board, please?
Mr. Chair, so moved. Adopting a resolution requesting the Calaveras County be placed on the high-risk county list due to bark beetle infestation leading to catastrophic tree mortality.
Okay. I'll second. So I have a motion by Supervisor Calaveras, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify for the record that Peter brought up the issue of funding. The CDAA funding is the 75-25%. So if I wasn't clear on that, and of course the maybe issues are really CAL FIRE and grants associated. Also, Mike Miller, who is one of our returnees on occasion, has already attended meetings over in Tuolumne County to kind of get a groundwork frame on this. And then the last thing is for us to continue to coordinate together. So we're looking forward to pushing this forward because we think this is very critical. So thank you.
Thanks. All right, so number 8, adopt a resolution continuing a local state of emergency on tree mortality. Any public comments on that?
Bill McManus, Hanford Hill. It's kind of a kickoff for all this tree mortality programs and funding and everything else that you might do to kind of set a good example. Perhaps if you would, when you go out of this building and you head south on the sidewalk out to the parking lot, you'll have to go through 6 or 7 very large dead trees. So that might be a good place to start. Thank you.
Okay. Just a quick question. As an old man, mentality is going away. You folks been in contact with the big lumber company, Sierra Lumber? Do they have the same problem?
Yeah, they're part of, they're all in all.
Okay. So they have no answer either for the.
Well, their mills are all at capacity because of the wind fire.
That they were reached by the fire too?
No, their mills are at capacity.
Okay. Thank you.
I did not state it in the previous item, but I just want to share with the board, I think you're well aware of. Chief White had shared with me the idea of micro mills, if you will. This was something he took from an article that this plant is up in Oregon, if I understand it correctly. And it was an existing mill, but there is a way to bring some milling back to Calaveras County if it obviously the economics balance. And Supervisor Edson notified me that there is actually a mill down in the West County right now. Is that being developed right now, or is that already? They want to. So that's great, because not only we're dealing with the burn trees, but we're dealing with the bug trees. And again, the board's absolutely correct. SPI is full. They can't take the trees I think that they have because of the rim fire. So, and then you add the bug trees in addition to that. So I just wanted to share that that's something. As a matter of fact, we brought this up at a meeting in Sacramento last Thursday for just on the economic aspect alone at Cal OES.
Okay. So I'd like to make a little comment on that. It would be really nice if we were able to have a couple of these portable mills or these smaller mills up in the area where some of these property owners could actually process some of their own lumber to rebuild, if that was what they wish to do. There's plenty of red tape involved in all of that. But also, again, back to the reactionary way that we do business in California. Now that we have this overabundance of logs, I've been to Lincoln to see SPI's mill. It is packed with just the rimfire, and they only took out about 10% or less of that. And so we're dealing with something pretty large here, just with the 73,000 acres that we have. And so it's going to be pretty interesting to see what the market is and what the value is on that. So we're effectively shooting ourselves in the foot every which way we go by managing things the way we do. And I would sure like to see a change in that with comprehensive programs. But of course, that requires people stepping out of their normal box to listen, and that's the difficult part, I think. So with that, I would like to call for a vote, please, on
this question. We talked about this resolution, and I support having a local resolution, but I'm also hearing the word local task force. So is that going to come before us again or at another time?
It was on the last one.
Local task force?
It was on the last agenda item, 7. But it's, go ahead.
Well, the local task force, what we're talking about is actually pulling in state, federal players. This is everything from the Forest Service to Cal OES to obviously Cal Fire, representatives from the Fire Chiefs Association, the county certainly, and others. So that idea is it's kind of a microcosm of what's probably happening at the state level, at the statewide task force. But that would be a proposal, proposing that in the resolution as well as a letter, because that's my parcel of kind of selling this program to the state of California, saying we're taking a proactive stance here and we're trying to move forward in the tree mortality issue. So that's what that specifically is about.
Okay.
So you don't have any specifics on what that you're just saying that it's going to be an attempt to put together something.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And we're going to model it off of what the other 6 counties have done, especially closest to all the counties.
And again, Mike Miller had attended the task force over there just recently as well, the local task force. And so I think that that's actually critical for us to make sure we're all coordinating with one another, and we all know what each of us are doing. So again, I highly recommend that, and that's why that's covered in the resolution.
Right, so I would request that before we move forward on any of that you bring it to the board and see what it looks like.
Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, is to bring it back. But the important thing is to make sure we get moved on it, and that's why it was in the resolution in the letter.
Stating that we were intending upon doing
that. Actually, I'd like to be involved in that.
As well, I think that would be a very good thing to have a board member involved in that.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
So Mike also would like to.
Yeah, because you have two of you that are already on the statewide. So,
but we need to be
however the board wishes to proceed, but we will bring that back.
Okay. Okay. All right. So this is on number 7. So do I have a motion?
We already voted on
number 8. Number 8 then? What? We're on number. Is this regarding item number 8?
Yes, it is.
All right. Go ahead.
Either I was asleep at the wheel, but I didn't hear anything about public comment. And I'd like to make a public comment. First of all, last Friday morning's Board of Supervisors special meeting at 11 a.m. I was here, and Supervisor Wright told me about Mr. Smith and his program in Wallace. Ironically, that afternoon I was in Jackson at the AT&T place, and he was there buying new pads and what have you, so we got to strike up a conversation. And during that conversation, I had mentioned to him that I've been working with PG&E in the Public Works Department and Common Ground Services to provide firewood for elderly folks in this county. And he said, I can give you all the firewood you want. So I'm real appreciative to you, Supervisor Wright, for mentioning his name so we could get connected. So I'm going down to his location today and meet with him. Also, he's a Vietnam vet. And pardon me?
He's a neat guy.
Oh, he's outstanding. Mm-hmm. So that's my comment. Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion on number 8.
So moved. To adopt a resolution containing a local state of emergency on tree mortality.
I'll second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Second by Supervisor, motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Yes, we're going to take a 5-minute break. All right. So why don't we get started again? So I am very pleased to announce the next item, Administrative Office, accept a presentation by the 2015-16 Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce Leadership Team on their community project titled Calaveras Business Resource Center. To consider authorizing a lease agreement between Calaveras County and the Central Sierra Economic Development District for the use of Coverty Building owned by the Calaveras County, located at 7 Main Street in San Andreas, for the operation and location of the Calaveras Business Resource Center. And 3, if the Board of Supervisors is supportive of this project and building use, direct the County Administrative Office to negotiate a lease agreement between Calaveras County and the Central Sierra Economic Development District for the use of the Hubbard Building for the purpose of operating the Calaveras Business Resource Center.
And today we have with us from the Chamber of Commerce leadership team member Steve Schutzline, who's the Executive Director of the Murphy Senior Center, and Chris Swan, Ranger Supervisor for the East Bay Municipal Utilities District, and they will be doing the presentation.
Okay.
Good morning. Thanks. My name is Steve Shetzline, like you said, from the Murphy Senior Center, and I'm here to present our idea for Calaveras Business Resource Center with Chris. We've been working on this for approximately 1 year, and actually I want the people in the Calaveras leadership group to raise their hands. There's a number of people here. Please raise your hands who are in the group. We spent 12 months working on this project. Long story short, we met in San Andreas about 12 months ago, and we sat down and we said we actually wanted to do something for Calaveras County. I'll explain what the leadership group is in a second, but before I get to that, we sat down and we said we wanted to do something. Guess what some of the needs that came up were? Since there's 5 of you, I'll give you 3 guesses. You should probably get it in 3 guesses. It wasn't seniors. It wasn't kids. It wasn't education. What do you think?
Business development.
It actually was business development. They educated me that the Murphy Senior Center can actually get more donations if we have more businesses in the community that can donate. So there were a lot of people from a lot of different businesses and nonprofits that talked about these needs, and it came down to one thing. It came down to jobs, business, and economic development. So with the suggestion from Supervisor Edson, we went forward with this project, and I'm going to go to my PowerPoint right here. That's the group right there. There actually are pictures. Sarah is right there with megaphone. Sarah's down here operating it. That's an actual picture of her. Sarah, if you could hit a slide for us, please. So this is what we would like to see. We'd like for the county to authorize a lease for the Hubbard building to use as the Calaveras Business Resource Center. We're going to find out what exactly that is in a second. Slide, please. It's a very attractive group of people there, the Calaveras leadership group. 12 people. We took the initiative there. We actually wanted to do something, and again, this was before the fire, so we weren't sure what we were going to do, but it kept coming down to business development and economic development. Slide, please. As I said, good luck. So we wanted to tackle this idea that we've heard for so many years, or at least put it, begin a project to help with not just growth, but with also a lot of the businesses that are already here. And taking the fire into consideration, we also wanted to give some support to some of the nonprofits that are now that have a lot of their resources at bare bones because of the fire. So we'd like to also help them out with this project. Slide. So our goal is not just to recruit businesses or create an economic development office and employee a position, but also support the people that are already here, those small businesses that are already here. So this is what we want to do. We want to start a Calaveras Business Resource Center in the Hubbard building, here centrally located in San Andreas. We want to provide not just education, but possible some mentorships, some classes, some workshops with local businesses to provide them the support they need. For example, a nonprofit guy like me always needs support with human resources and tax help and financial help. That would be beneficial to me, and I would assume many of the local nonprofits and small businesses. So the last thing there was not just the businesses, but also nonprofits and those guys that may have worked real hard in the fire. Go ahead. So you guys probably know better than me how long the Hubbard building has been vacant. I'm not exactly quite sure. Has it been a couple of years?
Too long.
Too long? So this would actually not just give us a spot for this, but with a possibility, with an opportunity of raising some funds for the county and raising some funds for local businesses. It's county and will continue to be county owned. We hope to put an office in there and also provide some, not really equipment, but some business-placed support copiers, maybe some computers or other things that businesses might need to support them. Also plenty of space to help, as I said, the small businesses depending on what their specific needs are. There's the Hubbard building. So as I already stated, we would support and provide services to businesses and nonprofits. Well, this is just a list we came up with. We did not do a needs assessment with the Chamber of Commerce. We did not go out and have a focus group with small businesses. These are just the small lists that we came up with. So be really specific when we move on to do things like that and really get specific about what our local needs are. So go back, Sarah, please. So, of course, we always talk about business retention and recovery. Starting a business and a nonprofit, I could have used that 7 years ago. Tax law, payroll, like I said, business planning, and yes, even manufacturing. That would be wonderful. So we're hoping that the county could help with the Business Resource Center to negotiate a sublease and have shared office space for small or startup businesses. Yes, we would even have spots for businesses that would actually just be starting that may need a desk or may need a space. Access to office equipment, like I alluded to a second ago, and meeting space. Retail space to sell items produced by participating business organizations of Calaveras County. We'd be interested in your suggestions also, and public suggestions on also how to use this space for a business resource center. So how are we going to pay for this? Timing is everything, right? There's actually a grant out there that we would like to see come to Calaveras County. There's approximately $250,000 that is currently available for the Economic Development Administration to fund this project for 2 years. What we'd like to do is engage Larry Cope, the economic developer in Tuolumne County, and working with Calaveras County to help us start this business resource center. And also subcontract with the Chamber of Commerce for operations of there's a real natural connection there between the Chamber and through the Business Resource Center. Go ahead. I think the top 2 points are key for me, that it's not just going to be somebody operating a space. It's going to be business. It's going to be not only us supporting business, but also us hopefully creating an income once this building is ADA accessible and the updates were done to somehow gain an income from this building's currently vacant. They have your improvements and hopefully establish a fund for future building improvements. Revenue generated through possible lease agreements with other small businesses, providing them support. And something that we've heard for years around here, which is to finally create a supportive business climate. And there's our group there.
I just wanted to follow up quickly with what Steve said. One of the things that we've seen over the years in Calaveras County is there's a little bit of an anti-big government component to the culture here, and I can see that approach or that concern sometimes. What's the beautiful nexus that we have in this presentation from this group is that the group is a diverse, very invested set of individuals from the county over a widespread geographic and experiential level who are fully engaged in making Calaveras County successful. So a grassroots, ground truth program through the citizens of Calaveras County has come up with a program that partners with local government, which finds funding that is kind of net zero to the local government and produces potential there that we haven't seen in the past. And I think the Hubbard Building is a great name for this site and a great site because it is actually a great hub for the county, both locality-wise and within context of the county offices. So we ask that you invest with us in this process so that we can carry it forward and really create a more strong, vibrant county into the future for all of our children and grandchildren to be able to continue the efforts of Calaveras County.
Okay. Any other speakers?
Stacy Johnston, the Executive Director for the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce. First of all, thank you for allowing us or the leadership team to present this project to you. I am extremely proud of our leadership team this year. As Chris stated, a very diverse group of individuals. We all came in with complete different ideas, and this opportunity, actually, this project was presented well over a year ago. The concept of a resource center by Supervisor Edson, and kind of lay dormant for many, many months until leadership came in and the climate was right. And unfortunately, with the Butte fire, the opportunity presented itself in a greater capacity. And through the Butte fire, funding became available. And so it definitely was the direction of leadership to move forward with this project. And I think it's just a win-win for Calaveras County. It brings in many, many resources that are desperately needed and makes the connections, again, between your local and your government entities. So with that being said, thank you again for the opportunity to present you this morning, and we can take questions.
Okay. Any public questions or comments?
Before I speak, does the Chamber President have anything she'd like to say?
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, no, that probably should happen.
Sorry,
I used to be on the spot.
well, that's true. So I didn't. So,
Vice President is here. We prefer that, yes.
Oh, cool.
Great project. I lived there in San Andreas. I think we could buy our account quite frankly.
yes, I saw your picture in the paper as part of the basketball. Good morning, George Fry. I don't know, it's about a year and a half ago, I was having breakfast one morning with Cliff, and he was talking about this dream, and it's kind of deja vu. And I think it's totally awesome. I can't think of a better place for it to be than in San Andreas. It hopefully will help wake up the people in this town. I like the fact that one wall faces right onto Highway 49, and you could do a lot with advertising there. The startups for people who have their own businesses, this could be an incubator for them to get started and sell their merchandise and what have you. So I'm really, really excited about this process. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jack Caraman. I live in Paloma. I'm the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce, and I appreciate the opportunity that you guys are giving to listen to this presentation, and hopefully you'll approve this project. This is a great tool for economic development in our county. I think that as an entrepreneur, I understand that, as exhilarating as starting a new business is, it's also terrifying. But having a place to come together where you could actually meet with other people, ask the hard questions and often the dumb questions that you think everybody knows, and then you learn that everybody doesn't know, and they had to ask someone to learn it, is really important. And this is a great place for that to happen. It's a place to share ideas, collaboration. It's where new businesses come out of, when two people meet together on the floor for a cup of coffee, and they're talking about their businesses. Oftentimes they can come up with a new idea, which is really exciting. It's not a quick fix. It's a long-term nursery for new businesses and new ideas for this county. I appreciate all the work that the Chamber has done on this, and that this class has done on this, and that this board has done to bring this forward. Thank you very much.
I'm Peter Reyes, General. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Good, thank you. Okay. I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce for initiating this. I'd like to support them. I think it's a great idea. But I do have a few beefs. What the Central Sierra Economical Council, they existed for many, many years. And I think we've been paying dues to them for many, many years. And putting it bluntly, I haven't heard any report what they did for all the years that they've been members, taking my money to benefit to this county. Maybe they're just so shy that they don't want to share the success. If you would just reward people for what their intentions are, they probably would 10 times more. But from my perspective, from the outside, I went to a couple of the Sierra Central Economical Council. They have produced crap. Maybe they're hiding it, maybe too shy. I'd like to support this idea. Let's do something for this county. And I don't know where the source of the grant they're going to get this $250,000. Is that coming from the Sierra Council? They have their money. Who's going to be giving us the $250,000 grant? There's some mention about it, but we have to get it started for the first 2 years or something. That's wonderful. I'd like to know the source of that money. Start with. As a regional organization, Calaveras County did not receive too many favors or benefits from them. I went to a couple of meetings, and I find maybe a couple other counties nearby got some benefits. It's about time this county gets some. I'm not that crazy about regional governments because there's no accountability, and hopefully this time this starts, which I hope it will. Their finances are going to be disclosed, how much it costs to administer and what kind of benefits you're going to get. I want to see the dollars coming in and dollars going out. Not just hope, not just good intention. That's wonderful.
30 seconds.
But I like to keep, hopefully, that you folks set it up so it's going to be some accountability. And there's a lady in this room who can, maybe they should report to where the money goes and where the money coming from. Thank you.
Al Segallen, Taxpayer Association. Also, I'm a former graduate of the leadership program in the Chamber of Commerce. I used to be a director there. And I really appreciate and admire the people that are involved with the Chamber and the work they're doing. And also our chairman of our board of supervisors for being a spark plug on this effort. The concern that I have, and probably most of the people involved with the taxpayers, is the extension of power of the federal government in our local communities. I know Larry Cope, and he's probably the most likable guy you could ever run into. He's really a likable person, and he's a great leader. And but sometimes he doesn't provide all the information. And so I think before you would commit the county to anything regarding this, is to find out what the similar operation in Tuolumne County is doing. Not what people feel about it, but the actual statistics. How many people have they helped? And what have they been doing? And what have been the costs? The cost to the taxpayers. Now, it's not just local taxpayers. There's no local money that I know of that's going into this. But it's our tax money nonetheless. Just because it comes from the state or the federal government doesn't make it free money. It's not free money. But so there's two concerns. One is the proposal, how sound and detailed it is. And the second is the extension of federal influence in our local communities. And it's all well-meaning, but sometimes it becomes very hard to untangle something that's been created. It's another level of quasi-government. Now, as for the building, apparently the building's been vacant for a while. It seemed like the county, what's the county doing owning a vacant building? Is the county in the landlord business?
30 seconds.
Well, if the county is not supposed to be in the landlord business, why doesn't it sell the building to the private sector? You could be sure that the new owner of the building will be promoting that and building business. Building business. Using the private sector. I only have a few seconds left, but the chamber in Tuolumne County some years ago worked on economic development by drawing circles around the local community and the building industry, and also the real estate industry. That may be an approach that could be looked at in this endeavor. In other words, actually bring the real estate industry involved for out-of-county advertising and to bring business in. But anyway, there's a lot of ideas on economic development. But my time is up. Thank you.
Hi again, Rosemary Wilson. I actually think that this has a great deal of potential. It was said that the county has in the past been somewhat against development and business. I think smart, good businesses are what the community needs. Not sure that the asphalt plant would fall into that category, but I think it's a really good idea. And just think, if you have all of those new businesses coming online, which I think we need to fill up the existing storefronts that we have, they will be paying taxes. So we'll be giving the money that we may gain through the grant, giving that back multiple times if the project is a success, which I think it would be. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments?
I just wanted to respond to a couple of statements that were made. So the $250,000 grant is from a federal agency, the Federal Economic Development Administration, so that's where that money comes from. That question came up. The building we did visit the facility in Tuolumne County as part of our evaluation, and they actually have created a lot of very dynamic processes and outcomes there that we felt we could springboard off of that with the partnership, and that Economic Development Administration grant is actually a partnership directly with the Central Sierra Economic Development Program. Then lastly, I just want to say that I think this is the exact type of partnership that we need, a private local government partnership, even if it is funded through a grant, to invest in the business climates or the challenges that the business climate is having here in the county. So that, I think, is the thing we have to fall back to, is not looking at the push-me-pull-you elements of who should be paying for this or who should not be paying for this, but really to say this is the perfect balance between private and public sectors.
Board comments?
The county governance in this would be just to negotiate the lease, correct? We're not involved in the day-to-day running of the operation.
We are not. We would not be involved in the running of the operation. It would be through the the grant, this area economic development council, the Chamber of Commerce, what we would do is negotiate the lease for the Hubbardie building and also build into that some requirements surrounding the ADA issues.
Okay, but we don't have to bless their accepting of the grant, correct?
No, we do not.
So that's not our duty in this.
No, it's not. It's basically making the Hubbardie building available and through a negotiated lease.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a couple of comments. In regards to some comments made during public speaking, I actually sit on the Central Sierra Economic Development District Board as the Calaveras County Supervisor Representative, along with a civilian member from District 3. This particular grant came to my attention here last meeting we had, which was probably 30 days ago. And we had some information as far as some of the details of this grant. It's a grant request at this time. This grant has not been issued yet. In fact, I believe the application has been made. Question brought up by Mr. Rouse was who's going to administer this and who's going to pay for that? Well, I understand there's a 10% administration fee that's going to go to the Tuolumne Economic Development, i.e. Larry Cope and his staff for administering this grant, which is common in situations like this. One question I do have, and I'm sure it's been addressed by the Economic Development Committee and also the folks here at the Chamber. Larry Cope's a very busy man. He is actually under contract with the City of Sonora and the County of Tuolumne for their economic development. He does actually sit as chairman or administrator to our committee, but that time is very budgeted, I guess is a good word. So you need to really sit down with Larry and determine what type of dedication of time he's going to be able to allow to this project, seeing that he's got his responsibilities for Tuolumne County and also Sonora, and also to the Economic Development District Committee that we belong to. It is historically, it's correct. Calaveras County Economic Development Committee has not been very successful in the past years. Now, things probably haven't been done the way they should have. And when we look at the investment that Calaveras County has made into the Central Sierra Economic Development District, is what it's called. Almost to the point where I was very seriously considering maybe it's not beneficial to belong to that committee. After seeing what it's done and what they've done on this particular project and what they've tried to do and help some of the folks that have developed small committees in Calaveras County, I've actually changed my position on that. I think it is a worthwhile endeavor. I think it's going to be a boon to Calaveras County, especially with this project kicking it off the way it is. I had the opportunity to discuss this in length with Chamber of Commerce representatives and the executive director, and also with the chairman of the board, and with Larry, Mr. Cope. And I think it's a great idea. Now I have to get a little selfish. In District 3, we've seen an economic turndown in tourism, areas that we have lost, and we're starting to build back up. I'm happy to say that in the last year, we have developed 12 new businesses just in the cities, actually the townships of Arnold, Dorrington, and Avery. One of the biggest problems I have is when my folks come to me and ask for help, I can't give them the help that they need as far as running and keeping a business profitable. This is a perfect fit with that. Folks that come up here and invest their time and their money, they buy existing buildings, they refurbish them, they open up businesses, then they're open for 2 or 3 months, and all of a sudden things go downhill. We know how to open businesses up. We don't know how to sustain them. This fills that purpose. Once again, I've changed my position. I'm saying maybe it's not worth our while to be part of this organization. I think this is what we're going to need for this county, and I know I need it in District 3. So I'm in favor of it.
Any other? We already went through public comments, George.
I wanted to make a comment as director on the Economic Development Company, Calaveras County. We meet the second Wednesday of every month at 2 p.m. in either classroom 2 or 3 at the hospital. And I would invite all of these talented people to come to our meeting tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock and make the same presentation. Thank you.
Any other board comments?
Now, are you just looking for direction or a motion?
Well, we need
Direction as far as in relationship to the Harmony building. If you noticed in your board packet, one of the things that they are requesting is a no-cost or low-cost lease for the first 2 years. Again, it would be up to the administrative office to negotiate that lease, but to bring the lease to the board for approval. If the board is supportive of this venture and would want to direct the administrative office to work with and negotiate that lease, the one direction I would say that is to whether they are open to a no-cost or low-cost lease for the building for the first 2 years.
Okay. So my comments on this are this. Since I came into office, one of the reasons I came into office because I watched businesses in Calaveras County decline, and keep going down, including my business. We've been in business for 10 and a half years. The first 2 years I was in business, it was great. You know, we had the economy. We were relying on tourism in the county for our economy. We rely on agriculture for our economy, and we're about out of options after that. And so the tourism economy is great, but it's kind of like riding a roller coaster. If we have snow on the hills, we have great tourism. If we don't have snow on the hills, we don't have any tourism. And then when our lakes are empty and we have no snow, I guess we're reduced to hiking on the lake bottoms. And so then one of the things I listen to with our constituents is they like small businesses. I like small businesses. And so how could we develop something to promote and to help sustain small businesses in the county, to grow small businesses? A lot of empty storefronts, a lot of people, and as we move through time in history, the entrepreneurial attitude basically gets less and less and less. It's more towards the corporate structure and working for somebody else, and your small businesses are getting smaller and smaller and less. And I believe that our country was built on small businesses, and for our county, I think that is the best thing that we could do is grow and enhance our small business community. We have plenty of potential here, but we seem to get stuck in different groups, kind of like cliques. You know, if there's a housing boom coming along, we got a bunch of housing people that are, interested. If there's other things like that come in, that's when it's good and fast. Right now, we have a group, the Chamber of Commerce, who is countywide. They represent the county, the whole county equally, and they have only one intention, and that is to build and enhance our small business community equally. Doesn't matter what kind of business you're in. It doesn't matter, because they represent every business in every part of our county and every town equally, and that is perfect. So if we allow them to set up with this business resource center, then you can bet that that's what they're going to do, because they have proven to be that type of group. And in the past year or so, I've watched them grow, come out of debt, be responsible, bring in the leadership team, which is a diverse group of people to begin with, and come up with, I suggested an idea. They did the hard work, and they came up with the program. Perfect. That's how we should do things. And as time goes on, you'll see that, in my estimation, you'll see that they will become less and less reliant on everything else around them and become more and more efficient and more self-reliant. And that's the goal. That's what we should be doing, not relying on this grant forever. The other thing is we have a building sitting right on the corner of Old Town San Andreas, which, at 8 o'clock at night, you don't want to walk around down there right now. Right? So we have a dilapidated area that is declining in any type of good things that can happen in that area. And even like the Black Bar Inn, the Black Bar restaurant is closed because nobody wants to go around there. There's no attraction. This is an opportunity to give it to begin a facelift, to give it that positive appearance, and also to bring a positive, vibrant group in there that will make it shine and begin the process of rebuilding. And that's what we need in our whole county, begin the process of rebuilding in our businesses. So I'm actually really excited about this. This is exactly what I promote, and exactly, they came up with exactly what I would think would be an idea that is what the county needs. And I am extremely proud of this group for doing that. They came to me about just over a year ago. We sat down, we talked about it, and it wasn't like I had to push them. I walked away, and they did it. Perfect. So how do we support them? Because what they're going to do is support the rest of the county on our economic development, by the way, which pays, for most of the people's, or all of the people's wages in government here. And if we continue to decline, we will continue to have less and less money to operate our government. This is an opportunity to help them grow. I don't see the downside, I'm sorry. So it's only good as far as I can see. And I'm thinking of the businesses that they're going to be able to help put in business and stay in business. And how much is that worth? Not only to monetarily and to our tax base, but to the lives of the people that live here. How much is that worth? And so I'm in total support of this, naturally. It could be that I'm a little bit partial, but I got to tell you that I believe in their in what they've done, and I believe in the chamber and what it's done in the past year and a half or two. And so I want to give them every opportunity to be successful as we can. Right now, we have a Hubbard building that gives us nothing. And so now we're getting the opportunity to have a Hubbard building that will give us something great. And I'm good with giving them the best possible lease that we can give them so that they can get their operation going and be successful. And that's my statement. Anybody else?
What does the Hubbard building cost the county?
The Hubbard building is owned outright by the county, so what it costs is just the maintenance on it and the electricity, water, sewer, etc.
So I would be comfortable in directing admin office to come up with the lease with the chamber. That's what's being asked of us today, correct?
Yes.
That you would support a negotiation of a lease so that the Business Resource Center could be operated by the chamber in the Central Sierra Economic Development District. Thank you. Moving forward.
We're also talking about possible construction improvements to become ADA compliant.
That is correct, and that was one of the bigger concerns because the Hubbard building does have some ADA issues, so that would be built into the lease. That we had a CAS certified person go through, and there is some initial things that need to be done, and as long as we then develop a plan for addressing the other things that we're moving forward, it mitigates the level of responsibility. As long as we have a plan and something is being done on an ongoing basis to address those issues.
So, wasn't my understanding that you guys have that built into your business plan? Okay. So you want to talk about that just for a second, please?
So we did do an assessment of the building originally to determine what needed to be done and how we could achieve that. We wove that ADA compliance upgrades into the grant application so that we have this funded, and then we have a process in place as part of that, a stair-stepping process to move those upgrades through the county approval process to conclusion. So that's all part of what happens once the grant has been approved, developing the building for the program.
Thank you. Sheriff, one question on that. The Hubbard building is a two-story building.
Yes, it is.
And you said you've done an assessment or are going to do an assessment for ADA compliance.
We have done an assessment.
Okay. Did the improvements include any type of mechanical lift?
The option for a mechanical lift was discussed to meet the ADA requirements as I understood them from our assessment. We did not need to include that. We just needed to develop accessible elements in the lower floor.
Okay. Because that could be a quite costly item.
It could be, but not necessarily something that we wouldn't look at in the future once we've established this tremendously successful program.
Okay.
I love his optimism.
Yeah.
Almost
you have not a ADA consultant, have you?
So I say again, do you want a motion or you just want correct?
I have another question. Is this whole program based on receiving this grant?
Currently, that is how we have structured the funding for this, yes.
So if you don't get the grant?
Pardon?
If you don't get the grant?
If we don't get the grant, in our business plan for this program was to look for other funding sources, but right now we've had a preliminary meeting and we believe that we have a very high likelihood of getting this grant.
So writing this lease is going to be based on this grant?
That can be incorporated into the lease, that, based on this grant or other funding sources that we move forward with the lease.
And we accept that as a reasonable process.
Are you going to be using the top story?
I couldn't hear you, Chris.
Are you going to be using the top story?
We plan on developing the second floor into office space for parts of the business plan, yes.
But that doesn't have to be ADA accessible then?
The ADA accessibility, you look at the building as a whole, as long as you're providing the full components of the building at some portion of the building, you can maintain ADA compliance. Okay. Make sure I have that.
Okay. So, you guys okay with it?
Pursuing a lease?
Yes. Okay.
Question. Would that be a committee or would that be just interdepartmental? CEO Ryan, with a lease?
The administrative office would negotiate that lease.
Yeah, they'll get the lease, they'll bring it back to the board, and then we get a chance to take a look at it and approve it or not approve it.
Right. The lease of all buildings, either owned by the county or owned by someone else and being leased by the county, are negotiated by the administrative office, but they are brought to the board for approval.
All right. So we would direct the county administrative office to negotiate a lease agreement between Calaveras County and the Central Sierra Economic Development District for the use of the Hubbard building for the purpose of operating the Calaveras Business Resource Center.
The economic company, what if they don't get the...
Wouldn't it be Chamber of Commerce? Yeah.
So we have to change that.
Yeah, because in the board packet that you presented to me.
We had a modification halfway through it. We got what the body is this chamber is entitled to.
So we have to change that, though, to the Chamber, the lease is going to go to the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
So could we make that amendment, please?
Yeah.
That would be the motion. That would be the change in the motion.
There's not a motion on the floor yet.
Right. It was my understanding that Supervisor Kearney was formulating what a motion or.
Well, that's what I was
recommendation.
asking. Yeah, a motion or just direction of the board?
I think a motion would be.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead. For a plethora of services.
Somebody want to make that motion, or I will?
Well, no, I'll make the motion. It's, I move that we direct the County Administrative Office to negotiate a lease agreement between Calaveras County and the Calaveras Chamber of Commerce for the use of the Hubbardie building for the purpose of operating the Calaveras Business Resource Center.
Perfect. Do I have a second? So I have a second by, so I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give it a shot.
What short is it? Good point. All right, number 10. Administrative office appointment. Well, you're going to pull that. Administrative appointment of applicants to serve various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and service areas.
Chairman, I'd like to pull this item to allow for the advertising for the noted position and bring it back to the future meeting.
All right.
You're going to take public comments on the agenda?
Yeah. Okay, I can do that. So she pulled it.
Well, yeah, but it was a posted agenda item, so I think we have to take public comment.
I would recommend that you do.
All right, can I have public comments on number 10, please? It's been pulled, but we have to take the public comments anyhow. Thank you, guys. All right. So, no public comments. Any board comments? Okay, so it's pulled. And we'll come back to it. Number 11, Administrative Office, Board Chair, Department Heads, Calaveras, FEMA update on Butte Fire recovery. Anybody here for the Butte Fire recovery?
I just saw Mr. Moss walking.
Yes, I saw him coming across the podium.
Timing is impeccable, Mr. Moss. Welcome.
Butte Fire update.
Good morning again. Didn't know that last item was going to go so fast. This is the annual, or I'll say annual, the every board meeting update. I don't have any department heads here today to speak to where we're at, but Cliff actually attended our meeting this week, and I really appreciate that a lot. And I can tell you that from the environmental health, environmental management standpoint, DROC program is just about done. They would have finished this week if it wasn't for the fact that we had weather come in. So I want to say 95% complete. And the other thing I want to bring up as well, because I see all this in emails, Jason can confirm it as well, is that the transfer station that they were going to put in down at Toyota, and I heard something about that this morning in public comment. I believe that they are no longer pursuing that because they are obviously very close to wrapping up. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Jason.
Thanks, Brian. Jason Bates, our Director of Environmental Health, Calaveras County.
You are correct, Brian. We're about 95% of debris cleanup, so tremendous effort by the debris cleanup crews. We're at 768 properties clear of this morning of debris. We have 824 properties sign up, so we've seen a little uptake in properties sign up due to good outreach by my staff. We contacted a lady from Oklahoma this week who hadn't heard about our program, and so we're trying to get, I think we're down to just a handful of sites that are left as far as outreach and if they're going to sign up into the ROE program or self-certify. Today we only have 12 crews going just because of the ingress and egress out of the burn area. We're using the Highway 26 route, so we still have some crews going, but that has reduced the number of crews. But as we are ramping down, you'll see our crews slowly reduce in size, but our goal is to complete all activities here within the next couple of weeks. So we're moving forward. The temporary transfer station that Brian spoke about, they're still moving forward. I spoke to Cal Waste this morning. They feel that they can still use that as part of the operations, but for debris removal, even though they're not getting funding from the state of California or the federal government. But they also, I reminded them that as soon as debris removal operations cease, that the temporary use permit also expires at that point in time. So that's where we're at with that. Once it is up and running, one of the conditions that is put into the permit is that there's air monitoring in place at when the operations does take place. So we have mitigation measures and safeguards in place for those, at the school and the surrounding area for potential air impacts. They had to do soil sampling ahead of time, and they would also have to do soil sampling post-use of the property to ensure no impacts. So that's where we're at with the temporary transfer station. So we're moving, I think we're at about 580 sites that have cleared soil samples. So those are sites that are ready to rebuild. Erosion control continues. I know people are looking for all their stickers on their placards. The crews did run out of signs, so not all the properties are going to get signs, but that's not going to impact their ability to rebuild and move forward. So we're continuing to work with the team, debris removal teams, and also the public as we can expedite the rebuild process. So any specific questions?
Jason, have you come up with a workaround on the fact that so much soil was removed, they're left with a big hole to try to rebuild?
Yes, I was been having emails go back and forth with State OES this morning on that. What it's going to require is a separate contract with the county, with a contractor for those properties that are deemed a public nuisance due to the deep excavation of, if they had a foundation or a basement where pooling of water could occur and we could have mosquito breeding. And that would be reimbursable. But unfortunately, I was hoping we could get it under the work that's being done under the debris removal crews, but that's not the case. In order for us to get reimbursed for that activity, we have to get a separate contract and for those properties that are deemed a public nuisance and to be able to abate that issue.
So if we're contacted by property owners, we just have to contact you?
Contact us. We have a list of properties owners, and there's some where it may, it may not be a public nuisance, but if it's not a deep excavation, we'll have to address it one by one. But I was able to work with the state where we could get some funding in order to abate the deep excavations, and we want to make sure that we're bringing clean fill on site and not, bring contaminated fill back on site that we just cleaned up. So there's a little bit of a process to it, but we're moving forward with that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Question, transfer station, Mr. Boozer. I understand we're not, as you well explained. Did we know this going into the construction of the transfer station? And did FEMA authorize it, or the Office of Emergency Service authorize that construction?
No. So the FEMA and the state OES authorization was for funding of it. The private parties came to us, and debris operations crew came to the county to get a temporary use permit for the construction of that. That was approved December 15th to construct the transfer station. they waited a while to see how the reimbursement was going to occur between
Who was they?
the property owner.
Okay.
The property owner. I apologize for that. To see what type of funding reimbursement would occur for that. They're moving forward now with the construction and use of that on their own dollar. They did not get approval by the state and or FEMA for any kind of reimbursement with that.
Do we have any funds invested in that?
No.
As a county?
No.
And is there going to be any future use of that? Do you know of?
That property has been proposed for a transfer station. The temporary use permit, though, only allows for the operation for the debris removal operation. So at the end of the use of that transfer station for debris removal, all equipment, buildings on the site have to be removed. The only thing that can stay is the concrete slab.
So in essence, we have a transfer station being constructed on the owner's dime that he has a temporary use permit for, that we're not going to use the transfer station.
Well, it doesn't. It could be used in the future. He would have to get a conditional use permit for that. He would have to go through the proper permitting process for that. So.
And we're on top of that. And when that permit application comes through, we'll be able to handle that.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They've already submitted some information to our department in the past because we are the local enforcement agency and would regulate that transfer station, but they'd also have to submit an application to the planning department for that conditional use permit.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you, Jason.
Good news. Yeah, thank you. I'll be happy when it's 100%. Yeah.
And Jason, thank you for clarifying. Appreciate that a lot. Something else I want to let the board be aware of is one of the issues we were having was the subcontractors of PG&E, I want to say, were going out and kind of running over the sites after the wattles had been put in place, the straw had been put in place, that kind of thing. I received several photos from Jason's shop. I got a personal account from a friend of mine, and the same thing happened at his site. I contacted Thomas Reeves, and that seems to be taking care of itself. So I just wanted to let you know that. If anybody comes to you with that issue, would you please let me know? Thank you.
Brian, I have a question for you. I don't see Public Works here. I would ask them on the ball field in Mountain Ranch.
Right.
Do you have an update on that?
That hasn't been part of our recovery group that I'm aware of. That was something that Public Works, I want to say, initiated. So it was
initiated by the citizens of Mountain Ranch that put all their time and effort, and then basically the park was really they had a lot of damage to it.
Right.
So they were trying to work it out with Public Works on the funding and the plan for that. And I was just wondering if.
We can follow up on that. I did hear that comment this morning, a public comment, so we're aware of that. And I know that when Mike Miller was here this morning, he and I just chatted about it very briefly.
Is Jeff around or Krovitz?
Pardon me?
Is Krovitz around?
He is on campus today.
Okay. Maybe you could tell me or tell you, or you could find out for me.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll have him contact you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Brian, do you want to give an update on Mountain Ranch Road? Do you know about it?
Yes. The update on Mountain Ranch Road, we had and thank you, Cliff, for bringing that up. We did have a culvert collapse on Mountain Ranch Road this weekend. My question was an obvious one at the meeting, and that was, well, how does a culvert collapse? I could see a bridge collapsing, but a culvert collapsing. And Robert Packager was kind enough to come to our meeting and update us, and apparently the bottom of the culvert had rotted out. So probably between that, the amount of water going through it, plus with the heavy traffic going back and forth on Mountain Ranch all the time, it did give way. They are doing repairs to that, replacing the culvert altogether. My understanding is that residential vehicles can get through Mountain Ranch Road, but the heavy trucks cannot at this point. So, and my understanding also is that work is supposed to be complete by the end of day Wednesday, from the last update.
So it was a 54-inch culvert. And because I went up there at about 6 o'clock a.m., I think it was yesterday morning or the day before, can't tell anymore. And when it was raining real hard, there were probably no less than 15 different debris flows across Mount Ranch Road because of the culverts being plugged up and that sort of thing. But that culvert actually, the bottom of it washed out underneath. It was rotted out. So the bottom of the culvert washed out, and they were afraid that a heavy load on it would collapse it. I think that's why they made that decision. It was a good decision, actually, after I seen the culvert. So
absolutely.
But it was a crazy detour, I got to tell you, because Fort Michael Road is no fun on a normal day. So. Also, I wanted to ask about, you want to talk to folks about the meeting that you went to up in Folsom?
I'm going to hold off on that one real quick. Back to the Michael Road, because you're going to have to do public works for that. But definitely, I've gotten quite a few concerns, for people who live on Michael Road about the traffic that's being diverted there. If there is going to be diversion, traffic being diverted there again, it sounds like for tomorrow too, we make sure that there's a pilot car out there at 6 a.m. or before, because that's what Public Works said they were going to do. But according to the comments that I got back, because they weren't out there at that time, and you had all this truck traffic that was going down there with no pilot cars.
So 6 a.m.
is what the Public Works said they were going to do 6 a.m. They were not.
We're not there.
They were not
Okay.
there, according to what I've heard. So
we will follow
this is
up.
all secondhand information. But.
We'll certainly follow up on that.
But in our meeting yesterday, they decided there wasn't going to be any truck traffic on there, so they're going to reroute the truck traffic.
Yeah, right. But there's still from what I'm hearing from people, there's still trucks on that road, even though that they may not be directly related to the cleanup, but other trucks.
Are you speaking of Michael, or are you
on
speaking
Lower
of
Michael? Yeah.
Lower Michael, okay.
Yeah. So.
Mount Ranch.
Yeah. So they have and this, like I said, it's secondhand. So I wasn't there, but I believe these people seem, legit what they were saying. So we got to make sure that the pilot car. This was yesterday. Yeah.
And they decided to reroute it to Calaveras and up Old Gulch and take that route instead because of the lower Michael Bridge.
I know.
We'll follow up with Public Works.
Okay.
We will definitely follow up.
Even if it's not truck traffic, if there's any large amount of traffic going down there, having a pilot car out there early would be great.
Okay, we'll definitely follow up. And then what Supervisor Edson was asking about was a meeting that we actually attended last Thursday. And this was a FEMA Cal OES meeting. It was a joint meeting between Lake County and Calaveras County. Admittedly, I initially thought it was only a housing meeting. As it turned out to be, fortunately, it was brought to my attention earlier in the week that it was not just housing, but it was economic development and natural resources as well. And so, as well as economic. I kind of breached that subject a little bit earlier when Chief White was here, because one of the things that dawned on me on Wednesday when Clay was here, I said, all of a sudden I realized I had this piece of paper on my desk about micro mills. So I ran over and he's putting the list together of things that we would want to talk about as bullet points. So we talked about the micro mills there as well. So I think it was a productive meeting. They're going to be doing additional meetings from what I understand. And again, I think it was quite productive. What's interesting is to find that really what Lake County is dealing with is what we're dealing with. It's not identical. They're having issues with on-site wastewater treatment systems and water systems. We're okay there, which is a real blessing. But as far as the tree kill, just to burn trees and the private property, that was something that was a common denominator between both counties. So, any other thoughts on that meeting?
I don't.
Okay.
One more quick question.
Sure.
Mr. Moss, the culvert repair costs due to the trucking problems, is that recoverable through FEMA?
We'll have to look into that. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. But these are all good questions from our Public Works Department.
Okay.
He's there now.
Oh, wonderful.
One comment on the meeting on Thursday. So the meeting it's a NDRF, which is the National Disaster Recovery Framework. It's a program that has been a nationwide FEMA program, but this is the first time FEMA has ever enacted this in the state of California. So Lake County and Calaveras have an opportunity that no other county in the state of California has had historically. So just be aware that this is, I think, a great opportunity for our county. And for Lake County, it's an opportunity for us to work closely with our counterparts in Lake County who are having to go through very similar things that we're having to go through. So, just be aware of that. I think as we get more information on that, we would like to share that with you. But it really it's an economic recovery meeting is what it is. So we want to make sure that, from my perspective, I think it's important that all of our county leaders are involved in this process. Lake County has worked towards having kind of like town hall type of meetings with their special districts, their water districts, sanitary districts, to get that information, because it's not just our county offices and departments. This is a county-wide recovery effort, and so there is an opportunity for us here.
And it was a long-term. It's a long-term recovery process. They had a lot of different federal and state agencies there to listen to the concerns. One of the things that they asked our county and Lake County to bring was the top 3 to 5 things that we saw. And as Lake County said, it was funny because they were very similar, with the exception, as both Brian and Ms. Callan said, was that Lake County, the fire was a little bit different in that it affected older subdivisions that were in very small lots that were on septic, and they have to move towards a different way of building, especially being close to a water stream. But it was interesting. I was sitting next to the gentleman from Lake County and made a comment about something we were doing, and he laughed, and he said to me, that was worth the trip down there just to hear you say that. But it was determined that it would be good that this be an ongoing meeting, and Folsom Rancho Cordova, and on a monthly basis with that group, a joint meeting between Lake County and Calaveras, because we have so many similar issues, and all the organizations that were there that could hear our needs and then try and offer and help with solutions to those needs.
I'd be interested in attending one of them if you let me know. Next one.
Sure. Quite frankly, I just found out, because I was never on the email list, that I found out when FEMA and CalOES were here on the Monday beforehand, and they said, there's this meeting. We have the first one in January, and we need you there, and this is what we need. And it was like, oh, okay. Please send me the emails that go with that. And there was a huge list of people on that email. Sure, next time I get one, I'd be happy.
No, I mean
the email that I sent. Sure.
Great, thank you.
Hi, sorry for being late. Apparently you had some questions about the culvert loss on Mountain Ranch Road and then the detour using Michael Road. I found out this weekend that we had lost the culvert in the backing, and it was threatening the road. Was a 54-inch culvert crossing between the 2 Michael Roads on Mountain Ranch Road. Streets and Roads people determined that getting trucks over that with a potential collapse was too much risk to take, and they shut the road down, set up detours for non-truck traffic around Michael. I guess yesterday there was a lot of concern expressed about the safety of that, so Roads and Streets and Roads staff implemented a pilot car to escort about 20 cars at a time one way through Michael Road around the detour. The repairs are actually being made right now, and we're hoping to get the Mountain Ranch Road reopened tomorrow afternoon with a replaced culvert.
Questions?
Rosemary has a comment on that.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak now because I have other things to say later on. But I drove down from my house on Mountain Ranch Road down Mountain Ranch, and what was happening, this was about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. The road was indeed closed, but the pilot, the pilot vehicle was only piloting people on Mountain Ranch Mountain Ranch Road. And yes, and what I found was that I would head down Michael Road, and it would be very quiet. And then all of a sudden, relatively speaking, there would be the 15 to 20 cars come hurtling up Michael Road towards Mountain Ranch Road because, well, anyway, it didn't seem like they were expecting me or any other vehicles to be going down Michael Road. So if in future the pilot car could escort people from Mountain Ranch Road through Michael Road, rather than just one portion around where the culvert was, yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Is that what they're doing, Jeff?
I'm not certain. I got a quick report from my road superintendent this morning, and he indicated that they were escorting the cars around on the Michael Road route.
And what time are they starting? Because I got a report from somebody at 6:20, and there's still not a pilot car out there.
He indicated to me that they were starting at 6 a.m.
Yeah, that's what it said on the email too. But if you could just confirm that.
All right.
That's such a small road.
It is.
I got to tell you that most people that drive on that road drive like they don't expect anybody to come the other way. I mean, that's just a normal driving behavior out there. They do that. So you just have to be cautious. And it's going to be for another day. And tomorrow, the culvert will be repaired. And then we'll be rolling again. So.
And in the meantime, we'll have a pilot car, right?
Yes. Yeah. So.
Any other questions?
Other than the ball field?
The ball field, status of the ball field. There was some damage to the baseball field at Mountain Ranch Community Park. We put that on the list of projects. I haven't seen a project worksheet yet back from FEMA. I did ask that interested parties in Mountain Ranch provide me with contractor estimates for repair. I've got partial estimates. I don't have complete estimates on that.
Okay, yeah, because I received a call, and I just played phone tag with Phil Alberts up there in Mountain Ranch. Have you talked to him or seen? Because he said he dropped off estimates.
He did Thursday afternoon, and I called him back.
Okay.
So I have to follow up with him.
Okay.
Some more. Yes.
That's all.
That's it. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks for coming over, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Appreciate it.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I didn't know it was time. So I just had a question about the FEMA transfer station that didn't happen. Who is the property owner? Is that Cal Waste?
Yes.
Who was the property owner?
I don't know who.
And when did that transfer happen, and for how much? Do we have any idea? So it wasn't going to be a Cal Waste project until FEMA backed out?
We don't know.
Okay.
So Cal Waste is the property owner, and they were always the applicant to the county for the temporary transfer station. It was never a FEMA or a state transfer station as the applicant to the county for the temporary use permit. And so I think in this process, as we've learned, that it has moved forward in looking at ways to expedite processes and be efficient, and also both economically and process-wise was the whole goal of the transfer station. And through that is also, once we had FEMA public assistance and the state, on trying to determine how the funding was going to come about, or moving forward with the project and approval of it. Once the applicant found out that from what I understand, that there was going to be no state or federal funding for the project, they still wanted to move forward, and they're in constant communications with the operations team, the debris removal operations team, to move forward for the temporary transfer station. And as I spoke to them this morning, said they still see a need to use that transfer station. So that is for them. But as I said before, we're going to move forward with it once the project is complete. The permit for that use permit will expire at that point in time. And Peter can speak more to it, but that is the answer to the question. So.
Peter, you know anything about it?
Peter Maurer, Planning Director. I don't have much else to add other than what Jason just said, that we processed a temporary use permit. The use allowed is solely that was authorized under the temporary use permit. If the Calaveras wants to move forward with a more permanent facility, they'll need to come in, apply for conditional use permit, as I said earlier, and we'll need to do a full review of that proposal. So if the removal of debris from the fire is done, then there's no use of that site other than for what it was authorized, which was assist in transferring the debris removal process. Okay.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Wanted to let you know that we did take on this weekend some fairly significant damage to Harbor Road, west or south of the crossing of the Calaveras River, as well as a lot of debris in the location at the low spot. So we're assessing it right now and see what we can do. But it was definitely caused by the rain, and it eroded the side of the road fairly significantly.
If I may, Jeff, when you said that you submitted the project through FEMA for the Reapers Mountain Ranch Park, I don't recall seeing that on the project list that the auditor's office put out. Was that, in fact, part of another project that?
So discussions have been going on with FEMA and CalOES for several months regarding all of the permanent work that was going to be done. And the permanent work is what the ball field is. So early on, there were some concerns that there was damage to the ball fields, and what FEMA asked for was explicit documentation, photographic proof of the damage that was done, and that goes all the way back to end of September, early October, and so we did ask if there was going to be a project. The issue was that the project itself, based on the information that Mr. Kravitz had gotten, it was going to be a relatively small dollar amount. And so the suggestion was just to include it as part of the overall permanent work that was going to be done. So it would be part of the project worksheet for all of the other, it would just be incorporated in the county road project, which was the replacement of the signs and all of the work that was going to be done on the county roads. Thus far, when I looked at the scope of work on the project worksheet that they gave us last week, I don't see that it discusses the Mountain Ranch community ball field. The other one was emailed out as well. So I don't see where that scope of work is in there, but I also am not aware that there's been any photographic proof. And FEMA did go up there and walked the ball field, and they couldn't see the damage that was being discussed, other than there was some divoting. And but my concern is, because it wasn't documented, that FEMA is probably not going to pay for it. It's possible that we could see if the state could, but I would guess they're going to do the same thing, which is how did you document it, document the work. And it's not that documenting the work that was done. They want you to have documented the damage before you touched it. So if that wasn't done, it is a possibility that the county would have to look at that being an expense because we may not have assistance from the state or the federal government on that.
What's the timing on that?
The timing on?
I mean, because there's certainly photos of all the rigs out there and the divots and the.
It's not that the equipment was out there. It's documentation of the damage that had occurred because of the trucks out there. So if you wanted, if you turn the sprinklers on in the spring and you have a bunch of broken pipes, there's too much time at that point to have gone by to determine that in fact the irrigation is broken because there was 30 trucks parked out there. Their suggestion was in the early October to have turned the sprinklers on, to have tested the leach fields, to have tested the plumbing, to have documented everything photographically. And if we had done that, then it could be incorporated as part of the project. I'm just not aware that that was done. And we've had repeated discussions about this.
So the problem is here is we're used to having certain people like Phil, who's been up there for 100 years, or just maybe a little less than 100 years. But they're good community people. They go out and they assess things. We know that what they're saying is true, and that's the way things work for us. But for the federal government, they're a little bit different, and they want things micro-documented. And I'm imagining, because they've been through down this road before in many cases, and not every other community is as forthwith as our community in many cases. And so they have to have things in place to be able to justify every penny that they spend. And that is, and it has to be reported according to their guidelines.
Yes, and just as an example, on the private property debris removal hazardous tree program, they talked about that, what we needed to do. Every single tree that is going to be removed has to be photographed with damage on the tree showing why it's being removed. And you also have to have a photograph that shows why it would be a hazard to our public right-of-way. So you might have to take 3 pictures of every single tree that's out there in order for that to document enough for FEMA to actually pay for the removal of that tree. It's very, very meticulous. So it's unlike any documentation that we have probably ever had to do at this county that I'm aware of. But that's the level that it needs to be. And unfortunately, that's not the level of documentation that anyone has been able to provide to make that into the scope of work. And thus far, the project that I saw does not include Mount Ranch Ball Field.
Well, that's not
And
good.
even if you included it in the scope, if we can't photographically document the work that we're saying needs to be done, they're not going to pay for it.
Right. Well, maybe you could call Phil up and help him out. I mean, because you're the expert here.
Well, Public Works is in charge, my understanding is in charge of facilities, who is in charge of
Right.
the ground.
But you're the first person that I've heard where so there seems to be what I was hearing from Public Works is that we're good to go. This is we're gonna make sure this happens. And now what I'm hearing for the first time today is no, that's not gonna happen. So
This isn't the first time this conversation's happened. So we've had repeated discussions
I know, but
with FEMA and Calaveras with Public Works.
Yeah, but I never got that.
Administration.
I never got that feedback at all from anybody. And I've talked to Public Works about this, and they've come to this board and said that we were going to fix it.
So I guess my question is,
So why
is
didn't
there
they-
documented proof of the damage?
I want to go back a little bit.
When we first had the discussion with FEMA early fall, we expressed concern over potential damage to the community park. And they said, tell us what it is. We said, we don't know yet. It's still being inhabited heavily, but we think that at a minimum the outfield is going to be rutted, and there's potential impacts to septic and maybe potential impacts to sprinklers. In the fall, when we had a little bit of dry weather, they did double check the sprinklers, the one minor repair that they did in-house. They checked the septic system, no problem. The leach field is not in the outfield, but there were definitely ruts in the outfield and a little damage to the infield. My last conversation with the FEMA inspector was that he indeed was out there, verified that there were indeed ruts in the ball field. He still needed photographic evidence that it was, A, a public facility, B, it had been done, and what the damage or the cost to repair the damage was. Phil has provided me with some photographic history of work that was done, some photographs prior, and then some photographs of the, as you said, the occupation during the recovery operations, and again, some partial estimates for repair of the ball fields. It was my understanding at the time that the Mountain Ranch Community Park work, while it had a low dollar value from FEMA, would be included in the assistance for the roads, as Ms. Callan stated. So all I think we can do at this point would be to comment back on the PW request and ask if it indeed is there and provide them current documentation.
Right. All right. Thanks.
So,
I mean, I know it's in the scope of things, it's small, but it is also
important to them.
It's a community asset.
You know, so it'd be important. And what's the dollar figure we're talking about here?
Whose dollar figure?
I mean, to repair it.
I don't know yet. I've gotten as I said, what I got from Mr. Albers was to me partial, and he was asking Public Works to help with that. And that, as busy as my Public Works guys are in deploying them onto that kind of a privately funded improvement, even though it is public land, I thought it was a little bit difficult in terms of finding the time. So I'm not sure.
You do have his latest, you haven't opened up his latest packet yet.
I did. No, I did. I looked at it. I hadn't looked at it when I called him back on Thursday.
20,000, 100,000?
I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
All right, well,
So,
we can look into it.
So my suggestion is that the project worksheets need to be reviewed and submitted to administration because Shirley needs to sign them. Because as of this point right now, FEMA still doesn't have those in their system because they're waiting for our review. So my suggestion is that you look at the scope and make sure that Mountain Ranch is in there. And if it's specifically not noted in there, then you need to have that scope adjusted immediately so that they can get another draft out so that we can get that routed, approved, and then sent to them. And then you'll need to have whatever the latest estimated dollar is for the work.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe.
Okay.
I have a public comment. Not about full comment.
Public.
Thank you. I have 3 different things, and let me start off by saying that you should really be putting the kindness zone placard up over or beneath in front of Michael's chair, since he brought up Peter's birthday and he referred to me as a young lady.
Well, thank you.
There's plenty of other kindness as well to go around, and I'm looking a little I'm sorry, but they started on my property on Sunday, and with all the rain that they had, there was still a water tender parked on top as is required. So I met with Jeremy Fisher about a month ago, but I also had another walkthrough with Gordon Hilton and 3 other gentlemen with hard hats on, Hal, Mark, and Phil. And, they showed great understanding. Now, admittedly, they've probably gone through 100 of these things already, but they really did show a lot of understanding and sympathy, and they really are sort of gentle giants with the work that, the bulldozing that they're doing, but very, very nice. And I expect there are other people on the team that are equally good clearing my property. And I am going to be one that has the big hole. Now let me come on to another thing where there is kindness to be had, and that is that the Mental Health, Behavioral Health Department's Quality Improvement Committee and the Mental Health Advisory Board were very kind in listening to it was almost like it was two separate therapy sessions that I had, but who better to have them with but behavioral health. I'm going to need a bit more time than that, I'm afraid. My problem was that I had signed up on and around the 23rd of January with Calaveras Recovers, and I did that through World Renewal in the Lutheran church, as I think Cliff had suggested, and I'd just been and done it. I spent about 40 odd minutes with them going through all of my private business. I mean all of it. And at the end, they were filling out their forms. They said, we will put you on a disability category. I have a movement disorder with a neurological, it's Parkinsonian type symptoms. I'm not as young as Michael had suggested, being 58, single, living alone, with the issues that I have. But now it's not about me, even though it might seem like it. So World Renew takes my application. They say, well, would you like some help at some point to go through the list that you have of things that need sorting out? That was January, and I still hadn't heard anything back from them. So as a result of David Sackman listening to me, he called me back within 28 or 48 hours or so. And he said that the Calaveras Recovers, he'd spoken to Jeannie Haywood, and I have absolutely nothing against Jeannie, because I know that she does the food bank. I've heard only good things about her. But the deal was that out of the 95 people that they had sign up, they had discovered that there were 35 that they considered were in dire need of assistance. And they're the ones they've been assisting. My point is that after all the information that I shared with them, I would have at least expected either an email, an email, a phone call, something brief to say you're on our program, and maybe a brief update as to every so often. Just a very generic newsletter thing. I looked at their Twitter and their Facebook. I am just the third follower on their website since Friday. So 3 other people are following them. I just think that if no one has called me, then has anybody called? Presumably there is more than one disabled person who has signed up. I think they should be calling everybody I think they should be or emailing everybody. I think they need to at least acknowledge receipt of the application forms that each person has given in. And that even though they claim to have an emotional and spirituality subcommittee, and I needed some emotional support on Tuesday, and I haven't recovered from that outburst yet, and it normally takes a couple of weeks to get over something like that for me. I just think that they should be doing more for the other 90-odd. Otherwise, it rather looks to me that they're signing people up, they're getting numbers so that they can say when they apply for grants that they have 90-odd people that they are representing. I don't expect anything really from them. I'm fortunate. I had good insurance. I have the house. I have the people of behavioral health that I can regard. I feel comfortable enough to not being a formal client, but I have a support system. I'm concerned truly about the other people that are not homeless, they're not in dire need, and I surely wouldn't want to be one of those. But if you take the trouble and go through Social Security, driver's license numbers, FEMA numbers, insurance, whether you are covered, how much you're going to get, what your losses are, how many televisions you have, that after all of that, a little email, a blanket email saying thank you for signing up for us, and this is what we have in the future planned, and even if they don't know what they've got planned in the future, they could have the guts to actually say that, and that they are meeting and figuring out what their plans are going to be, and just keep us informed. I think, frankly, that is the least that they could do. Thank you very much for listening to me. I appreciate the opportunity to tell you what I think. Chris has more details. Thank you.
Any additional questions?
Oh, actually, I do have one other one. Do we have a housing permit figures on how many in the burnt area?
I will. Actually, we will send that out to you electronically. We'll coordinate with Mike Renner over in the building. He brought some forward yesterday.
Okay.
But,
was it emailed? I just missed it.
No.
Oh.
No.
They haven't broken it down.
We have broken it down.
They haven't broken it down by fire versus. So there's.
Because that'd be interesting to know how many have rebuilt from the fire.
One statistic I remember is he said over the last 5 years, between 5 years ago and today, our building is up by 50%.
Right.
Okay, and then in addition to that is since September, I want to say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Edson, I want to say that the 50% doesn't have a lot to do with the burn. What does have a lot to do with the burn probably is a 30% increase from September until this date of building activity. So there is a trend. I think it's important for the board to understand. There is a trend of land use development going in what we consider certainly the right direction. Building permits are being taken out. Homes are being built. Several years ago, it was more about the small stuff, decks, additions, and that kind of thing. Not big dollar items, but these are homes. So
I think it was 22 permits out of the burn area are in the process.
Yes.
Can we get that for the next report?
Oh, sure. We'll get it to you before then.
Well, no, I mean just as a thing to report out to the public. So
Absolutely.
Yeah, because that's the idea. Is look, we're rebuilding.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, any other comments? Comments from the board? Okay, you're going to need any time for to get ready for yours.
I would suggest we break for lunch and come back at 2.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize time even. Okay.
And come back at 2.
So we'll have we're going to take a lunch break, and we'll be back at 5 then. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. So the next portion of our agenda is number 12, Administration Office. Shirley?
Good afternoon. We're doing the 2015-16 mid-year report. Basically, this mid-year is a little different than any other. Normally, it's pretty boring first half of the year, and we just talk about where revenues are and what expenditures are in relationship to the budget. Unfortunately, this year has been anything but normal, with the fire occurring right the next day after final budget hearings. So we're going to be talking about the mid-year report and where we are. We're going to talk about and bring up the adjustments that were made to the adopted budget right after the adoption of that budget. Basically, the budget status as of December 31st, 2015, and what the impact on the current year's budget will have on next year's budget, what the impact of the fire will have on next year's budget. We'll go through some recommended mid-year budget adjustments that were included in the mid-year report. We'll talk about 16-17 budget planning, review the budget principles and budget instructions. Mary Rose is going to take you through the first part of the PowerPoint, and then I'll be picking up from there, breaking in some new.
Breaking the news. Okay, so just a brief overview of the adopted budget. On September 22nd, we adopted, 2015, we adopted the budget with fund appropriations of approximately $134 million amongst all funds, and revenues at about $111 million. The appropriations for the general fund at that time were $43 million, and revenues of about $40 million. At adoption of budget, our teeter transfer to balance the budget was $978,000. That was a reduction. If you recall, from our 13-14 fiscal year, we had used approximately $3.8 million of teeter to transfer over to balance the budget. And in 14-15, we had budgeted about $1.8 million of teeter to transfer the budget. So we were slowly reducing at budget adoption back in September. To date, we have no draw on contingencies. However, obviously with the mid-year adjustments, we are going to be doing some reduction. And our draw will be about $205,000, reducing our contingencies to about $995,000. And Shirley will go into that with the budget adjustments. So as Shirley spoke briefly about, we had obviously some Butte fire adjustments that were done immediately after budget adoption. We increased appropriations by $10.7 million. If you see the breakdown, and also our revenues for the $10.7 million. If you see the breakdown, FEMA was about $8 million we budgeted, an increase to revenue. Our CDAA, the state cost, state allocation is $2 million, and then our county share of costs at 6.25% that we're always talking about. We took that from teeter, and that was put in at $673,000.
And that was just the estimates right at the end of September. So remember, we needed to put appropriations and revenues in the budget so we could start capturing those costs against in a separate budget unit, and those were what were estimated at the end of September.
Yes, and additionally, RCRC, we received additional $150,000 grant monies to help disaster victims, and we increased our appropriations to reflect that. In conversations with the auditor, we moved $1.5 million worth of revenue and appropriations. We transferred that to our capital projects fund for our information technology infrastructure. And so with those technical adjustments for the Butte fire, our appropriations are now at about general fund appropriations are about $52 million. Our revenues are estimated at about $49 million. And as Shirley said, those are estimates only at this time. And then it should be noted that those adjustments are taken into account when we're going over these next couple of slides. So as of December 30th, 2015, if we're looking at revenue, our revenues are coming in at about $19 million, about 39.8% of our general fund revenues received. Our property taxes, which is our largest source of revenue, have been received as expected. However, the assessor is processing roll corrections and calamity claims as a result of the fire. So our final revenues and taxes may be less than budgeted come the end of the fiscal year. Our sales and use tax is actually doing pretty well. We're about 4% over what we budgeted, about $85,000 above what we are expected at mid-year. We're projecting if this trend continues to have about 170 over what we budgeted for the sales and use tax. However, we're trying to figure out how the sales and use tax increase, what's happening with this. We could think that it's potentially with the debris removal crews here within Calaveras County, if that's adding to the sales and use tax increase. Our TRT and property transfer taxes, they're also up. Our TRT is up about 13% over performing better than we expected, and our property transfer taxes are also performing better than expected. Our building and septic permits are doing well. And with all of this increase, we just want to remind you that we can't really pinpoint of what the increase is. It could be simply due to what's going on in the Butte fire recovery effort. We've already received our PG&E franchise fees for the second half of the year. Or excuse me, the PG&E franchise fees we're going to be receiving in the second half of the year. Something to take note, our intergovernmental revenue for state is at above where we would see it at mid-year, and this is due to the CDA money that we've already received coming in from the state. Additionally, 50% of VLF revenue that we receive, we generally get that in January. It was actually received in December of this year, so that's reflected there in our intergovernmental revenue at the state.
Sorry, can I?
Yes.
So your intergovernmental revenue state, you said it was CDA.
Yes, so back when we talked about our Butte fire adjustments,
we received a $3 million advance from CDAA, and so that's why the revenue for intergovernmental revenue state is at 6.2. Between the $3 million advance we received on the CDAA funds that we will be going against, and the VLF revenue that we usually get posted in January and May was posted in December, and will be also posted in April. And that's why it shows.
So is that something that we would normally do? Because isn't CDAA related to the Butte fire?
It is. That's the California Disaster Assistance Act funds. If you remember back when in September, October, at the beginning of the fire and the process, we were able to get an advance against future reimbursements from the state on. So any expenses that come in that are related to the fire that will be covered under the CDAA grant will be deducted first from the $3 million we've already received.
All right.
So it was an advance against future costs.
Okay. So I guess I'm a little confused with the fact that, I thought that the fire issues were going to be separate from our regular budget.
The fire issues are It's all recorded as part of the general fund. It is within its own separate budget unit within the general fund, just like interdepartmental or the assessor's office or the auditor's office. Its main funds make up the general fund, but because those costs are ultimately the 6.25%, if that's what it ends up being, the accounting costs are general fund dollars that will have to pay for that. And so when the auditor's office set up the budget unit, which is 1010-900, for the Butte Fire, it is in the overall general fund.
So the FEMA revenues are also reflected there in the intergovernmental revenue federal. However, obviously we haven't received any of those funds, and so that is why you're seeing the large, only 2% coming in as received for the federal revenue that we're received, because we will be getting those. Yes.
No, we've actually applied for reimbursement on the FEMA funds. We have an idea how much we've applied to date?
So this has been a long and arduous process. We have been trying to nail down the projects related to the Butte Fire. And so we've worked with every department that has been impacted with this recovery and with the original emergency response. Everything from the Sheriff's Department requesting mutual aid to the debris removal process that occurred through Public Works to projects that haven't started yet. We've had to coordinate those efforts and put projects together and submit them to FEMA. Once they're submitted to FEMA, then they go through their chain of review. And so that is still in the process. So there are a few projects that have been approved and entered into FEMA's system, but there are still projects that have not. So at this point, we haven't received any funds from FEMA at all. They're going to go back and look at what they have approved in terms of projects compared to what the state is going to fund 100% of. And then they're going to start looking at the $2.9, almost $3 million that we received in advance and start applying that portion of those funds to the FEMA portion that they're going to give us. So this is going to be, this is why when I said, I think I said it the day before, the day before the fire happened, I said if we were ever to have our rim fire, it could take anywhere between 18 and 24 months before we saw a penny from FEMA. So the dollars that we're receiving, that we have received, have been straight from the state. So at this point, that's what we are working off of. And then it will be, it's hard to tell when we're going to receive any funds from FEMA. But at this point, they're going to look at the almost $3 million that we received from the state, and until we get through those funds entirely, we're not going to get any future funds from FEMA. So at this point, once we switch over to the federal projects, those are not advanced as much as they're depending on the size of the project, we may get the funds and close it out, or it may be more of a reimbursement type process.
Mutual aid costs from other departments as far as fire and public safety and law enforcement, are they billing FEMA on their own, and they bill us, we pay them?
That all goes through us, and we are only handling law enforcement. Fire is not going through us.
So actually all the outside agencies and law enforcement bill Calaveras County. Have we written them a check yet?
No.
Okay.
No, we didn't. And the reason that we haven't is that we needed to wait until FEMA had actually approved the project related to emergency protective measures. And once that occurred and we're on the same page with FEMA, then we can actually start going through all of the claims. But again, the process is that we have to validate the claims that we've received with the information that was collected through the California OES as well as our local OES to determine that the dates that we are being, the dates that are in the claims from the mutual aid respondents are in line with the dates that we have here and the dates that California OES had in their mutual aid system as well.
database that we have on the contracts with,
Correct.
with those law enforcement agencies that provide mutual aid and the other agencies that provide mutual aid to the county.
States and tasks.
Okay. Just a couple things to note before we move on. Our other financing sources, we're reflecting it as a low percentage, and we're going to kind of go into detail about that later on, but we did a change of accounting procedure, showing it as a negative expenditure versus a revenue. So we'll talk about that, but we're still receiving it, our chargebacks, reimbursements between departments. It's just a change in accounting procedure and how we're doing that. And then the operating transfers we are not going to be doing the Peter transfer until the end of the year, and so that's why it's a little bit less than
and we generally talk about it's only the teeter transfer and operating transfers in, but there are many funds that are transferred in, and those funds are restricted. And so we will find, I think, in a great number of cases that we will not be transferring all of those funds in from any of those designated sources because the work just wasn't done associated with those restrictions on those funds. If we had all had our crystal ball back when we did the original budget, we wouldn't even be here today. So, because we would have known ahead of time what everything was going to happen. So when the budget's first put together, it's the best guess at that time. So whether you're talking about AB 443 for the Sheriff's Department or AB 109, or you're talking about SB 678, or you're talking about teeter, those amounts were budgeted based on the best information that we had at that time when the budget was passed. So as operations continue, it is very likely that all of those funds will not be transferred in, just because they don't need to be.
So doing a comparison from last year at this time to this fiscal year, taxes are where they're to be expected given at the time we had an increased assessed evaluation when the property bills closed on June 30th. However, like I stated previously, the revenues from that could decrease once the assessor does the correction. And then the most significant difference, obviously, we spoke just about the intergovernmental and the state revenues coming in, and then what we just spoke about in the other financing sources, the operating, the change in accounting procedure for that. But we're pretty much where we were last year.
Quick question.
Yes.
We changed accounting procedures.
Yes, sir.
What did we do and why?
So that was my fault on doing that. We had received an audit finding in the June 30th, 14 audit of, they didn't specifically spell out what the problem was, but in talking to Smith & Newell, which is the grand jury auditor that audits the county on an annual basis, there was a duplication of expenditures that were being counted. And this goes way back before I do. I was even here. What was occurring is if one department did work for another department or one department purchased materials for another department, instead of the recipient department paying for the staff or paying for that invoice, there would just be a chargeback between the two departments. I would tell you, Mike, you owe me $100, and we would do a journal entry between your department and my department. The problem was how it was being done is it was not actually, it wasn't abating the expense. And so the expense was many times being counted twice. So what we got written up for was duplication of expense. So when we did the 15-16 budget, I thought, well, let's figure out how we can do this. And I looked at several departments and figured we could do a more like a transfer in, transfer out type scenario, and then it wouldn't be a double entry of an expenditure. That worked for most departments, but it didn't work for a department like Health and Human Services Agency, and it didn't work for the Public Works Department. So They still needed to capture the expenditure, not like a transfer in. They still needed to capture that expenditure as part of their project or that expense as part of their grant. So in their particular circumstances, they still absolutely had to show an expense. They couldn't show a transfer. So that just completely blew a hole in my idea on how to rectify the situation. So what we did is we set up a different accounting mechanism where we would actually abate the expense. So if I had salaries and benefits paid in my department for my staff, but we did work for you, I'm going to charge you for that work. You're going to pay for it, and you're going to have an expense on your side, and I'm going to show a negative salary and benefit on my side. So all it did is it just abates the expense. So when we do our financial reports at the end of the year, we will only have one expenditure overall instead of two, because it's just going to be an abatement on one end and a charge on the other. So we did want to make sure that the budget aligned with what we're doing in reality, and that's all this is. So it's just moving it from a transfer in type revenue to just negative expenditure, whether it's negative services and supplies or negative salaries and benefits. It's very in line with what Tuolumne County is doing, as well as I looked at several other counties on how they're dealing with this chargeback mechanism. And so we just found a way that we could do it where we're going to meet the needs of the outside auditor and meet our financial reports afterward.
When we adopted the final budget, did we update our intergovernmental revenue streams to reflect these numbers? Because this is not the typical budget stream.
It isn't. The intergovernmental state and federal revenues, we updated, if you remember, we came back to the board after we adopted the budget, and that was when we did that $10 million increase to appropriations and $10 million increase to revenues. The auditor and I worked together based on just some real initial estimates of the cost, overall cost of fire, what percentage, 75% would be federal, the remaining 18 3/4 would be state, and then the 6 1/4 hopefully would be the county. It was just to get those budget numbers in, and so that once we could start, so we could give to departments who were doing the work and incurring costs, they knew how to charge against those. When you're looking at actual revenues here, again, the reason that the state intergovernmental is so different than the prior year is because of that $3 million advance of CDAA funds and the fact that we got the DLF revenues posted in December versus in where it normally would be in January. So between those two things, that accounts for the significant difference in what we received in intergovernmental revenue in 2014 and what we had received by December of 2015.
Thank you. I wanted to remember that, but I wanted to hear you explain it to me.
No problem.
And then just the one comment I wanted to make, Supervisor Edson, you had concerns about it being in the general fund. And the reason it's in the general fund, and this is very similar to what other counties do as well, not just for disasters that occur like we've just experienced, but any sort of issues, anomalies. We've even seen where counties have had murder trials, any major event that would kind of blow a hole into a department's regular operating budget. What they do is they create a budget outside of that operational unit so that it doesn't overshadow historical trends just for regular operations. And so when we did this, we created another budget unit in the general fund because ultimately anything that's not covered by federal or state is covered by the general fund. And that's really what this comes down to. So it didn't make sense for us to create a whole separate fund specifically just for the Butte Fire. I would hope that we don't have another disaster like what we're experiencing right now. But, we're trying to set up a structure in the general fund that could handle other disasters or other anomalies that could pose an issue to our budget in the future. So that's why that's in general fund.
Any questions?
I mean, so when it comes time to estimate, what this thing costs, we'll still be able to do that easily?
Absolutely. Yes, because we have one account dedicated to it.
Right. We are tracking all costs related to the fire in one budget unit. It's called 1010, 0900, and 10 and 20, I think. But it's all the 900 numbers. And all the costs related to the Butte fire, all the revenue reimbursements related to the Butte fire go through that budget unit.
Okay.
So looking at expenditures for this fiscal year, we're actually lower than expected in salaries and benefits. We have about 85 vacant general fund positions, and so that's showing a reduction of the actual use of salaries and benefits. Services and supplies, again, that $19 million that's budgeted there is there due to Butte fire appropriations. So because we have not actually expended those costs versus the revenue, or we've expended them, we just haven't paid out some of those are the mutual aid costs that have been, we haven't paid out yet to the local law enforcement agencies that responded. You're not seeing the actual expenditure there yet. It's there, but it hasn't been actually paid.
Could you go back to salaries and benefits?
Sure. So we're not at 50% of expended at the end of December 30th, and this is due to vacant funded positions. We're at about 35 vacant general fund positions at the moment.
That's correct. And interestingly enough, because there was actually 14 paydays before December 31st, because that last payday occurred on December 29th or 30th, just before we went on vacation, you would actually have expected us to be a little bit over 50% if all the positions were filled. But the report I received in February from our HR department showed us that we have 35 vacant positions, which is about 13%, 12.3% overall of the positions. So because we funded those and there are that many vacancies, we have some significant salary savings at this juncture.
Yeah, that number is the total number of vacancies for the county, correct?
For the general fund, for general funded positions.
Okay, is the Sheriff's Department 9 open positions part of that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And one quick question, too. I understand that some of the services, you mentioned the reimbursement for law enforcement agencies, and before we said that was going to come out of FEMA funds we haven't received yet.
It is. What we were saying is that in the appropriate services and supplies appropriations, those are covering a lot of the costs, including the reimbursement to all the mutual aid. Now we could not pay out any of those actual costs until we have all the contracts signed that the project was approved through FEMA. So even though those costs have been incurred by the outside agencies and we have the contracts in place and we've submitted the project to FEMA, we haven't actually written the check. And if we haven't written the check, it doesn't show up.
That's our accounts payable then.
Yeah, that's why we're showing that we've only expended about 20.
So they're good with a 5 or 6 month wait or longer?
It's no different than us paying for our reimbursement because of the requirement. We can experience the same issue.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about the folks that come up here to help us out, right?
Right. Yeah, that's what we did on the fire. It's the same thing. We're counted the jurisdictions from all over the state went to Tuolumne County, and you just can't pay it out until you receive the funding, until you get approval from FEMA. So it's the same issue that we're experiencing. So we're getting closer about being able to break those checks, but we're looking at about $1.4 million in total mutual aid between law enforcement and non-law enforcement employees that responded.
And a lot of enforcement that provides mutual aid have that understanding. They know going in and they provide mutual aid and when they ask for mutual aid in the case of a disaster, they understand that there is a process that that county has to go through those experiencing the disaster to get that approved and to be able to reimburse them.
Did we get our money from the Rift Fire yet for mutual aid?
We did.
Okay, good. All right, just checking.
It took some time. Yeah. So just briefly, the comparison of the prior year. I Shirley spoke briefly about the salaries and benefits over last year compared to December 31st of 2015. You see that we're up a little bit over, even with the vacant positions, we're actually expended more than last fiscal year, and that is because of that 14th additional pay date in the first half of the year versus having that in the second half of the year. Overall, our spending is pretty much in line with the previous fiscal year.
So you expect that to come back, right, in the overall fiscal year?
Normally the salary benefits that I have here, it just usually happens this 13th and 30th. The first half of the year, 13th and the second half, just because of the timing of the holidays, there's that first in the first half.
I do have a question about something in personnel. If we have funded positions in our budget, why am I hearing from more than one source that we have a hiring freeze on for funded positions?
It was what the board agreed to when the budget was approved, the recommended budget. And quite frankly, it's just a matter of process. And our HR director is looking at releasing the sheet. It's just so that we can check. We have a methodology to check to ensure that the position that is being requested to be filled is a funded position. Sometimes when a position number comes across or a position comes across, if we don't have a methodology to check to make sure that's a funded position, then it could inadvertently get filled and we have a problem with the budget. We set it up this way because HR doesn't have a copy of all budgeted employee costs for all the departments. That resides in the administration. So when somebody wants to fill a position, they fill out a sheet, which we run it easy, and one sheet where it also says how they want to advertise for it. It's real simple. You fill it out. Is it replacing a position? Was the person promoted? Was the person resigned? Is this a new position that was just approved by the board? It comes over. I sign out. I check it, make sure that it's a fact-funded position, and we send it immediately. We stamp and send it to HR.
That's the procedure we have now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then HR usually will take it, and they've also gotten from the department how they want to advertise for that position. And that's the thing that I asked our HR director to look at since the negotiations were over, is to shorten that into one brief form, and it will allow for, it's just one less piece of paper to fill out. It will still be a very quick process because we try and turn around those as quickly as within 24 hours when they come to our office. Quite often the department brings it to our office. I'll look at it, sign it right then here, and we'll scan it and then look it on there.
So what you're telling me is we have 9 funded positions in the deputy, in the sheriff's department now.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to attempt to advertise for that position, within 24 hours in one sheet of paper or 2 at most?
What I'm saying is if the sheriff's department has somebody resign and they want to refill the position, at the moment there's 2 pieces of paper they have to fill out. One is it's called the exemption from hiring freeze. And it used to require a whole lot of information. Like the department, sorry, what we have to do is tell me that this was a promotion, a resignation, a new position, whatever. Check the box, put the number in. That comes to me, I sign off on it, verifying that it's a funded position for HR.
There's also another form that's filled out, and it says you want to advertise in the Calaveras enterprise, talk to Directed, blah, blah, blah. That usually goes directly to HR. So when I'm saying to Supervisor Oliver is that when I get the exemption from hiring freeze, that it comes to our office, I turn that around. I try and turn that around in 24 hours. Oftentimes I will sign it as soon as it's brought into our office.
Is that really necessary now, do you feel?
It absolutely is. HR does not have a list of the funding position. They do not have the DEC, the budget employee costs. So it's very hard for them to know what positions are funded and what positions may not be funded. It's not a lengthy process. And when I'm saying we're trying to combine those two sheets into one, we'll make it even simpler.
Yeah, why can't we give HR a copy of our funded positions that we need to fill?
We can, but it's not going to speed up the process because they're still going to have to look up whether or not it's funded. I mean, it was just a checks and balances, especially when we had a lot of unfunded positions. They would call me up on the phone and they say, Shirley, is this funded or is it unfunded?
But I will say, this is why we have budgeted. This is why we have budgeted employee in the HR system, and we implemented that several years ago. And I think that the missing piece is a checks and balance to ensure that that process is occurring. Because I can run a report out of our financial system and see if a position is budgeted or what level it's budgeted at. The problem is that is not being done. And it's not being audited and it's not being reviewed on a regular basis. So that's the part that needs to be dealt with. I have seen positions be hired that there was no funding for. I have seen positions that were recruited for that didn't exist. So it is a problem, but there is a mechanism in the software that we have that just needs to be utilized. So, whether it stays as a form or whether it's a process where the administrative office helps coordinate with the HR department to make sure that that is happening, that what happens in the boardroom in terms of positions being approved or at what level they're going to be funded, that there's a coordinated effort with administration to monitor what is entered in the HR system.
But there were also issues with the report and the report taking random report on basis where at one point the new positions were put in there. So there were glitches in the system, and until we could get those glitches worked out, we and the board supported at recommended budget the continued process of the hiring freeze that we have continued to do to ensure that we are not recruiting for positions that have not been funded or approved by the board.
So we need to really take a good long look at what we've done in the past, which was incorrect, and we need to correct that as soon as we can, correct?
I take exception with that, Supervisor Oliver. What we did in the past was not correct. What we did was put into place a method to ensure that we were not filling unfunded positions. A number of years ago, we had, I can't even begin to tell you how many positions on the position control list that were not funded. And we were running into significant problems with departments trying to fill those unfunded positions. We have to have a process in place. This process is not cumbersome. It is not. It is a very good method of checks and balances until we can ensure that the reports that are in IFIS and are run on any date and not with a specific date are accurate, and then HR can use that report or develop, as I said, trying to make it a more compact sheet where all that information is on one piece of paper versus two.
So, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we have an issue with our software. Is that right?
When it was
I would say no, and I've proven repeatedly that from a historical standpoint, if you want to run a report from 3 years ago and compare that to the positions that we have today, is it exactly accurate? No, because of the dates. But if you want to look at what are the available positions today, right now, what they're funded at, what level they're funded at, that information is correct as long based on whatever the user entered. When I looked through and I found errors, it was user error. It was entry error. It was that the position hadn't been entered yet, or it was that it wasn't entered until January, or whatever it was, or the same position was entered twice. So I would still make the argument that I've seen that system works with regards to, there's a whole section just on how we enter the budget. If we want to look at it from let's figure how many positions Part X had 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, it's hard because one position could have been budgeted 100% one year, and then 50% the next year, and then 25%, then it's gone. It's still the same position, it just changes the level that it's budgeted at, but that position still exists. So from a historical standpoint, is there a mechanism? We've talked about that. I think we just have to work through that process. And I think we just have to work through the utilization of the software. But in terms of, I use that software right now to determine what the positions are, or what they're funded at, or even other departments. So I think we can use that, but it has to be used. So I think there has to be a coordinated effort between, administration, HR, and maybe the auditor's office, well, certainly the auditor's office because of payroll, because we also need to use that information to make sure that what we're getting in payroll matches what was budgeted, matches what the department is submitting. So it's kind of a trifecta, coordinated effort, but I think there just needs to be, I think it just needs to have some effort, structure, and information.
So this is a problem that can't be fixed.
I think that it can.
And it can be fixed relatively easily, correct?
Sure.
Here's my concern. I apologize if I'm appearing to put anybody on the spot. We are 9 deputies down in the sheriff's department that I know of. In about 15 days, that may increase to 12 deputies. And our hiring process is going to take minimum of 9 months. Although we do have some candidates in the academy now, we are never going to be able to catch up to where we're going to reach a level to provide a safe atmosphere for our residents out here within the next year to 2 years. And I'm very concerned about the way we have to fix this problem. And I want to start with the procedure, make sure that we're doing everything possible we can to give the advantage to get this deadline met. And I don't blame you folks. I don't blame anybody here. I want to identify the problem and find a fix for it as soon as we possibly can.
Well, then I would suggest, and I think it has been suggested before, that if you wish, Supervisor Calaveras, that you meet with the administrative office, with Captain Macedo, with the HR director, and we can go over that process. You are correct, it is a lengthy process, but it's not lengthy at this juncture. It is the testing, it is the background checks, it is the recruitment. There's many components to recruiting a deputy that is not required of a lot of the other positions, at least not to that extent. So I think if we can meet you, Captain Macedo, HR Director Judy Hawkins, and myself, maybe we can see what we can do to shorten that process.
Fortunately, we have met with HR Director and Captain Macedo on this, and I think we've got a pretty good idea of where some problems may be, and maybe even solutions for them. I would really enjoy having that meeting, and maybe we can find an easy way to at least get the ball rolling downhill.
And then all have our business, we'll have our business analyst working with HR try to isolate what is it that isn't working, because when I am looking at this information, the only issues I've seen have been easily solved with change of products.
Well, I would be more than happy to meet and get this taken care of. I think Supervisor Stern, do you have any comments? I mean,
Yeah, I'm on it. It sounds to me like everybody's working too hard to get this done. And if we look at the solutions, we might eliminate some of that. Supervisor Calaveras' concern is the same as mine. We're teetering on a public safety issue because we are down so many deputies, and this needs to be solved with a priority right now, and that's where I appreciate his concern and where he's questioning. And I'm with him. If you want to talk about it, I'm willing to do that. If you need us to help you, let us know what that is. If we need to facilitate some kind of a process change, we need to do that, because right now we have deputies that aren't.
When do we start
going on calls without the backup?
When do we start the recruitment process for our sheriff? Is that the end of this month? The interview process?
The recruitment process has been going on for a while now.
Mm-hmm. That's at 90 days that we went into, and now we're getting ready to...
I'm going to let our HR director,
Judy Hawkins, HR director. I am in the process of coordinating schedules with 3 individuals out of the area. And that has been the challenge at the moment, but I'm hoping to have that taken care of prior to the end of this month.
And that is for the ranking panel.
Right, and that is for the ranking panel.
And that's a process that this board instructed you to follow, correct? The 3 interview process? 3 people on the interview board? Okay.
No, we're off topic.
We are.
And so we need to discuss that later, because it's not actually the process. So,
and if I can make a comment on the process, I did have a meeting last week with Rebecca. We had met on some issues regarding processes and the system, IFAS, and our new system that we will be going to. And we talked in length. I think our meeting it was supposed to be an hour, and it went 3 hours, on how we can improve the processes and things that we need to look at and things that we need to get done so we can work smarter and not harder. And so this process is, we are working on this, and yes, we do need to identify some things that we do need to move along faster on, but we did sit down, and I think it was last week, and already started identifying some things in the system and areas that we have to start utilizing that we can move things along a lot faster.
okay, so what I heard was Supervisor Oliver and Supervisor Kearney going to be a part of that process.
I think that the meeting was to discuss recruitment specifically for sheriff deputies and that process of trying to move that through faster. I do not believe it was the process between HR and then the auditor's office and the use of the system.
Whatever it takes to move it faster. They can be a part of it. It's okay with me.
I was talking, you mentioned that you had a new program, software program or something in our conversation at our meeting. Is that the one you were just speaking about?
Well, actually, that did come up in our conversation. One of the things that we are looking at is an applicant tracking program, and we're looking at 2 different applicant trackings, one of them being NeoGov, so that we can, department heads, managers can look at their applicants through the system and not have to make appointments and come and sit down in our office. So these are things that would help speed the process. And then also applicants are able to apply in a, I don't know if it's always an easier manner depending on how well you are on a computer, but they can apply online, and then we can track things in a more efficient manner, and then being able to set set up the interviews and then track all of the information. And then we can also track matrix on how long it takes at each step of the process in hiring the individuals. And then we can set goals to improve on those matrix.
Thank you. So I'm going to apologize for taking us off topic and asking about the hiring freeze. Ask Supervisor Oliveira to coordinate a meeting, and I'd love to come to it also. And maybe we can get back to dollars and cents now. Okay. So that we're not here till midnight doing that.
Any other questions on the comparison?
No, but thank you for entertaining the one we did.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So just looking at our general fund expenditures by function, all function groups are actually expending slightly less than 50%, where they should be at the 50% mark at mid-year, with the exception, obviously, of our other department category, and our other category is that fire budget unit. So the appropriations, like Shirley says, we have not actually cut the checks yet for those appropriations. So that's why the expense is at 20% as opposed to closer to the 60% mark.
And just so you know, that other departments, so it is not solely the new fire, it's insurance, it's those that don't fall into the other categories, and the insurance is one of the ones in one department.
So just in summary, our revenues are below our target. We're at about close to 10% of the budget. Property tax apportions as expected. Year-end revenue may be less. The fire, the assessor doing the roll corrections. Our local sales and use tax, TOT, property transfer tax are performing better than expected. Our building and septic systems are performing well. BLS, we received the 50% of the revenue in December as opposed to January. And we've already received the advancement of $3 million in our CDA funding. Our expenditures are also slightly less than we appropriated, and all of our functioning groups are spending less than the 50% mark.
I have a quick question, and I don't want to get off on any tangents with it, but if we were to extract any kind of fees that are going to replace homes up in the Butte fire-affected area, would our revenues in those be up over last year? I know it's kind of a hard, I guess, are we doing better without them? It's a crystal ball.
It's a little fuzzy at the moment. What we saw before the Butte fire was an increase in building permits and in new home builds. Obviously, the Butte fire has significantly impacted that. So at what level, we're now starting to see people pulling permits. I know that early today the board had asked for some statistics regarding how many new home permits have been pulled in the Butte fire area, and we will be getting that information for you. And at that time, we can let you know kind of comparatively to last year, how many are Butte fire, how many are non-Butte fire related, and what those revenues factor in.
Thanks.
So that's all that I have to present, even though Shirley's going to move on to our...
You're right, fantastic. And many of what was included in the board packet were technical adjustments related to the audit exchange and procedures for the chargebacks, and I think she did a great job fully talking about what those are. But there were some other big budget adjustments requested by departments. The Human Resources Department is in desperate need of a copy of, I don't know how many times I've been in your office, and gentleman's there with parts strewn all over the floor, and as you can imagine, they need to make a lot of copies. So they're asking for a federal asset, a new copy or printer. And a lot of times what you get is when you say I want a color copier, is you get a black and white copier that makes colors. Colored copies, this is a colored copier, which adheres to their recruitment, their flyers, and what have you, and that's why it's a little more expensive. So they're looking for that, and then an additional $25,000 in professional and specialized services that went towards negotiating consultant. And basically, we're just moving those funds from the insurance budget because we have significant savings in the workers' comp premium over to the HR department, so there's no bottom line impact to the general fund. The assessor also is in need of a copier scanner printer. She has savings in her budget to cover the cost of that, not the less than $12,500. IT and GIS, again, that's just a transfer from the GIS to the IT department of $3,000 to cover. Otherwise, I realized that was, I stopped and I took that backwards. From the IT department to GIS to $3,000 to cover overtime costs in GIS. County Council, the board had directed County Council to retain outside counsel for possible litigation, and that was a $50,000 appropriation additional for the County Council's budget, and that does require a draw and contingency. In elections, they needed additional funding for the live ballot purchase of $18,000. That's offset with transfer to the designated fund from the HAPA fund, which is election funds. There's also an $8,000 draw on contingencies to cover the printing costs for the RCD election. If you remember, when we were talking about putting that on the ballot, there was all the $1,500 in costs. $3,000 of staff time, which staff time, but there were additional printing costs. So the auditor and their budget was an on-contingency. Facilities needed an additional $5,000 for jail maintenance costs that aren't covered under the Kitchell contract, and those are transferred out of the criminal justice facilities designated fund, again with no impact to the general fund. Community org. The Upper Macomb River Watershed Authority, we were notified after final budget was adopted that their dues increased by $1,827, so that was a draw on contingencies to supplement so we could pay the dues. The clerk recorders are a slight reduction in revenues for the passports, because they're now doing passports and some vital statistics revenues, and so they didn't have any place in their budget to reduce appropriations to offset that reduction in revenues, so but they did in their recorded budget, so it's a decreased revenues in the clerk's budget and a decrease in the appropriations in the recorder's budget. The sheriff, I spoke to the sheriff's department when we asked for input for their need for department needs and technical adjustments, and I was advised that it was critical that they have an additional $40,000 for maintenance of equipment on their automobiles. That would be a draw on contingencies. Probation, and they were receiving a little bit more in state federal revenues, about $15,000 net, that they also offset their appropriations by the same amount. The big one is the coroner budget. The coroner is seeking an additional $106,000 to increase to professional and specialized services to cover the cost of mortuary services and autopsies. Unfortunately, this has been a pretty rough year, and he had initially budgeted $106,000 for the entire fiscal year, and that was spent in the first half of the year. He has those waiting in the auditor's office to be paid for this to augment his budget. So it is a draw on contingencies. So of the $205,000, $106,000 is more. Again, Calaveras Scout tutoring was expected to receive an additional $8,400 from state literacy grant donations and then increased appropriations in their services and supplies. Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health Services, Mental Health is transferring $637,000 from their special department expense programs to adult residential care costs to cover in placements. As I said, altogether, the general fund draw on contingencies is $205,827, leaving a balance of just under $1 million in contingencies. Additionally, at Meteor, there is one request of a new position. It's for the Sheriff's Office. It's for business administrator. This is a high-level person that will oversee many complex forensic contracts, oversees the financial and fiscal operations of the department for multiple budget units, purchasing of the department. It's like a number of our other large departments. Public works as a business administrator, I believe Health and Human Services does. It's because of the wide-ranging, complex nature of the business that they need a higher level position, and there are significant salary savings in their current budget to cover the cost of these fiscal years. So talking about budget process and direction, just as a reminder, we are governed by state law of how counties do their budgets, and we're also guided by the board's principles. So the milestone usually start off with us doing a mid-year report, identify key issues, and develop some budget. We get the budget instructions out to departments. We get them out on March 3rd. Departments, budgets are due back to the administration, auditor, and human resources by April 1st sometime. For some reason, it's April 1st and so it's April Fool's Day. But it's a starting point. It's a starting point for departments. It's a starting point for our office. It's a starting point for the auditor's office that are looking at the projections of revenues. And then we meet with those departments and we go over their budgets. We ask them the questions. We ask them sometimes tough questions about revenues where you say you're getting this revenue, this much revenue this year, but last year you only got X amount. Why are you doing more? What are you seeing? What are the trends? You say you need this. Do you need it? Why do you need it? What's the justification? So it's, and if you'll recall last year's budget process, when we came to the board with recommended budget requirements, it was very smooth. It was very quick because we were able to sit with departments and work out their issues and come to agreements prior to coming to the board. So the hope is that we can resolve some of the issues at that level during those meetings. Then budget hearings are usually scheduled starting with the first board meeting in June, which is usually second Tuesday. I'm sure it will be the 14th through the 17th, and they go on as long as we need. Departments can make their presentation to the boards. The budget that we adopt by June 30th is mainly a final budget with only technical adjustments being addressed in September. It really is a collaborative process. It involves all the departments. It involves the auditor's office. It involves HR. It really is everybody working together.
That's a quick question. When you get increases like this one from UMRA, and I realize in the scope of things it's not a very big percentage of our budget, but do they even tell you why they want more money? I mean, I went through this with the JPA 12, where they just say, hey, send me another $1,800.
We're part of the JPA votes on their budget. What we use are, and then they send those out because we sit on that. That's the vote that.
But that's an increase, though, right? It wasn't over what we were paying above and aboard.
Right. I think it took it from 12,000 to enforcing that.
A very small percentage of Calaveras County is part of the JPA.
I understand, but we have several of them, like I just asked. And this is not the only one, Chris.
No, I'm just letting you know that, like, East Bay Mud pays almost all of that budget. And so Calaveras County, we get a much better, like, we've got millions of dollars that come into to our constituents in grant funding through that organization. We pay very little amount of dues for that. That's a really good cost benefit return for us.
And quite frankly, the organizations like Area Travel or there are members from this board sitting on those that are voting members of that board. So the expectation is that you're aware of that and can bring that information to our office when you know it. And sometimes it does significantly out of budget, which is in the case of
Thank you. I don't believe your point. I just appreciate the answer.
Can I ask you a question? I seen on there on adult tutoring. So since Pat left, what are we doing with that?
We have interviews for her position scheduled for Thursday.
Another thing, the jail over here, the old jail. So I went on a tour of it because it just sits there, right? And I'm interested in assessing it so we can figure out what the heck we're going to do with it. Because I don't think it will cost a fortune to tear it down, obviously. And so to assess it, it will cost $8,000 by a person, a regular person that goes in and does that. I don't think we've done it.
We have not at this point. We did some original assessments when the new jail and sheriff's offices was being constructed towards the end of construction. There was estimates of what it would cost to tear it down and abate it, as well as, and there was quite a bit of discussion about whether Medicaid funds could be used or not. That council was very clear that that was not a legitimate use of the Medicaid funds. At the time, someone, I believe it was our chief building official, went in and did some initial assessment of what it would take to make it useful, and I want to say that the estimate he gave us at the time, I would have to go back and look, was in the neighborhood of $3 million. And that was upgrading wiring, heating, and air conditioning, asbestos removal, innovation, lead paint, et cetera, et cetera. It was a ballpark figure. Being that we had no funds set aside for either renovating or tearing it down, yes, it has that vacant. Since that time, I've had department head come to me and ask about whether or not it was feasible. They have state funding that possibly a portion of the sheriff's office. I don't so much the jail, I believe. And I know that Supervisor Epstein has been to the jail and was familiar with what he would like to see in there. I'm not aware of any. We have not gone out to bid to see what the cost would be to have it assessed. We can certainly put those bids out and get that estimate of what it would cost to. I guess it would depend on what your use is, what the board would want to use that is to the level of modifications that have to be made in that facility.
Why don't we?
I thought there had been discussions about using it for potential replacement of storage. So a lot of us are storing primers off-site. So that was limited. It wasn't going to be limited to use to replace all those rooms.
But still, there was still the issue of we would have to somehow encapsulate the asbestos and cordon off areas, because I'm sure the governor's office with some of your financial records would require a very secure area for the else to get into. So yeah, I mean, there's been talk, about a variety of uses. So we can go in and go out and get a consultant and say, minimally what has to be in this safe for people to walk in. Or we can say, this is what we're thinking of using it as storage. Or we're thinking of using it to house staff, and what would it take to do that? So you're going to have, when you do an assessment, I believe the person that's doing it has to have some idea what the potential use of the facility is going to be in order to give you an accurate estimate of what needs to be done in order to make it safe.
All right, so I actually took our current building official in there, and so what we need now is saying to get an assessed, it costs about $8,000.
And I can certainly work with new building official to look at what kind of an assessment he was looking at and what his recommendation would be.
And one of the thoughts was that the kitchen, which is, it's actually not in that better shape. There's a nonprofit around here, the Common Grounds, who right now cooks their meals for Meals on Wheels over in Amador County, and they would like to bring it over here and make it more efficient. So that was one of the thoughts.
Again, it's up to the board's direction as to if you want to do a study session and bring back possible uses. We can have the assessment done of what minimally what needs to be done to the facility, and come back and have that discussion with the board as what they see possible uses for.
The other issues I had was OES. I personally would like to see us have a full-time OES director because of what we've been through in the past so many months. And so when do we bring that forward?
Actually, to be perfectly honest, Supervisor Edson, I had a very, I will say very brief discussion with Anthony Zito when he returned from Virginia, and because OES has resided in the Sheriff's Office for the last 14 years, I believe, and with the passing of Sharon Coons, I felt, I asked him what he felt about moving OES out of Sheriff's Department, and if I remember correctly, he said he felt uncomfortable making that decision, and he thought it would be better served to have that discussion once a new sheriff was appointed. And ultimately, it is the board's decision of what they want to do, but I truly believe that it's important to have that input from the sheriff's office, whether it's with the new sheriff or with current staff.
Okay, so.
But it's something, hopefully we'll have a new sheriff appointed within a reasonable time, and we can bring that forward at recommended budget with some of the options.
So my suggestion is that we have an OES director brought forward or put in place that doesn't work for any department except the Board of Supervisors. Standalone OES director.
Again, how the board wants to handle OES is ultimately a decision of the board, but I suggest, because there are so many components of OES, not just emergency response, we've seen that with this fire. It's been a continuing process through recovery. Normally, with the rim fire, all of what was done through Tuolumne County was done through their OES department, and it involves so much more than just response. I think it's well worth having that discussion with the board and the possibility of setting up a standalone department with an OES director. And in that case, you may want to modify county code to be reflective that that is the person in charge when a disaster hits.
Yeah, it's not that. I think the Sheriff's Office did a really great job for what they were asked to do. Matter of fact, since I was there the whole time, I would say they were exemplary. But as I went through this whole process, I've noticed beyond the sheriff's department into everything else, it would have been really helpful to continue to have OES right now operating and helping each of the departments and the county, your department, every other department get through this thing. So including outside agencies and a lot of the churches and the nonprofits, because this fragmented approach has just been exhausting. And so, and I think that we need to start as soon as possible.
I absolutely agree that having experts in OES and in this type of a situation would benefit this county enormously. It's hard to do in the middle of a disaster. Departments have stepped up and really worked hard to deal with not only ongoing daily operations, but everything related to the fire and to the recovery. I do believe that we should come back to the board and have a discussion of what this OES department will look like and the funding that will go with it. But and how quickly you want to do that is up to the board. If you want to wait until you've appointed a new sheriff so that they can weigh in on it, that's fine. As well, if you want to do it before that, that is the board's decision.
If you start planning now, it might happen by the end of the year by the way things go. So that's how I feel about it.
And the rest of the board?
I would agree.
I don't know, I mentioned earlier about sheriff, and I was told that was off topic, so I would wait for this one to go with the budget in June.
I'll agree with Supervisor Connie. I think it's a topic worth discussing, but maybe we need to get this topic finished before we go on to the next.
I'm not sure what we're asking for at this point. Are you asking for an addition to the budget? Is that what you're asking for? Like a line item for OES director?
I'm saying that we should probably bring it forward, start planning for it, so that when we do get to the budget, we can roll with it.
So
you already have OES in the sheriff's department, right? So it would be taking it out of the sheriff's department and moving it into an independent.
That's what I'm hearing.
I'm not interested in taking it out of anything. I'm saying that we need to add an OES director that works for the Board of Supervisors.
OES grant funding goes to the sheriff's department. Isn't that correct? They receive grant funds from OES to the sheriff's department.
Well, we'll have to work that out by replacing that with something else.
That's why I think June is the most appropriate time, because if you pull one little stick out of the whole basket, everything else may tumble.
All right, so I've been experiencing tumble.
I agree.
September.
We all have, Cliff. We all have.
I agree that
you're not the only one here.
I agree that it should respond directly to the board. Maybe we can bring this back just prior to June, so that, or during the June budget hearing, so that we can get it going in that direction.
I think it's going to take several months to pull this together. And we had OES representatives helping us through this at the front, down
Right.
all over the place. And they weren't from law enforcement. They were more related to an overall approach to emergency response and disaster. So, I think that is what was missing for sure. I think our sheriff OES did a phenomenal job with evacuation and response on that avenue, but it was the rest of it that we were just kind of bumping into each other. And then we're still struggling trying to get through that even now. I mean, even now I still reach out to other counties to ask them what should we be doing. So I think it's going to take us a long time to delve into that. So I think if we wait until June to even have that discussion, we'll be talking about
And I wasn't suggesting that we wait until June and discuss it at budget hearings. I was suggesting as we move through the process, that would be the best place to fund it. In fairness to the Sheriff's Department, the OES department needs to be much more robust. Unfortunately, with the recession hit and the cuts that occurred, those cuts occurred also in OES. So they did not have the level of staffing in that area that they had during some of the earlier fires. And so when the response was done, it did get pushed out. And some of us have not had the experience in dealing with the long-term recovery, and we have been learning as we go. Do I think we need a strong OES director that can manage not only response and recovery, but or work with the Sheriff's Office on response to recovery, but the recovery as well? I'm sorry.
If that is something that the board, Jim Macedo, Sheriff's Office, if that is something that the board is interested in, I would suggest you hold a study session and probably talk to a couple of folks outside the state. You may hear varying opinions. I know that Office of Emergency Services has been pulled out of sheriff's offices before, and it has worked well. There's times it's been pulled out, and it's been an absolute calamity, and they've hastily put them back in. Shirley is absolutely right. We used to have 6, 7 employees in OES, and if the board recalls, we went to zero funding one year in OES. We were self-funding just through grants, surviving through grants alone. There's some partial funding back in there. But unfortunately, that's one of the divisions where you kind of do get what you pay for, especially if you have a disaster that hits. If it's not appropriately funded or staffed or supported, then it's difficult to get a lot of bang out of that division. So, in the interest of time, I'll leave it at that. I would recommend a study session if you're truly interested in that direction.
And just some history. It has been OES resided in the administrative office until I think it was 2001, 2002, when Clay Hawkins moved over to the Sheriff's Office as a captain and, handled that there, and he's resided there since. But a study session definitely made sense, to look to the board can weigh in and basically talk about all aspects of it and at what levels to fund it and staff it.
Just a real quick comment. Having taken a crash course in OES, we can certainly ask our state partners to come in and be part of that if the board wishes to do so. I'm sure they'd be happy to do that as part of your study session.
And scheduling a study session, that's great, and that's probably what should be done. But part of item number 12 is also asking for recommendations for direction on the budget. And if we're scheduled study session, as you start to prepare that budget, you should probably include something for OES as a standalone department. That's what I'm hearing from everybody.
We will work on that.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to clarify, I don't know if it's standalone or not, but I do see a study session would be helpful to kind of flush that out.
Well, it doesn't have to be. It's just asking for a direction on the budget.
And we will work forward through options. And as Brian said, we can talk to our state counterparts. We can talk to surrounding counties. We know how Baldwin County has directly OES. So we will bring forward the options to the board, and then we'll get to the board as to how they want to staff and fund that. We can then include that in the plan.
Good with that. I can hold my comments until then. There's only a couple other things. I don't even know if it has to do with this. We have that $150,000 from RCRC, the Golden State gave us for the Butte fire, right?
Would that include like septics and power and things like that?
They gave us a lot of flexibility, if you'll recall, Supervisor, as to when I brought this to the board. It was for health and sanitary, housing, short-term, and so it does have that ability, especially if they want to hook up a temporary motorhome or camper to septic, or they need to get the septic system fixed or a wellhead fixed. And we set up, if you recall, I also spoke with Warren, we set up a process to work with Calaveras Recovers because they are the ones that are doing the case management. And it's a very simple process. We've already issued one check for temporary housing for, I think it was 3 months rent for somebody while they were waiting to get into an MAQ.
$900, right?
Pardon me?
$900.
Something like that, yeah.
And when did we get that grant?
Pardon me?
When did we get that grant?
We got that grant the end of
January 1st.
December. It was right at the end of December because we wanted to have to check before the calendar end. But we are working with Calaveras Recovers. We have set up a process if it's for repair of a septic or repair of a well to provide them health and sanitary conditions. If they go to and speak with the case manager, an application's filled out, they get 2 bids. They tell us who they want to do it. They send us over. We process it to the auditor's office, and they come check to the vendor who's going to do the repair.
So I guess my question is, because we received one, and so we have 1 year from we have 1 year to spend money. So this Calaveras Recovers and the broad, is this that can be used for it, or do they believe that it's only?
They understand the broad uses of these. That was when I met with Kathy Moore and Dean Hayward. Sorry, I was over the old employees last night. We had discussion exactly of what those options that they could use that money for. And in fact, I got an email a week or 2 ago, and it says, do we have to do like the county and get 3 bids on the repairs? And I said, no, but you may want to get at least 2 bids because you want to make sure you're not getting a higher rate, paying something more than you need to. So by getting at least 2 bids, you know that you're within the ballpark. So yes, I do believe they are very much aware that they need to use for things other than temporary housing.
And the other entity that I'm aware of that's still doing ongoing temporary housing is common grounds for seniors, probably reach out to them.
It was initially followed through, recommendation followed through Calaveras Recovers case management. I certainly can reach common grounds. I was not aware that they were continuing to house people, but if they are, then we very much continue that way for them.
I believe they are. So I think what I've seen is kind of there's probably less of that temporary housing going on, except for extreme cases, and then otherwise it's more like they need to pay for that, or they need to. It's something more to connect.
To get them into a housing situation.
I absolutely understand that, and that's what when we discussed it with the board, and we felt that, and we discussed it at the regular meetings. I think we have the Calaveras Recovers is there, and I had that discussion with case management because the fire victims are encouraged to go to Calaveras Recovers case management to help determine their fees, and because the case management committee is aware of what those funds can be used for. But I was not aware that Common Grounds was still providing housing, so I will make that contact.
But I would say, even if they still go through college, would still go through Calaveras Recovers, but maybe.
Yeah, maybe they can have a process that they, just to keep it a one
One-stop shop,
yeah.
that was the whole point of it, but I will make common grounds aware that they could simply.
Because I know that even CCAR is still expending funds on wells and septics and things like that, when they could use, hold back on that, use this up first, and then hold back on that and get down to the nitty-gritty later to help folks, right? Because this has got a 1-year window. And then after that, it's got 45 days to write a check back to them. I don't want to send any money back.
And I will touch base with Capital, who was my main contact, and make sure that they understand the limitations that this money should be used for.
Yeah, so, there may be a bottleneck there that I'm interested in finding out. Since we only have one claim really since January, we heard earlier from somebody else. And so also that kind of leads me to the next, my last session.
I'm sorry, we've had a request that we need you, staff who's listening to the audio cannot hear the discussion because we're not speaking into the microphones.
So my last discussion is the Red Cross money that we've received.
We have not received the money as of yet. We just received the purchase order that from Washington, D.C. that allocated the money and set aside. We could not do anything until we received that money. We didn't get the money. We can bill against that PO. So I would be working with HR to get that recruitment out. I have had contact with one of our regional Red Cross people here. She said she has a couple of people who are interested in that position. I see that position as a liaison between the county admin office and Calaveras Recovers to help with those issues.
So Calaveras Recovers may have already volunteers that are there that could be very good at that position.
The recruitment will be open to anyone.
Okay.
Are we ready to continue?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, I think the board has seen these a number of times. There are the guiding budget principles that the board has adopted in the past. Again, as we move forward budget, the board may want to adjust, change, eliminate. Basically, we want to do rational conservative revenue estimates. I think we are very good at that. I think the auditor's office is good in reviewing what departments estimate in their budgets. Again, the importance of one-time solutions, but you can't always avoid them. Sometimes they are necessary. Again, public safety has always been identified as the highest priority. We try and maintain costs by controlling personnel expenditures, and fortunately for us, the bargaining units that we were negotiating with, we had come to an agreement with the exception of one small bargaining unit, and we've gotten 18-month extensions of the contract with minimal fiscal impacts. This is an old one. Don't believe the promise will stay until the promise actually occurs. I kind of believe that really dates back for a number of years when the state was facing their own significant deficits and were looking to the counties to help close that deficit, and they would promise certain things and not always hold true to them. We want to try and minimize general fund contributions to non-general fund programs that, other than their required match, because they do receive state and federal funding. Maintain operations in solid waste, airport, fish, and game funds without general fund contributions. Again, some of these are older. We do not do a general fund contribution to solid waste to the airport because it's an enterprise fund or to fish and game. In general, don't try and balance the budget simply by raising fees, but These are a part of county budgeting and help to defray the cost on certain services provided. Strive for healthy reserves and a 3 to 4% contingency. Utilize grants for funding that enhance and improve county programs. And hopefully we can support a diverse, prosperous, and sustainable economy. And those are budget principles by the board. We may at sometime in the very near future want to take a look at those and make changes based on things that have happened over the last 10 years. So going into projections for the 16-17 budget. As in past years, we kind of take the operating funds for the current fiscal year 15-16 and appropriate the estimated revenue and appropriations. And in this case, again, I pulled out the TIER fund and the fire the TIER fund that was used to balance the budget and fire costs so that we can look at just the operating costs at this point. And based on the budget employee costs on departments that the admin office put together, we expect an increase of $1.3 million to salary and benefits. Now that seems like a lot of money, but a good portion of that is because this is the year we finally made it. It is the 27th pay date occurs in fiscal year 16. And as you know, back in 2004-5 or thereabouts, was the last time that they said, now this is not a good thing, we need to start setting money aside for this extra payday within a budget year. It's not because we have 4 hours in a work year, it's simply because just like we have 26 pay dates in a year, in a fiscal year, normally. But pay periods in a fiscal year. Every year we get paid every 2 weeks, it's 52 weeks in a year. But sometimes, just like in 2 months out of the year, you end up with 3 pay days instead of 2 pay days. Every single year, just because of the way the pay dates fall. The first one, I believe, in 2016-17 is like July 2nd, and the last one is like June 29th, and it comes up with an extra pay date. But we have set the money aside. It's in a designated fund. So we have that revenue to offset in department budgets so that they don't get hit with the cost of that increase and have to absorb it. We also, because the health contribution and the increase in uniform allowance was small enough that we'll also cover that out of that pay, that designated fund. I believe we have about $1.2, $1.3 million in there. We have lost some indirect cost plan general fund revenue, about $234,000, because this is the year of the 27th pay period. It doesn't make sense to put that $125,000 back into the designated fund. We'll just wait and start doing that in the following fiscal year. And as well as $100,000 for deferred building maintenance. So where does that put us with an initial deficit of almost $4.3 million? The auditor's office went through and looked at where departments were and where they may end up at the end of the year to come up with a cash carry number. It is a most challenging projection because you just don't know how much the department's going to spend throughout the end of the year, whether they will fill the vacant positions that have been empty for the first part of the year, whether revenues will come in. It really is looking at that crystal ball and coming up with your best estimates. And so with that, and then taking the auditor controller's projection and reducing it by drawing contingencies, because we know that those contingencies won't roll forward and fall. and we are looking at an estimated fund balance of just over $2.3 million. And then it will require about $1.9 million all total in transfers from Teeter to the normal $500,000, the $1.4 million to close the gap. And then this year, 15-16, the auditor had estimated $1.5 million in Teeter funds going in. I used that, given everything that happened, just as a ballpark, and went back to the number we had previously used, which was $1 million. So, mind you, this is just first of all looking at it, best guess. We would need to use more of Teeter funding this coming year to maintain a status quo budget for Department of General Fund contributions. I think it was really a difficult decision for me to make the recommendation for a status quo budget, only because we've come so far, and closing that gap and then now expanding it a little bit is painful for me, because I'm sorry, I'm fiscally conservative. But we also know that departments have been operating with minimal staff. Some of them are just getting by the skin of their teeth. And to ask them to reduce further and cut staff further would be very difficult, especially since they have the added burden of working on recovery and the impacts from the Butte fire. So, as I mentioned, we have closed the budget. It was a multi-year process. We made some real significant progress. If you remember, in 13-14, maybe we projected if we did nothing, we would have an $8 million deficit. Now, I want to remind you, that's if we did nothing and we had not asked the departments to make cuts, if we hadn't eliminated vacant positions. If we had done nothing, we would have been facing an $8 million deficit. But the board, in their wisdom, said, yes, we agree, we need to sweep the salary savings, put it in contingencies for the first half of the year. We need to ask departments to make reductions anywhere between 8 and 10%. That amounted to $2.2 million in reductions, and that be eliminated on a number of vacant positions. Fortunately, we saw property taxes come up a little bit more than we expected, and we saw our reliance on the use of one-time funds reduced from that initial projection of $3.8 million to $1.8 million to under $1 million for this current fiscal year. Unfortunately, with the Butte fire, that really kind of changes the whole ballgame. Fortunately, by doing this, we have funds in Teeter that will help us make the match for the fire recovery if we don't get a waiver of those match funds. But again, it's been pretty challenging, and I think 16-17 will be challenging as well for some of the many unknowns.
Okay, so this is a discussion that comes up every single year. We talk about the unfunded liability for FERS and what the county is going to do for FERS and how are we going to get out of this unfunded liability situation. So this is not just happening in Calaveras County. This is across the state, and the entire country has built up these pensions, and the math didn't work out. So what occurred is over years and years and years, unfunded liabilities of pensions is choking government agencies. So Calaveras just has, throughout the number of years, starting in 2012, started meeting, and they passed PEPRA actually, I think in 2011, it went into effect in 2012. And then the board has consistently met every single year and made changes to their assumptions, which when they say they're making changes to the assumptions, it basically means that we're going to pay more. So in just a little history lesson here, in 2013, the board adopted an amortization and rate smoothing policy, which increased our actuary rates. In February 2014, they adopted additional changes in how the asset allocation would happen, and that was to reduce volatility. Some of a lot of people were screaming foul because CalPERS included a 7.5 rate of return, and sometimes they were negative by as much as I think 16% one year, and then they might be up by 1%, and so the public was not believing in the 7.5%. So CalPERS looked, and they looked from a very wide range of historical information. They said, 7.5 is, or what they doing? So they reduced it. But basically, what that means is we're going to pay more for our course because we're going to increase it by having the employer pay more. So all of this continues to happen. They changed their demographic assumptions. So they said, well, people are living longer. That means they're going to be in retirement longer. And that means our rate's going to go up. So this all means that we're going to have higher employer PERS rates. The employee rate, for the most part, for classic employees is going to stay the same, 7% if you're non-safety, 9% if you're safety. But the employer rate is going to continue to go up and up and up every year. So part of these changes went into effect in the current fiscal year that we're in, and part of those changes are going into effect in the 16-17 fiscal year. So what do we do? There is a big push statewide, and Judy Hawkins and I actually had this discussion because she went to a CPOP conference with the HR community, and they're all discussing the exact same thing that I'm discussing right now, which is what do we do to get out from underneath us? And so a lot of entities are looking at prepaying. So trying to figure out a way to prepay your unfunded liability, because once you're out from your unfunded liability, you have a lot more control in your rates, and you stabilize your rates, and you don't have these 40% plus employer rates, and you don't have these 20 to 26% employee rates for non-safety. So the benefit is we could have significant savings of resources over time. The downside is it's more upfront cost. It's equivalent to the difference between have a 30-year mortgage or a 15-year mortgage. If you have a 30-year mortgage, you're going to have a lower monthly mortgage rate, but you're going to pay a lot more interest, right? If you have a 15-year mortgage, you're going to have higher monthly mortgage rate, but you're only going to be paying your mortgage for 15 years, and you're going to save significant amounts of interest. That's what this is the equivalent of. In order to do this, and in order to really give you information of how much money we would save or what the additional upfront costs would be for us, we would need direction from the Board of Supervisors to reach out to our actuary to start discussing the possibilities that we could bring back to the board. So this would be an example of if we were to prepay CalPERS. If you look at the column that says projected 2016-17 payments ER, that would be the employer portion. For Classic, and we didn't have the PEPRA, which is the new PERS members that are theoretically paying their way, and they're not supposed to actually have an unfunded liability, so we're just spending on the existing PERS members. We were projecting roughly about $2.5 million for non-safety employer payments to PERS, and almost $1.6 million for safety members. We did have the PEPRA safety. You can see that's only just under $61,000. What I'm proposing, and I'm not proposing that we do it on this amortization schedule, but these were examples that CalPERS gave in their report, that if we did a 20-year amortization schedule and we started increasing the rate that we're paying off our unfunded portion, if we paid $4.7 million per year, which would be a $2.3 million increase to what we're currently paying, we would save $11.8 million over the course of paying that off. If we went up and we did, say, a 15-year amortization schedule and did $5.3 million, we would have to pay an additional $2.8 just for these are just for classic. So, I mean, that's a kind of hold your chest kind of, you know, whether it's 2.3 or 2.8, that's a hefty amount to prepay on top of what we pay. However, we would save $26 million over the course of 15 years. It's not something to ignore. Those are significant dollars that we could save. So I think that it does warrant a discussion with the actuary to look at options of prepaying that unfunded liability to get out from underneath it. The faster we get out from underneath it, the more resources you have available to not be paying CalPERS anymore. If we just prepaid just as we are, which is the final column, we could pay all of our, for the entire year, pay CalPERS $2.3 million compared to what we would have paid them is $2.5, we would save $146,000 in the 16-17 fiscal year. So no matter which way you look at it, whether you prepay based on the current assumptions, you prepay on the accelerated amortization schedule, there are options to save the county money. It does mean it is a cash flow issue. So historically, my office, in some cases prior to when I took office, they did prepay and they did a tax rate anticipation note. We don't have to do that, and frankly, we didn't have to do a TRAN back when they prepaid PERS then because we had TATR, and we still do have TATR. So even if we were to prepay this, you know, you just saw the slide a few slides back, we're still anticipating over $5 million in TATR. I am very confident that we would be fine internally borrowing against that fund balance and still being able to prepay TATR or prepay PERS using the TATR balance as a lending resource. But I would ask that the board give us direction to reach out to our actuary on looking at accelerated payments to CalPERS so that we can bring that back and discuss potential savings for the county. And you just have to look at it that it's a 30-year versus a 15-year mortgage. Your mortgage is going to be higher, but you're going to pay less interest, and you're going to be out from underneath your mortgage faster. It's a hard time to talk about this because we're also telling you we're not totally sure what our budget's going to look like because of the fire. But I think it's something that we should look at, and it's something, maybe we don't do it for 16-17, but I think it's something that we should honestly consider as part of our budget going forward at some point.
And I absolutely agree with you on this color, because one of the issues that we have seen that unfunded liability grow simply because CalPERS return on investment is not what they have estimated, and so by prepaying and trying to get this paid out quicker, it is a tough thing to ask for, but I think it really bears further research to see what we can do, and it will help with the long-term fiscal stability of the county. So, future general fund considerations. There's some knowns, but there's also quite a few unknowns that are going to impact not only the 16-17 budget, but because of the fire, it's going to impact budgets for years to come. We really appreciate the employees' recognition of what we are facing and the unknowns that we have because of the fire, and as a result, ACAL was able to largely with the units and extend the contracts for 18 months with limited impacts to county finances. As you heard, Rebecca just talked about PERS rate increases and what that means. We still have the ongoing issues as we try and keep up our technology infrastructure. Fortunately, we've set aside some funds for that. Every year we look at our self-insurance liability funds and stand and the actuary and determine whether we need to, at what level that needs to be funded, whether we need to increase funding for that or not. We should be receiving that shortly. We know we're still facing the general plan update and all the costs that go with that. We're also looking at the medical marijuana ordinance regulations, and I'm understanding that with that comes the EIR. The planning director kind of gave me a heads up on that. That could be $100,000. We don't know for sure. Some of the other unknowns, we don't know what property taxes are going to do. As much as hard as I try to twist the assessor's arm, I absolutely understand where she's coming from. With short staff trying to process roll corrections, trying to get out into the burn, staff up into the burn area to look at exactly what happened, and people buying property or homes and having transfer that face high value over, et cetera, et cetera. And with roll corrections, she said it's really hard to determine. She obviously expects a decline because of the fire, but what we do know, it won't help us in the current year once all of those corrections are processed. But in 16-17, the governor's state budget, there is an appropriation of $597,000 to help offset the lost property taxes, but that is across all taxing entities. It is not just the general fund. The general fund receives just under 17 cents on the dollar, so I think it would come out to $92,000. That's what we estimated. We have requested Assemblyman Bigelow and Senator Eagle's offices to introduce bills to provide ongoing relief for the county. Assemblyman Bigelow introduced AB 2314 that would provide property tax relief over multiple years. SB 1162 by Senator Berryhill is holding a spot, and we are working with Senator Berryhill's office to revise the wording on that. In fact, I believe Brian Moss has a phone call scheduled with Senator Berryhill's office tomorrow, and that is the request of waiver of the county match for the CDAA. And again, known as Rebecca stated, was the timing of FEMA reimbursement, that could be anywhere from 18 months or even longer. So what are we asking the board to do today? We're asking the board that to approve their recommended 15-16 mid-year adjustments that were attached to your board packets, and that includes the purchase of the requested capital assets for human resources and the assessor. We are asking the board to adopt a resolution approving changes to the position control list for the business administrator for the sheriff's office. We are asking that you authorize the CAO and Office of Controller to work with departments to reduce appropriation where grants or other outside revenues will not be achieved, so that there is not a greater draw on the county general fund wherever possible. We direct departments to prepare a status quo budget, which means that the general fund contribution is being at the same level as included in the 15-16 adopted budget. We're asking that departments, as a starting point, don't ask for new positions unless they have a revenue offset. Transfer funds to the general fund department to offset the cost of that 27 paid negotiated increases to the county health contribution and uniform allowances. continue to seek opportunities to share and consolidate departmental resources. We had that happen this fiscal year where a position is being shared between code compliance, the district attorney's office, and animal services. That was kind of a test run, and hopefully it's working well, and we can look forward to that. Continue to pursue cost recovery of services by working with the CAO in order to present a consolidated fee hearing with the board. We had hoped to do that this year after final budget. Unfortunately, the fire hit, and we have not had a chance to work with departments on this project. But it is something that we still need to consider and look at, because we have not looked at fees within departments for about 6 years. Again, it's a team effort. It's a team effort on the part of the administration, HR, not the controller's office, in each and every department. And quite frankly, each and every employee it really shows their willingness to understand and the position of the county and help us by agreeing to the terms of contracts they did. But again, nobody can do it alone. We all have to do it, and corporate arbitration board has the tough decisions.
Okay. Can you go back to the Calaveras? Yeah. First off, I'm going to buy Rebecca a laser pointer. Now, okay, we're looking at the amortized schedules, and I certainly appreciate this approach because it was something that I brought up last year. If we're, and I understand the savings, like the savings would be 11 million a 20-year, correct? Okay, and 26 and a 15. And okay, does that mean that we are paying 4.8 million into the fund this year to get the 20 and 5.3 into the fund to get the 26 million savings over time?
That would be right. So what we would like to do is get direction from the board to work with actuary, because all the actuaries, they can't put every possible scenario over here.
Sure.
So what we would like to do is work with the actuary to come up with a solution, a couple solutions that would work for our county, because paying $5.3 million when we were used to paying 2.4 is sticker shock. Even though you're going to save $26 million over 15 years, it's still $2.8 million more than what you have been paying. So what we would like to do is get some actual potential amortization schedules for our county and what that would look like over the 15 years or over the 20 years. So is it that we would be paying an additional $2.8 million every single year? Would that number start going down, where we're paying more in years maybe 1 through 4, and then it starts dropping off? So we
or going up as your longer term employees who
start retiring.
And you have one new employees coming into government for the first time.
Right.
That will not be paying against that.
That won't be paying that. So something's going to happen. We have the possibility to have some control here. And what I foresee is that as our workforce starts retiring, because right now what happens is we process payroll and we put a PERS rate associated with your time, and then we take that PERS and we collect it and we pay it to PERS. As those classic employees begin to retire, we can't generate enough in payroll to pay the bill for CalPERS. And we've already seen that with the safety rates for CalPERS. So already the safety contract has moved away from this is your rate every single payroll, to, okay, this is your rate, and on top of that rate, you're going to pay us a lump sum. And that's where we start losing control. And so I don't see any difference with the classic members. The reason why that happened so quickly with the safety contract under CalPERS is because that's a smaller pool. You have a much larger pool in your non-safety group. And so we've got more time to kind of hang ourselves. So what's going to happen is as more and more of our classic PERS members start retiring and we have more of these new people that are paying their share, we're going to have a bill that we won't be able to generate enough payroll activity to pay the bill. So we're going to pay it. We either decide that we're going to ramp up our amortization schedule and get out from underneath that on our own terms, or CalPERS is going to do it for us. And that's what I would like to get. That's what I would like to avoid. And so, I would love to say, okay, we could stay with it as is, and it's always going to be, 2.4 million plus of some percentage each year. I just don't think that's the case. And I think what's going to happen is if we did nothing, probably, 4 or 5 years from now, it's not going to be 2.4. It's going to be a much larger number, and we could have gotten ahead of it. So it is a sticker shock. I had hoped it would, maybe $250,000, something, but it's a lot of money. It's an extra $2.3 million that we weren't anticipating, but there's an opportunity there. So we could keep it as is, or we have the opportunity to start looking at prepayment options.
Keeping it as is would be the projected 2.5 or 4.
The 2.5, but I would still say let's prepay that whole thing anyway, and then at least we save $147,000 for this fiscal year, or for 16-17.
Prepay the whole 2.5?
Mm-hmm. But that doesn't do anything to pay off our unfunded liability.
We still haven't even spent the kids' inheritance. Okay.
And if the board gives direction, we will do that. We will talk to the actuary and get some of those, get a true actuarial to give us the numbers, not only for the first year, 2, 3, 4, but what that means for 20 years or a 15-year amortization schedule or even a 25-year amortization schedule. So we can give them 3 options. What does this mean?
That makes sense.
Well, I think we have to research, bring some options to the board for amortized schedule going forward. Mm-hmm. We would be ignoring the future if we did not do that.
Absolutely.
So that's my direction.
Yeah.
I agree that we should look at the options, but I also want to let you know that we all have several departments that are suffering, and being our sheriff's department is one of them. And so we need to be able to keep that in mind, quality of life, that sort of thing. So, but yeah, I think we should definitely explore all options.
Just the one thing, I guess the silver lining is that the safety contract is so much smaller. So the 2.8 million or the 2.3 million, that's just for classic. That's for non-safety. Right. If we were to prepay, we can look at this a couple different ways. If we just prepaid the safety on a 15 or on a 20-year, that would only be an additional $205,000. Or if we did it on a 15-year, we're looking at an additional almost $372,000. It's not a poke in the eye. It's still money, but it's on a much smaller scale. But you get out from underneath, and safety PERS rates are high. They're the highest. But if you can get out from that percentage-wise, so if you can get out from underneath that unfunded liability, and then all you're doing is paying your normal costs, you free up a tremendous amount of resources for your operations.
in last month, we will have a side fund paid off in 2000. Yeah. And that was the side fund that we pulled out first and did a separate loan, if you will, for it, and we paid that, and so that will be paid off in 17-18.
Okay, well, thank you for switching back to that slide. I appreciate it. There was one more question that I had. It was on the payment for the week 27, and it was on a slide that showed the teeter fund adjustments. And I'm sorry to be bouncing around on you, but you were going through it, and I didn't want to stop the flow of your presentation. Yeah, that's it right there. Now, if you said earlier that you had set money aside for this 27th week because you knew it was coming, but here it looks like we're charging the teeter fund. Now, did you set it aside in the teeter fund?
No. The $1,071,161 is coming out of a separate designated fund where we put $125,000 every year to cover this. That $1,071,161 is not in any way touching the teeter fund.
That's your dedicated fund you mentioned.
It is a dedicated, it's a restricted, it's a committed, I do mixed up. It's a committed dedicated fund for this purpose.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Okay. Any other questions by the board? Public comments?
Peter Ray's genuine. You know what the auditor explained? This pyramid effect for us. People go to jail for that. As that's the less people are going to put in, there's not going to be any money. Now, maybe she can correct me, but there was 3 different ways you can measure CalPERS and so on. There's a federal way, there's a state way, there's one more local, or there's the auditor's way. They all come up with different numbers. And the problem with it is, eventually, you are the one that made promises. You made promises. So, that was 7.5% a long time ago. Then it came down to 5%, 2%, 2.5%. They're still below 2.5%. So, there's a lot of untreated bowmen who are flying around in California. Good luck. They were even talking about increasing dues, 50% increase in the dues. There was a news, I don't know if it's going to happen or not. But there's a reason GM, the automakers, they want to switch over to 401k. Because the government guaranteed the retirement and pension program for all of us, some of the good folks in this room. An organization that $19 trillion in a hole. They guarantee that you're going to have money when you retire. But that's not the reason I've been hanging around. The reason I'm hanging around is that on page 55, and I've been going through all these items, okay, and every one of them had a reason, justification, the numbers, and so on. And I'm not going to have any qualms about it. But there's one in there, community organization, and maybe it's fiddly money, but there's a principle behind it. This organization, the non-profit, it's a ideological organization, non-elected, unaccountable administration.
30 seconds.
Thank you. They decided to increase the dues, no justification, no accountability where the money's been going, for $1,800. Now, $1,800 is not a big deal, but that's the only organization in here that does not account for this money. It's a non-elected, unaccountable organization. Everybody else had to make a reason for it. This organization did not. So, when you're playing with taxpayers' money, Someplace along the line, there should be accountability. And I fully respect all the other organizations, the sheriff department, facilities, community, and clerk, recorder. They all made a reason for it and justification. And I'm not going to challenge it. But when one organization, which is called community organization, no accountability, but they tell you they're going to increase the dues, and you're going to bend over, folks, it's still taxpayers' money. And still no accountability. If you feel that's justified, good luck. That's a political organization, folks, and you know it by now. I don't care if it's $50, $2, or $1,800. I resent it as a person, and I'm not talking on behalf of any other organization. It's only $1,800 for it's peanuts, right? Tell these folks, the one who's paying for it.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Because you're taking advantage of me because I wasn't paying attention there, Pete. Peter? Right, so do I have any other public comments?
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, but before he does, I actually glad that Peter brought that up, and I have to agree with him, because when we went through the increase in CAMRA, we were asking for a justification of the money that we were going to give to them, and so
we never got the camera budget. This Elmer actually has a budget, whereas camera doesn't have a budget. But so that was what the difference was.
Yeah, so I'd like to see the increase and why.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know specifically what the increase was for off the top of my head. I don't remember.
I don't have it with me. They sent a letter laying out what the board approved, and the increase was $1,827 to the county share. I can certainly provide that to whatever information I have. Again, because of our board members sitting on that board and coming back and reporting, it was put into the budget because in order to remain a part of the organization, we need to, we're required to pay dues.
And I
don't mind remaining part of the organization. I just want to know why. Number one, I mean, I'll go there just to disagree with 50% of the stuff they talk about. But I'm good with, I just want to know why. Just like same exact thing that we were asked to do for camera. We were asked why.
There was a difference, though. The camera we ever received, we didn't have a budget for it, for cameras.
And it was 75. The camera one was $75,000, if I remember correctly, and we had 7,500.
I don't think it was 75.
The overall, I'm sorry, I don't know.
For that, yeah.
The overall budget for camera was $75,000.
What's that little dot?
Yeah. Oops.
It's been a long number day, eh?
And so one of the things that we had requested and tried to get from them was a budget. We actually never did get a budget other than it was, they said that, you know, it was a difficult thing.
They justified it.
Track it down. I can provide the board with the information that I got from UMRA, which is the breakdown of who pays what.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good deal for us, because, like I said before, East Bay Mud pays the vast majority of it, and mostly it's a grant-funded organization that goes out and gets larger state grants, brings them back to the Calaveras County. So we've improved the West Point pipes up there for CCWD of $1.something million, and then we got over $100 and something thousand for road improvements for Ponderosa Road, and we pay like a token amount of money every year, and it just is it's a really good deal for us as a county. So I'm totally happy to help get you those numbers, but I mean, it is $1,800, and so I don't know. I'd hate to get stuck up on that too much. But if you really want,
Well, I don't think it's $1,800. I think it's the idea that, and I brought this up earlier in this discussion before it came to the Mr. Ray's comments. With my own group, the JPA 12, I've already put them on notice that before they ask for another increase, they better tell me why, because I'm not, to me, as the one that sits on that board, I'm not going to come back and justify the increase if I don't know why. And so I guess maybe they just need to know they can't do this without telling us what we're paying more for. Because if we were paying them $12,000 and now it's $18,000, that means we just are blindly accepting a 10% increase. We wouldn't do that with our home budgets.
so it's not a 10% increase.
$12,000 to $1,800. 10% would be $1,200. That's what you told me earlier. Our fee was $12,000.
I don't like I said, I don't have the numbers in front of me, so. But I mean,
Is there a big time to break it from back to the office and call them their letter? Or
I don't care. Let's not do it. Forget it. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I mean, I don't care.
we can
All right, take the money away.
We can pay the dues as it was for
Yes,
budgeted.
that's fine. Hey, if you guys want to do that, that's fine.
I just want to see the reason, that's all.
Well, I wanted to see the reason for the other one, but I didn't get to see that, did I? Never have seen it come to the board, yet we approved it anyway. Didn't we?
Yes,
We did.
Yes, we did.
So what the heck? Why don't we approve this now, and then we'll bring it back, the budget for both of them, and look at both of them.
So Shirley, when you came up with this number, is this a bill they send to you?
Yeah, it's just,
And then afterwards, they probably had a meeting where they did an increase to their membership dues?
When we budgeted for the dues, we budgeted at the same amount as the prior year because that was the only number we had.
Mm-hmm.
After final budget, we got the letter from them stating that this was the dues, and it's been a while since I've actually looked at the letter, and it was $1,827 more than what we had budgeted.
Previous
so
years.
in order to pay the dues, it kind of, I just put it into the technical adjustments thinking, we have been a member of that, it was the desired dues, we needed to do the adjustment.
so the dues.
And based on the letter explaining.
So the budgeting process was based on the previous year's due structure?
That's correct.
Okay. So it wasn't like this is our new rates and then, oh, by the way, 3 months later we are adding on to that.
No, it wasn't. And their timing cycle is a little bit different than ours. And so we can only, just like anything else, if we know the exact number, that's what we put in. If we don't, we estimate the best that we can. Sometimes on others we'll look at what they've done and it's gone up 10% each year, then we budget it with plus 10%. In this case, it's for a while, our head hadn't gone up at all. And when we budgeted based on the prior year's dues, and then when we got the letter of final budget stating what the actual dues was.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Why don't we have, see if I can get somebody from Omro to come and,
Present to the board. Does that make you guys happy?
I'm not unhappy.
Okay. Would that make you happier though? I didn't say you were unhappy.
I don't know if that's a level of that.
You don't think it would make you
I'm
happy?
just saying, just like I'm watching over the things that I'm assigned to, they should let us know why they're increasing.
Right. And what about cameras? We never saw that.
I'm on JPA 12, and I did gripe about cameras increase also.
Well,
I'm
right,
voting against it.
I would,
I'm trying to be reasonable here.
Well, sure, and then bring them in if you want to, but
Because I really don't care. I mean, it's not that big a deal if we don't do it. I just think that there's this organization, this is a JPA organization that's asking for a very small increase, and we're getting stuck on this, I think, as just a waste of our time for this discussion right now. I think we should have camera and representative from camera and somebody from both come and give presentations to the board if they could. That way we'd have a better understanding. Maybe we should do that with all the people that we pay dues towards. Is as part of the requirement for the dues paying, they come to our board and they explain what they're doing. I mean, I think
That's spot on. I've already got JPA called arranging to do that.
I mean,
someone has in the past.
CSAC and RCRC and all of those things. Was this the same organization that presented a master plan to us, which we did not pass?
Yeah, that was the same.
That was the same one. Talked about all the projects that they had been working on for a while.
Yeah. It's really,
it's just sad to get hung up on something like this.
So what you were saying was that they sent you a bill for the dues.
Right, and that's pretty much these words, and like I said, when I got it, I looked at it. I don't remember exactly what the format of the letter was, but I know it came after final budget meetings held on to it. So obviously they haven't been screaming for the money because we held on to it for this long. If you want, because the technical adjustments require a focus of the board, if you want that pulled out, then you can pull it out.
I'm just curious. I'm curious. Maybe because it could have been 13 months, or it could have been. I mean, I'm just curious why it was a little bit more. I don't know the reason for it. That's all. So.
I'm not above adopting it into the budget. It's not that much money. Maybe we need a standard operating procedure going forward that when these organizations send us one, we just immediately send them, please justify the increase. The board's going to want to know.
If there's
and they did justify it. It's just I didn't really, honestly, I forgot all about it because we made a small amount.
Yeah, and part of that is the board members that sit on those JPAs and those, they can bring that information back to the board.
Yeah, and if I would have, like I said, if I would have thought that it was going to be a deal, I definitely would have had the information for you guys. I just didn't think it was going to be a problem, honestly.
Okay, so we can pull the board, see what they think.
Yeah, I just said I would vote for it.
Okay.
To move it forward.
Sure.
I would agree. This is how I look at it. You know, we were based on past budget practice. This was the amount of money, not taking it into consideration of a rate increase. So, you know, it's more of a technical, clerical kind of thing. You know, and honestly, these organizations, I think it would be helpful if at least on an annual basis we heard from them, whether the board member who serves on that board makes some sort of, you know, official report back to the board, or the organization themselves come in, would be helpful. Yeah.
They're going to have a better understanding.
I mean, it goes along the same lines as how I feel about members of our committees and commissions and so on and so forth. Hearing from them on occasion would be helpful to justify if we belong, if we pay a membership fee, or they need to be a board-appointed board or commission. So.
Any comments? Okay. I mean, I'm good with. I would like to see if there's an increase. I don't care where it is. Then maybe whoever belongs to that could just bring that information along, and I'd probably be okay with that. But just to have it without justification is kind of against what we're supposed to be doing.
So what I need to know is if the board wants to approve the mid-year technical adjustments, they will take a 4/5 vote, and whether or not that 18,000.
1,800.
You're right, I know because that's what we forget. The 1,800 is included or not.
I think we all said
yes. No, it's fine. We just have to, and
from this point forward, if we're going to have something like this, we need to have the board, whoever's going to be the board member, maybe, like Chris, if he goes there, he comes back and he says, hey, you know what, he goes to them and says, hey, if you're going to have an increase in your dues, we got to know why our board is asking.
And they're really good. I mean, it's really my fault. I just didn't realize it was going to be an issue. Otherwise, I could have gotten information. Because they did their part. I just didn't follow through on my end. So.
So can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
So your motion is to approve the recommendations, the mid-year recommendations as presented from the admin office?
Yes.
I will second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
5-0. Can I have a comment, sir?
And then we are directing us to work with one another.
Yeah, that's part of the motion.
If there was a position change.
That was,
Since there was a change.
That include all of it?
That was part of it.
okay. I just wanted to.
That
make
includes
sure
the
it was
position
clear.
change, right? Okay.
Everything that was in the recommendation.
That includes position change.
Position
Mr. Chairman, since there was a change, can I make a comment? All you have to do is get the nonprofit stakeholders to cover the difference. Just like they covered the difference before, $88,000, if you recall. So there's other options over there. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We can probably just, you gotta go. Okay. 5 minutes? Okay. 5-minute break. Sorry. Okay. All right, so we can, go ahead and make your comments, but I got to tell you, we can't open it again. Not until all 5 of us are here.
Good afternoon, Jim Aceto, Sheriff's Office. I'm going to go through 2 questions first because I believe the 2 questions will be a little less controversial maybe than my request. On page 60 of the packet, it's page 11, under the recommended budget instructions, the second paragraph, it starts with a status quo budget. It says the county does hope to receive significant financial relief through pending legislation. What legislation is that?
Sorry. We have requests through Assemblyman Bigelow and Senator Berryhill. Assemblyman Bigelow's is for property tax relief for multiple years instead of just a single line item that we have in the 16-17 state budget for $597,000. We want to see a multiple year relief because we know it's going to take longer than that to recover and rebuild. The legislation that Senator Berryhill is putting forth at the moment, it's a placeholder bill, but we are working with him to finalize the language, and that is a relief, the waiver of the county match on the CDAA grant for the Butte Fire response and recovery.
Okay. On page 61, page of the entire packet, page 12, number 3 under recommended actions, authorize the CAO and the auditor controller to reduce appropriations where grants or other outside revenues will not be achieved, thereby reducing. What is that? What are we talking about? Are we talking about sweeping funds back?
No, we're not. We're talking about when a lot of times with departments, revenues don't come in as they appear, as they were budgeted, and they're to work with them to make sure that between the revenues and the appropriations that they are not going to go over their general fund contribution. If they are going to go over their general fund contribution, we would have to come back to the board for permission for that.
and a draw in contingencies.
Okay. Just to speak my concern about that particular issue, I just didn't want to see funds swept prematurely and then us not be able to balance at the end of the year.
No, we're not sweeping any funds, Captain Macedo.
With respect to discussions over the A87 costs and working with the departments over the next year to examine charging for certain A87 services, and I'm trying to figure out what page that was. I don't have it.
I thought I took that out of the... Maybe not.
Okay. I just want to know if we're included in that.
No, you're a general fund department. You are not.
Thank you. And then last will be my requests under recommended actions for 16-17 budget preparation. Obviously, we get instructions from the county every year to build budgets, and up until this year, I've always worked for another sheriff who I took my direction from. And I want to respectfully ask the board to reconsider asking us to take on our budgeted employee costs in building our preliminary budget. Those costs are significant. They've been significant each and every year, and they essentially equate to a significant cut to the department. It does not make a lot of sense to me when I am over budget and overtime already, and I'm over budget in auto maintenance, to ask me to build a status quo budget, which equates to the cut, because in building that budget, I only have certain line items with a significant amount of funds within them to cut from in order to comply with the request. So I don't know if I explained that well enough. Please tell me if I didn't, but it makes no sense to me to build a budget and start cutting items where I know mid-year this year I ran out of money. I just did a $150,000 overtime transfer because we were out of overtime and we just asked you for $40,000 for auto maintenance. So historically, when we start to build our budget or we're forced to do reductions, there's only so many line items that have enough amount of money or funding in them whereby we're allowed to make, or we try to make those reductions. So essentially what we would be doing is building and presenting an unrealistic budget, and I don't want to do that.
In all respect, if I would like to have the opportunity to work with Captain Macedo and the Sheriff's Office on their budget, I know that they're not going to have the financial expertise and work with him prior to ever coming to the board to see what we can do to mitigate some of his concerns, if that works for Captain Macedo.
I absolutely will take the help, and I absolutely want to work with you. And if we lost a board member and you're unable to act on that today, then please let me know, and I can certainly come back. But I want to be clear that I'm certainly not going to decline the help. I want the assistance. I want to work with the CEO's office, but I do want the board to understand what I'm asking, to understand the problem, and to please provide direction so I know where we're going.
And one of the things that we are doing is we are moving funds so that the departments do not have to absorb the increase to health insurance costs, to uniform allowances, or to the 27th pay period. So that should help all departments, not just the Sheriff's Office, significantly. And we can look at what those other additional costs are in their budget employee costs.
So during the fire, did your overtime go up significantly?
Yes.
And is that part of that transfer?
That should have been charged to the Butte Fire account so that we can get reimbursed for it.
There's a lot of factors that are driving our overtime.
Because I was told by Oscar that you guys were like tops in reporting. That was really good to hear.
So that concludes my questions and my requests.
Captain, I have one question. Our overtime situation is not going to be reduced. We don't have the ability to put these 9 open positions and the pending 3 positions that's going to be added to that until we get those positions filled into the academy trained. So I guess when we build our budget, we need to really pay attention to that overtime factor. Is that correct?
Correct.
Am I wrong there?
Correct. So we're attacking our vacancy problem from 2 ends. We obviously have the recruit position, which those folks are going through the academy, and it's roughly 9 months, almost 10 months from the day they start the academy to where they actually fill a slot where we don't have to fill that with overtime. At the same time, while we recruited those recruit positions, we're also recruiting lateral transfer academy graduates. Those folks essentially would be ready to fill a hole that would offset overtime in 4 months. So forgive the bad term, but the machine is rolling. It's just going to take time before it gets up and running. I'm not confident that we're going to be able to get that done to where everything is up and running and we're filling those during the early portion of this next budget cycle, the halfway point, so to speak, January of next year. Part of that depends on a significant unknown factor in so much as I don't know how many people are going to leave between now and then. Because every time somebody leaves from any position, we take 2-3 steps forward, 1 step backwards. So that I cannot predict. I can sort of predict how long it's going to take somebody to get through the academy and off the FTO program. I also have another idea that I'll present to the board during budget, which I think by moving some of our positions around will help us, fill some of those vacancies. And I think, just in short, this county, the sheriff's office, we are not seeing a lot of people that are laterals from other agencies or academy graduates wanting to come to work for us. Large reasons due to pay. However, that recruit position, the positions where we put people through the academy, where we're trying to emphasize local people, we are seeing a significant amount of people expressing interest in those positions. However, those positions take much longer to fill. It's about 10 months to get somebody to fill a hole when you're looking at a recruit, plus you have the risk of them not passing the academy. There's some other risks and some other costs that go along with it, those positions. So we're discussing now possibly transferring either 3 vacancies or addressing the board about 3 other positions at a later date, because we are seeing good interest in that recruit position. And what I'd like to do is be recruiting those positions while still trying to fill the others. Right now, since we filled our 3 academy positions and those folks are off, we can no longer recruit and hire those recruit positions until we get those positions either changed or renewed or what have you.
I just want to make sure we have a budget that's at least reasonable.
And one of the things we may need to do is look at additional extra hire recruit positions to help the sheriff's office move through those. I think there's a number of options we could look at, and I'm looking forward to discussing it with Captain Macedo.
Good. Thank you, Captain.
Good afternoon, Barbara Uke, District Attorney. I was present. I heard the vote on the technical adjustments. I did not hear specific discussion and board direction on the budget preparation, so I apologize if I missed the vote on that, but I did want to comment on the direction for the status quo, the general fund status quo budget. I do have concerns. They're along the same lines as Captain Macedo just expressed. For us, that is a cut. It's different from an operational status quo budget. I penciled it out as best I could. I'm waiting for correction to the BECs that I think Mary Rose is in process of preparing for us. But based on penciling it out, it looks like about a 10% cut for us. And you may have an inkling that my caseload has increased significantly in the last few months. But I want to let you know that last year at this time, we had 3 homicides actively being litigated in court. One of those was the Fowler matter. We did successfully conclude that matter. That was a 3-week trial. Today, we have 7. So we have increased our caseload and our serious caseload very significantly. 6 of those are private attorney cases. Only 1 is an indigent appointment. So we do have, I just want to let you know that it's not an increase across the board. 6 of those homicides are private attorney cases. So the 7 that I'm discussing with you are cases that are being actively litigated. They do not include pending matters. They do not include matters that are under consideration and the matters that we are currently working with the sheriff's office on. I'm not here to ask for a mid-year budget adjustment or an increase in appropriations. I'm not here asking for a dip into contingencies. We managed not to bust our budget with our 3-week trial because We tried to do some good planning. We tried to do realistic planning. The reality is that our caseload has significantly increased. I'm currently trying to figure out what we're going to need for next year and what we're going to need to realistically plan for next year. But I can tell you, it's not a cut. So I'm really hoping that we can also get some consideration in looking at what's realistically going to support my office going forward. Thank you.
And if I can just say, as I mentioned in my presentation, it's a starting point. It's a starting point for all the departments, a status quo budget. We meet, we work with departments, we try to assess their needs and come to an agreement. So I'm kind of a little surprised about, we don't want to, the application for not wanting to do a status quo budget. Again, we will work with all departments to see that we can best serve the entire county's needs. And that includes the district attorney and certainly includes the sheriff's office.
And I appreciate that, and we've worked very closely and had a good working relationship with the administration office in the past. They've supported my office with our limitations on budget preparation. It's just that having to go through the exercise of preparing for a 10% cut and going through that is a very lengthy, time-intensive process, and perhaps it's a process we have to go through. I was just hoping that we could get some direction so that we could avoid all that extra hours and hours and hours of work that we don't really have right now.
Good. All right, thank you.
Okay, so where are we on to consent?
Yes. Thanks, guys. So now we're on to consent agenda. So consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item for consent for later discussion. Any members of the public wish to remove a consent agenda item? Any members of the board?
18.
18. Okay. So can I have a motion on the remainder, please?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
All right. Can I have a second?
A second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, a second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Number 18, Supervisor Oliver.
After reviewing the packet information, this appears to be adopt an ordinance relating to the fire mitigation fee.
Yes,
Is that not correct?
Right. We 2 weeks ago at the previous board meeting, we introduced the with waiver of reading, and there were two minor changes that the board wanted in the ordinance. Those changes were made. Hang on a second, and I will get to them. And it said, if I can find it, it was adding the word new to the types of fee on new dwellings and new establishments. And those changes were made and were brought back for adoption. Hang on. I will find it. It is in 15.0.060, and it says chargeable resident square footage shall include new habitable living space, and on the non-chargeable non-residential square footage shall include new covered and enclosed space. Those were the requests of the board changes, and those were made to the ordinance.
Okay, could you explain in the actually, it's in the agenda submittal. There's a paragraph in there. It's probably under discussion summary, third short paragraph, shipping notes, staff has concerns about the adoption of such an ordinance. In researching other counties' ordinances, it was discovered that only a few counties routinely adopt capital improvement fees on behalf of the fire districts. So I understand that that's not a common occurrence?
It has not. That was what our research showed. So in crafting the ordinance, we wanted to make sure that the burden for proof that the nexus study was related and the steps were taken, that the liability fell back really on the fire district. It's an ongoing process. We are not, in essence, approving a fee today. We are enabling, this is an enabling ordinance that will allow the fire districts, if they choose, to do a mitigation fee. It will require them to do a nexus study. They have to have that nexus study certified. They have to take their capital improvement plan to the Planning Commission for approval, and then they have to return to the board for the actual adoption of the fees. This ordinance is just an enabling that process to happen.
And is there any projected cost to the county under the financing section of this application? I know it looks like it's going to be unknown at this time, but I understand that the nexus and all the fees will be borne by the individual districts, right?
Right, that's correct.
To the county on an ongoing, should we get, say, 90% of our districts decide to do this?
As I recall, and I'm sorry, I haven't gone back to reread it. There is cost to the county to process the fee because it's collected by the county and returned to, and it's a 2%. It's a 2% administrative fee that the county will collect to cover to offset the cost.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, any other comments?
I'd just like to make a comment. So, after the last meeting, I voiced concerns that the fire chief associations and stuff didn't weigh in, or at least some sort of written weigh in on this. I was concerned about how one district may do this and others how they may come into play. I did receive a phone call from one fire chief indicating there was support of this, and Chief Robitel called me to tell me that the other fire chiefs were feeling the same way, but there was nothing in writing. And while I can appreciate the verbal support, I still go back to something in writing from the Fire Chiefs Association. So totally understanding what this ordinance means, or the opening of, the potential fee structure in the past. So I do appreciate the phone call, but I would really like to see some sort of letter from the Fire Chief Association supporting something like this. So that's kind of where I still stand.
Okay. Chief Robitel?
Real brief, it's the end of the day. I appreciate working with this. This is a new concept here in Calaveras County. We're trying to be proactive rather than reactive when faced with new construction development in not only our particular district but throughout the county. And I think it is advantageous that we open up this ordinance to any fire district that so choose to go through this process. And we have also made it noted that we would help them and facilitate any questions and help them through that process at the time comes. I know Chief Rohrbaugh with Angel City is actually going through updating their fees, so this would be a gateway for them as well as, and he's also the chief of Altaville Milwaukee. So thank you again for your...
Just a question. If a fire district does not choose to get into this, do they have to?
No, not at all.
Yeah. So it's not like you're forcing them into anything?
No, not at all.
I have a question. I know we discussed this previously. In your district, and I understand your district now, a new district with a consolidation of Creel and Belt Springs. To your knowledge, have they ever put this issue before the voters for any type of district fire tax like we have in District 3 at Ebbets Pass?
Not addressing the same level of service as Ebbets Pass, with in particular to advanced life support, ambulance transport. As far as our strategic plan and going forward, in my concern, absolutely, I'm going to be addressing that with every bit of energy that I have, as long as I'm fighting for that district. And that is the same feeling for all 9 of my board of directors and firefighters. That we grew up in that community. I've been 30 years, and I can give you countless times where that service would be advantageous to not only friends that I grew up with, neighbors, but family members.
And I know we discussed this, I don't know if we had any exact answers. This proposed fee was going to be somewhere in the neighborhood on residential of $1.20 square foot. Is that ring a bell?
Yes, through our next
commercial would be a little bit more.
I can't, yes, we have not gone through the county process to solidify those numbers, but yeah, based on our capital improvements, when we look out 20 years or more to the impacts of our district, I think those are numbers that would be.
That fee would be hard to determine unless you do the nexus study, correct?
Correct.
But do you know of any fire districts similar to ours that charge that similar rate?
For I'm trying to follow you, for the impact as far as
the impact on residential.
Yes. Unfortunately, our consultant wasn't here, but he has done and conducted about 4 of these last year, and he was saying that they're very comparable to like counties and districts of our nature.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question. See, Ryan, do we have when we build a new home or addition, is there a listed flat fee, fire fee?
There is a $900 fee, and that is the homeowner has a choice. They can build a water tank to the specifications of the building department and the fire department to hold a certain amount of water in case of fire, if they are not within so many feet of a hydrant, I guess. And if they choose not to build that holding tank, if they choose to build a holding tank, that fee is refunded to them. If they choose not to build that fire tank, that $900 goes into the water enhancement fund. And that money is used to pay for the water tenders, because theoretically there's no water there, so a water tender would have to go in. It has paid for the water tenders for each of the fire districts, and we are still paying off the West Point water tender, and we also have to repay a loan that we took from a designated, an emergency loan designated fund to fund the repairs to the water tenders. So that water enhancement fee fund is there, but it's used specifically for water tenders, the payment off of water tenders. So it has nothing to do with the mitigation.
But there is another fee of $300.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's right here.
Yeah, there is. Fire department fee.
So there's a fire department fee, a water tender fee, if you elect to use it. And now, if I'm going to build a new home or an addition of, let's say I build a 2,200 square foot home or an 1,800 square foot home, and if we have to go on a rate suggested by the consultant, we don't know what that rate's going to be, but let's say it's $1, $1,800 plus $300 plus $900. Is that correct?
It is, but those fees have not been approved.
I understand.
This is just an enabling ordinance that will allow them to go through the process. They could go through that whole process, bring the fees to the board, and work. Now those are too high. We don't want to add to it, or we don't believe, But again, you have a series of fees. I believe the $300 fee is for fire review, fire marshal review, or.
That's actually our current impact fees that were 20 or 2 decades old. So that's essentially what we're trying to update, because those haven't been increased.
So those were an impact fee without an ordinance.
Correct. So that's kind of how we started this process. We started looking at that evaluation. And through that process, we find out that this had to be in place.
Thank you. Well, that's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Would you like to wait until?
We'll wait until Supervisor Curtin comes back. So I wonder how the weather is out today. Haven't seen it.
It's like it's getting dark.
Yeah, I know.
It says 50 degrees and chance of rain.
Is that what it says?
At least for
Looking pretty.
Council, could you smile for us just once? Thank you.
Robin smiling
I
enough
know.
today?
Something concentrated. Okay, so we'll get back to it. And so, are there any public comments? Want to make a comment this time? No. Any more board comments? Right. Any motion, please?
Make a motion to approve.
A motion by Supervisor Kearney. Do I have another motion? I can make a motion. I'll second the motion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. 4-1.
No, it's 3-1.
3-1.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. 3-1 and 1 absent. Yes. Okay. So we have board member supervisor announcements.
Last Tuesday, I had a regular COG meeting. I also, I beg your pardon, that was Wednesday. On Tuesday, I had a COG delegate meeting where we are representing the county to ensure as much of our funding for the Wagon Trail project is intact. Thursday, I went to Mariposa for a JPA 12 meeting. Friday, I came back to Calaveras for a Commission on Aging meeting. Left that early, came here. And last night I went to a Parks and Recreation meeting. It is not a county organization, but it was great information. I'm here. Federal Parks and Recreation.
Okay.
I believe I made a report of this on our special meeting. Maybe we did. I went to the EPOC meeting attended by Chief Josh White of CAL FIRE, our Public Works Director, and several representatives. We discussed with the pine needle situation, our dead tree situation, and problems unique to the Sierra areas on District Supervisor Wright in my district as far as dead trees. We did learn that we had some information where a private party up in the Arnold area has purchased a Kirkburg and has received certification use from CAL FIRE. Steve Miller up there, and he's actually going to be starting operation. I did check with our Jeff Provis. We do have our tub grinder down at Red Hill. At Rock Creek right now. Our linear grinder is at Red Hill, and they are to be in operation hopefully by tomorrow. I understand Red Hill linear is in operation right now, which is good news. We do have 4291, the fire code coming up. That's our our pine needle situations and our dead wood. So we'll be addressing that aggressively in District 3 and over Supervisor Wright's district. Attended the Board of Supervisors special meeting on Friday. Also attended the CMCAA meeting, which is the Calaveras, Mariposa Community Action Association meeting, I guess it is. That's ramping up a little bit and starting to get involved. That was a quarterly meeting. And of course, we attended the meeting today. That's all I have. Supervisor Ponte?
I missed Friday's special meeting. I was out of the area. I attended the delegate meeting with COG with my counterpart, Supervisor Kearney, overall trying to maintain and further secure our funding, eventually with the CTC in Sacramento later this month. Attended an IHSS meeting, newsletter, gathered some additional input in regards to the content of the newsletter and making sure that we're fitting all the parameters that we need to fit to get information out to our consumers and providers. Also was kind enough to have Diane there to talk about the Form 700, which is important to all of our committees and commissions, etc., and offered some information there. And Rebecca, our auditor controller, attended to talk about the IRS ruling on stipends and further discuss that so people had a better understanding as to why we were having to do what we do. Continue to attend the Calaveras Recover board meetings more or less on the Thursday afternoons as a group continues to move forward and try to work out all the different angles on being able to help people rebuild. And so lots of information flows through that particular committee. And that's all I have at the moment.
Okay. So last Wednesday, I attended COG, and on Thursday, went to the National Disaster Recovery Framework meeting, which I thought was pretty interesting. I think that we have some pretty good opportunities there if we deliver correctly. And I was pleased to see that Mary's Wickley was talking about affordable housing and the whole housing issue because during the fire there was such a shortage. So she brought that up. I thought that was really good. Also on Friday, special meeting. Friday morning we went to a Foothill Parks meeting and attended last night. There was a public Foothill Parks meeting, and so Foothill Parks is and Rec is a nonprofit in the Valley Springs area. Zero McDaniels and Judy Allen are two of the officers in the group, and their goals are to get ramped up and look into recreational opportunities in the area. So there's a lot of activity and there's a lot of interest in there on there right now, and I'm happy to support that. And so that's about all I'm going to report today. Appreciate staff, admin, and bringing the mid-year report, and happy to at least be in the position we are, considering what we've been through. And I know that it's been double and triple duty for everyone, and it's a tough situation, but apparently we're very resilient. So, so I know Shirley's been working like triple time because she works on this budget, I think, all year round, actually. So anyhow, appreciate staff for their hard work on this and keeping us at status quo as best we can. So appreciate that.
Thank you. I would agree.
Thank you.
I agree also.
I just want to let the board know that I will be out of the office from March 21st through March 30th. I'll be returning on the 31st. That means and I really didn't mean to plan it this way, but I'll miss the next two board meetings. I forgot about the night meeting when I...
It's going to be a terrible thing.
I know. And I don't know how good the communication is from Puerto Vallarta, but that's where I will be for my daughter's 43rd birthday.
Really?
43?
Daughter?
God, yeah. I must be old.
It's actually very good, so we expect updates.
Yeah.
And pictures transfer very nice also.
Well, I mean, that's a good place to go.
And on that note, I also wanted to just inform the board. I know I've previously told the board that I'm taking the remainder of my maternity and bonding leave in periodic blocks, so there's less of an impact on my office. And the next block is coming up starting tomorrow. I will not be here. I'll be back on the 21st, so it will be a week and a half off that I will be out. If there's any issues that the board would like or needs assistance with, you can contact my office. David Sirius, the Assistant County Counsel, can certainly help you with anything that comes up. So there's that, and then I have two more blocks, one in May and one in July. So I will make sure that you are aware of any leaves as they start coming up and creeping up on us.
Do you realize what we could do with both these folks? Probably. All right, meeting adjourned. Thank you.